X-Tree, X-Tree, Citadel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. Hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Pretenders to the Throne. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. When the Supreme Court turned down Racket King Tommy Barra's appeal, Barra and his partners in crime were sent at once to the penitentiary. Michael Axford, in the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was jubilant.
I'm glad Barra and his men are finally in the clink. Now we'll have a big drop in the crime rate, you'll see.
But Police Commissioner Higgins, who was also present, disagreed.
I hate to say it, Axford, but I'm afraid you're wrong. From now on, every racketeer in this city will be trying to fight his way to the throne left vacant by Barra. Don't you agree, Reed?
Yes, I do. It'll mean gang war as sure as we're here in this room.
Well, if you're so sure of that, Commissioner, then why don't you go out and arrest the mobsters before they start terrorizing the city? Nip them in the bud. Pick them up. Tell them to lay off. And make them know you mean it by beating their heads in.
Well, I'd like to do that, Axford, but it's illegal. You can't beat up people, even suspected criminals, simply because you think they may do something. They have rights, and they have the lawyers who know how to ensure those rights.
Reed's predictions of a gang war came true. Racketeers shot each other down and included innocent bystanders as they did so. Business places which suspected gang leaders used as legitimate fronts for criminal enterprises were bombed, sometimes with a great loss of life. And there were many arrests.
Stand where you are. You're under arrest. Get your hands up. All of you.
Most of them resulting in the sentencing of petty hoodlums and small fry strong-arm men. When suspected leaders were arrested, they would tell nothing. Axford and Commissioner Higgins, talking with Reed once more at the end of a week's time, were indignant.
You ought to hear some of those goons when they're arrested. Right away they start yelling for lawyers and shouting about their constitutional rights.
We can't even get them to talk after they've been shot by rival gangs. Reed, things are even worse than I expected.
Well, can't you jail the leaders like Axford suggested once?
Well, we're not sure who the leaders are. We can guess, yes, but we can't prove it. Besides, they all seem to be staying undercover.
Well, a few of them got bumped off. You know that, Commissioner.
Yes, but we can't allow them to continue dealing out death and punishment on their own. That should be the law's job.
Lenore Case, Reed's secretary, shared with 2 others in the city the knowledge that Reed was the Green Hornet. The others were Commissioner Higgins and Reed's valet, Kato. Late that day, alone in Reed's office, the young publisher made known to Miss Case the decision he'd reached.
If the police are hamstrung and can't end this gang war by legal means, then the Green Hornet will try his own methods to do it.
Good. I hope he does, Mr. Reed.
Miss Case, will you place an ad in the personal column of tomorrow's paper, please? Address it to P.H.
Yes, sir. P.H. Is that Phil Hawley, the taxicab driver who gets underworld information for the Green Hornet?
Yes, it is. Phil's quite a character, but he's honest, and he knows what's taking place always in that half-world he lives in.
He doesn't like the police, does he?
No. But he dislikes gangsters and racketeers more. He knows the Green Hornet causes trouble for both, so that's why he helps.
You haven't called on Hawley in more than a year.
I think he must still read the personal columns every day as I asked him to. Anyway, we'll know soon enough if he does or not. Tell him to meet me tomorrow at midnight at the regular place. Sign the ad, G.H.
Phil Hawley, sitting in a cafeteria the next afternoon, saw the message in the personal column of the Daily Sentinel. That night, he waited at the appointed hour beneath a viaduct near the waterfront. When he heard stealthy footsteps approach, he stiffened.
Hey, who's that?
Hello, Phil. I see you read my message.
Yeah. Been a long time, Hornet. What's cooking? What do you want to know?
A lot's been happening since Tommy Farrah went to jail, Phil.
You're not kidding. Nothing but booming and bombing all over the place.
A lot of the boys want Tommy's job, don't they?
A week ago they did. Not so many have the idea now.
Huh? What's changed their minds?
Bullets and brass knucks, mostly. They were small-timers with not enough brains to count up to one. They were getting no place, except to the morgue or the hospital. So those who didn't end up in either place got smart. If there's such a thing as a smart hood.
What'd they do?
They hired themselves out to the two boys who are going to end up fighting it out for Tommy's place. Both sides are lining up now for the payoff. It ought to be a lulu.
It's down to a fight between two men, huh?
Yeah. Jig Steuben and Richie McClure. You know them?
By reputation. But they're not smart operators, are they?
No. They're tough, though. Real tough, or they wouldn't be alive. And they're smart enough to get backing.
Backing?
Sure. Don't try to kid me with your dumb act, Hornet. You know what I'm talking about. They're front for some big shots. The brainy guys. Anybody can figure that. Maybe you're the guy that's backing them.
Not me.
Good, but don't ask me to tell you who the guys backing them are, on account of I don't know.
Well, you can tell me where I'll find Jig Steuben and Richie McClure, can't you?
Sure. Jig's hideout place is on the corner of Arley Street and Van Dam. 601's the number.
601?
That's right. It's a high stoop brownstone with an alley to the side and a yard with a garage in the rear.
How often is Jig Steuben there? You know?
Sure, I know he's there all the time. Acting like a real general. Letting his boys do the fighting while he stays back and gives orders. By staying there, he's sure of an alibi, too.
I see. Now, what about Richie McClure?
Richie's playing the same kind of game. Keep him cool. His place a couple of miles from Steuben's. It's got country stuff around it. Trees and that kind of bunk, you know. I'll tell you where his place is and how to get there.
The Green Hornet, when he left Phil Hawley, joined Kato, who waited nearby in the Green Hornet's streamlined car, the Black Beauty. There, the Green Hornet repeated what he had learned. Then, aided by a flashlight held in Cato's hand, he wrote a note on paper taken from the glove compartment.
Signed, the Green Hornet. There's my seal.
You finished letter now?
Yes. So let's get started out into the suburbs. Our first stop will be Richie McClure's house. It's on Farrow Avenue, near a street called Outer Lane. I think Phil's instructions will get us there without too much trouble.
Then we go now.
There's the house, Kato. There's not another one near, and it fits the description Phil gave me.
You go right inside now?
I'll go in by the side door. Can't be too far from that room where the light's shining.
No, it's very close. Is the window where lights shine one you want me to throw letters through?
Yes. Wait 15 minutes so I'll have time to set myself inside. Then when you throw it, be sure you drive right up close to the house so they'll see you making your getaway.
Oh, I circle back here and meet you here then.
Yes. I'll leave now. Not a soul in sight. This is easy.
Inside the house, the Green Hornet could hear voices in a room halfway down the hallway. Softly, he made his way up the 3 stairs that led to the hall, then tiptoed to a place outside the door to the room. He listened. Within the room, gangster Richie McClure was checking a list which his lieutenant, Bingo Barton, had brought to him earlier.
Hey, Bingo, look here. What's this address you have listed here?
Oh, yeah. That's Gatz Morell's house. The one we bombed the other night when Gatz said he wanted in on your setup.
That's what I figured. Well, why didn't you put a mark after it to show we blew up the joint?
Gee, Richie, we never had to do this kind of thing before.
Well, you gotta do it now, see? We have to make reports. We're big time now, Bingo. When we get finished with Jig Stupid, we'll be the... Hey, what's that? You hear?
Sounds like an automobile. Richie, look, a car coming up on the lawn right this way.
That's no regular car. That's...
Stop, the car door's open. He's going to shoot.
Get your gun out.
That was no gunshot. Richie, there's a rock on the floor.
What about the car? What... Hey, it's gone already.
Richie, that was the Green Hornet's car.
I knew it was different. Bingo, is that note from the Green Hornet?
Yeah, it's for you, Richie. See?
Hey, this is bad. Real bad, Bingo. You know what? The Hornet's thrown in with Jig Steuben.
Jig? Are you sure?
That's something we gotta find out. Maybe the boss will know.
You're going to call him and find out if he does?
Are you nuts? I can't do that. You know my orders.
Yeah, but this is important stuff. Why can't you call him this time?
Because the boss is a big shot. He's Tommy Barra's lawyer. If Tommy ever knew what Greg was doing, he'd get him bumped off some way, even though Tommy's in jail.
Does the boss think Tommy maybe has somebody outside cutting in on the boss's phone call?
Maybe he does. He's afraid the cops are doing it, though, trying to learn stuff. The cops know that some of Tommy's records are still missing.
The stuff the boss has stashed away, huh?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not phoning. I'm going to the boss's house soon as you get a few of the boys here to look after this place while we're gone.
The Green Hornet left the house and went at once to where Kato waited in the Black Beauty.
That note you tossed in the window did even more than I expected. Start moving, huh?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. You learned something, maybe?
I've learned that Phil Hawley has his facts right. Richie McClure is fronting for someone more important than he is.
You find out who that someone is?
Turn to the next corner and stay on the back road. Yes, that someone is Carlton Gregg.
Golly, he is big man. A lawyer to Tommy Barra, is he not?
Yes, and the things he learned from Barra are his stock in trade in his new role of criminal mastermind.
Oh, I know where Mr. Gregg's house is. It's a big place. We passed there many times.
Well, this is one time we're not passing it.
There we are, Mr. Britt. Straight ahead. Oh, that's home of Mr. Gregg.
Yeah, I see it. Hold your flashlight, Kato. This is my writing night. I'm going to write another note. Hey, where's my pen? Oh, here it is.
Quickly using the pen in his gloved hand, the Green Hornet wrote a note, then affixed his seal to the bottom of it.
There. That does it. Take this to the city, Kato, and drive fast all the way. It's a note for Jig Steuben. The address is on it.
I see, Mr. Britt. 601 Arley.
Yes. Getting into Gregg's house isn't going to be difficult. I'll go there now. The gas bomb should make my exit easier.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hi, fellas and gals. Gosh, but this story is exciting, isn't it? Makes you feel kind of tense. So how about relaxing over a drink of delicious Orange Crush? You know, it's natural for you to want Orange Crush when you crave refreshment, 'cause naturally it tastes better. That's a fact. I'll tell you why. Orange Crush is flavored with the natural juices of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Yes, Orange Crush is different from other orange drinks. None of them can match its tangy, fresh fruit, natural flavor. No wonder Orange Crush tastes so much better with wholesome after-school snacks. A frosty cold drink of sparkling Orange Crush and a toasted cheese sandwich hot off the grill make the grandest combination. And both of them are so good for you. Yes, Orange Crush made from nutritious, fresh oranges is good for you as well as delicious. Tell that to Mom. Tell her to keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. Tell her to get Orange Crush at her grocer's in the 6-bottle handy pack. And when you're out with the gang, ask for Orange Crush at refreshment counters wherever you happen to be. Be sure to ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush. 'Cause naturally, it tastes better. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. The world's leading orange drink. Now back to the Green Hornet. The Black Beauty reached the corner of Arley Street about 15 minutes after leaving the vicinity of Carlton Gregg's estate. Seeing no moving traffic in sight, Kato stopped the car, left the driver's seat, and ran up the front steps. Then he pressed his gloved finger hard against the doorbell. Jig Steuben and 3 of his mobsters were in the midst of a card game when the bell rang.
Who could that be at this hour? Oh, the meathead. Why don't he stop ringing? You guys get your guns ready. We'll see who it is. Right. Come on, boys.
Jake, I hear a car starting outside.
See whose car it is, Charlie, and be careful when you open the door. We're covering you.
Yeah, okay. Hey, there's nobody out here, but that car was moving like lightning.
Charlie, at your feet. There's a letter there. Bring it in here and close the door behind you.
All right.
Charlie brought the letter inside. There was a startled exclamation from the crooks as they noted the seal of the Green Hornet on the letter. Jig's eyes narrowed as he read the letter.
Why,
Then, with immediate reaction, he turned to his men.
the Green Hornet's come through with some info that needs looking into right away. Something I've been suspecting. And something I can prove now if what he says is true.
What is it, Jig?
He says Gregg, Tommy's lawyer's backing Richie McClure, and that they're together at Gregg's house now.
Hey, say, Jig, what a chance this is to bump them both home.
Yeah, providing what the Hornet says is true. We'll find out. But before we bump either of them, there are other things I'll have to find out. Things they know and which I gotta know if I'm to be top man.
Do you know where this guy Gregg's house is?
Sure. As well as I know where Ed Blanchard's place is. Ha ha ha! Gregg and Blanchard.
What's so funny, Jig?
What I just said. Gregg, a big lawyer. Blanchard, a big shot politician. One backs Richie, the other backs me. And each of them goes around acting like they was plaster saints. That's what I'm laughing at. But boys.
Yeah, boss.
Pack your rods. And we'll take 2 cars in the garage and go out to Carlton Gregg's place. I don't know why the Green Hornet would want to tell me this stuff, but if it's true, I'll figure that out later.
Kato, after leaving Arley Street hurriedly, had circled back and parked the Black Beauty in a dark alley a short distance away. Now, waiting in a darkened doorway across the street from Steuben's house, he saw the lights go out inside. A few minutes later, 2 cars emerged from the alley to the side of the house.
Oh, golly, they do like Mr. Fred expect. Oh, now I do what he tell me.
Kato, having removed his mask, walked to a nearby tavern where business was still in progress. No one paid attention as he entered the telephone booth directly inside the street doorway.
hello, Commissioner Higgins? I called for the Green Hornet. Oh, you listen, I tell you something quick. Right now, crook Richie McClure is in home.
At Carlton Gregg's home, the Green Hornet, hiding in a room next to the library, had heard Richie McClure and Bingo gain admittance to the house a short time before. 20 minutes passed before a sleepy-eyed but alert Carlton Gregg put in his appearance. Now Gregg, visibly angry, faced the two mobsters.
Richie, after all I've warned you, you come here anyway.
Look at this letter, then you'll know why I came. Here, look at it.
Say, that's a Green Hornet seal, isn't it? Let me see. Richie, when did you get this?
Tonight, an hour ago. I would have called, only you told me that...
I know what I told you. A Green Hornet throwing in with Steuben's mob. I don't like this.
Oh, maybe it's not true. Maybe he's just bluffing.
Why would he do that?
He's a smart operator, that Hornet. Could be he knows what the score is, and he
Hold up.
wants us...
What was that? Richie, do you have other men with you?
No, we left my men at my place in case the Hornet or Jig's mobs tried any tricks.
Well, I heard cars outside and...
Hello, Richie. Hello, Gregg.
Jig Steuben. Richie, you did this. It's a cross.
What are you guys talking about, huh? You see all those guns my boys are holding? Pay attention to them.
How'd you get in here, Jig?
Well, the door wasn't locked. Thanks for making it easy, Gregg. Else we might have had to shoot our way in.
The Hornet was right, Jig.
Yeah, Charlie. He said you two would be here, but I didn't expect to see my old pal Bingo with you.
Jig, you know how it is. A guy's got
A guy's got to shut up, Bingo, when I'm talking. Richie, you caused me a lot of trouble these past weeks. Your boys knocked off some of my best men.
I wish they'd have got you, Jig. They would have, too, if they knew where you were hiding.
Look who's talking. You must have been dug down deep with the groundhogs. My boys were out after you, too.
And now we have him, huh, Jig?
Yeah. But best of all, we have Mr. Big himself. Why'd you back me, Gregg? Why'd you have to pick a heel like Richie to front for you?
Jig, before you do anything rash, let me do some talking. Do you mean that you and Richie didn't plan this? That this isn't an attempt to frame me into making some sort of a concession?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't either, boss. I told you why I came here. The Green Hornet sent that note.
What's that, Richie? The Green Hornet sent you a note, too?
As if you didn't know. Doesn't your boss tell you what he does?
Blanchard never tells
Shut up,
anybody...
Charlie.
Blanchard? Ed Blanchard's backing you, Jig? My good friend, Ed Blanchard. So that's why he's been pumping me about Barra's affairs lately.
Charlie, I ought to bump you, you and your big mouth.
Jig, you mean the Green Hornet isn't your partner?
No. What gave you that idea?
The letter he threw in Richie's window tonight. Said he was working with you and warned Richie
Wait. Jig, I have the letter right here. Read it.
Huh?
Go on, this is no trick.
Keep 'em covered, boys. All right, let's see it. Well, what do you know? That's what he says. He's working with me. Well, maybe he is, and I don't know it, huh?
With his note, told you Richie was here.
The Hornet's note? But he didn't know I was here. Hey, boss, did you hear that? I swear I didn't tell anyone I was coming to this place.
This sounds like a typical Hornet play. Now that I recall, it was his messing in Tommy Barra's affairs that caused Tommy to get caught.
No kidding.
It's the truth. This could be a Green Hornet trick to help him get control of everything that belonged to Tommy. Everything that we have in our hands if we play it right. Jig?
What?
Jig, there's no reason why we should be rivals. There's enough money to be made to take care of us all. For 1,000,000 years if we live that long.
And?
Don't you see? The Green Hornet arranged this. So we'd kill each other off.
Oh, sure, that's the idea. I see it now. Don't you see it, Jig?
Yeah, maybe. But you'll say anything now because my boys have you ready for whatever I tell them to do.
Who else is out in the hall?
What?
Get back here, Bingo. Grab him, Chuck.
Out my jaw!
Now, don't try any more of your tricks. Stay put and shut up. You're not getting away. Like I was saying, Gregg.
Jig, listen, please. I'm leveling. I'll prove it to you. Don't let the Hornet ruin things for all of us. I have in this house everything that Tommy left. It's what gives me the edge over Blanche.
Boss, Bingo's right. There is someone in that hallway, see?
Where? Hey, the Green Hornet.
What?
Gas bombs for you.
No!
The mobsters fell to the floor unconscious. Their few shots went wild, landing nowhere near the Green Hornet. But Carlton Gregg, with quick reflexes, had placed a handkerchief over his mouth and nose. He stepped over the sprawled bodies and ran into the hallway. But the Green Hornet was waiting.
Oh, no, Gregg. You're not getting away.
Hornet, don't. Listen to me. If you'll let me talk...
Talk to the police. I hear their cars outside. This'll hold you.
As the Green Hornet's punch sent Greg to the floor unconscious, the Green Hornet ran through the hallway and out the rear door. Policemen, headed by Commissioner Higgins, swarmed through the open front door.
Shots weren't here. Be careful, men.
There's a fellow on the floor, dead. Oh, he's only out.
That's Carlton Gregg. Look after him. Let's get into that next room. Where are the police? You inside that room. Stay there.
Commissioner, look, a whole bunch of them all over the floor, unconscious. His gas. The Green Hornet was here, all right. You can tell that.
When he called, he said he'd be here. But he's gone now. Let's get these men awake and start questioning. I have a warrant with me, too. Start searching his house. I think we're ending a gang war, men.
In Reed's office next morning, Axford and Miss Case were discussing the bulletins that had been pouring over the local news wires since early morning.
Here's the best one yet. Ed Blanchard figured the others put him on the spot, so he's confessing his part in backing Jig Steuben.
Those crooked politicians will do anything to gain an advantage. If they can't make $1 million dishonestly, then they'll tell the truth so no one else can.
Well, another thing. The police ballistics department has already proved that guns found on Steuben and McClure's men killed or wounded a score of gangsters during the past week.
They'll all go to jail, and Greg will go with them. Oh, the evidence they found in his own house to use against him.
Well, if he ever gets in the same cell block with Tommy Barra, I hate to think what'll happen to him.
Whatever happens will hardly be enough. The galling part is to know the Green Hornet got away. He'll still be around to plague us. There's one I'd like to have in the same room with me. Reed, if I did, you know what I'd do? I'd give him me fist right in the mug like this. I'd say, Green Hornet.
Let the Lextree Bedford gang war end. Greg Blanchard and leaders indicted. Read all about it. Green Hornet Aid Police. Let the Lextree Bedford.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Axford's Romantic Disaster. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
X-Tree, set it at X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Proof of Treason. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. The two men lounging near the payphone in the neighborhood drugstore consulted their watches.
It's 8 o'clock now.
I got 1 minute, too.
That's it, Dirk?
Yeah. I'll get it, Pop. It's for me. I'm expecting a call.
All right, all right.
Hello. Yeah, talking. He's there, huh? Okay, leave it to me and Brad. Don't worry.
All set?
All set. Baldwin just got home. Let's go.
Third house from the corner, right?
Right. His room is in the front, on the first floor. Got the grenade ready?
Sure.
Don't miss.
I never miss. Baldwin is finished.
There's the house.
Step on it.
An hour later, Axford was discussing the case with Britt Reed and Miss Case in the publisher's office.
So they drove past, and one of them threw a grenade into the front room, blew it to smithereens. A gangster's job, said I to Burke when he told me about it. It would seem to be, says he, but Baldwin is no gangster.
Well, is he sure of that, Michael?
The man is a professor, Casey. There's little enough we have on him in our files. A few stories, a picture,
Is
but...
that the file?
It is.
That's it?
Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
One of the stories is about his coming to the university from Washington, where he was doing some research. There's an interview on the subject of, what is it, Reed?
Nuclear fission. The possibility of adapting atomic energy to commercial use.
Well, Mr. Reed, has he been connected with any of the government projects?
No, Miss Case.
Just the same, he has a lot of know-how about busting the atom. And so it's my theory that it wasn't any gangsters who were after him. It was a bunch of Reds. Who else would want to kill him?
In that case, the federal men will be investigating the murder.
Murder? Who said anything about murder?
Well, what else would you call it?
For there to be a murder, there has to be someone killed.
Well, you've certainly led us to believe Professor Baldwin was killed.
I said his room was blown to bits. He didn't happen to be in it at the time.
Oh, no.
He was out in the kitchen helping his landlady raise a window that was stuck.
Oh, Michael.
They had no trouble at all with the window after the explosion.
Oh, you old fraud.
It was an attempted murder. There's no doubt of that.
Yes, but I'm not sure that I agree with your theory, Axford.
That it was Reds who were behind it?
Well, I can understand they might be interested in what the professor knows, but killing a man is a poor way to get information from him.
True thing, Reed.
Since Baldwin's alive, I suppose the police have questioned him.
They have.
Does he have any enemies?
Well, he says not. He says that it must have been a mistake, that the grenade was intended for someone else.
Possible. Well, keep me informed if there are any developments, Axford. We'll let the rest of these letters go until tomorrow, Miss Case.
Thank you.
As soon as Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, he dialed Commissioner Higgins' private number.
Hello?
Britt Reed, Commissioner.
I had an idea I'd have a call from you.
Concerning Professor Henry Baldwin?
Exactly. You want to know whether those hoodlums made a mistake?
Well, did they?
Well, I'm not sure. I questioned the professor myself.
Oh, what did he say?
He gave a very good imitation of a petrified pedagogue.
Imitation?
Well, that's the way it seemed to me.
Well, you don't believe the bombing was a mistake, then?
Why don't you question the professor yourself?
Is that an order, sir?
Well, I'm not in any position to give orders to you.
Is he still at the 3rd Street address?
No, he's moved into the Weston Hotel a few blocks away.
Room number?
324.
324, Weston Hotel.
The doorman at the freight entrance goes off duty at 11 o'clock.
It's close to that now. You must have some reason for not trusting the professor.
Well, I didn't have at the time I talked to him. But since he checked into the Weston, he made a telephone call to River 41180.
That means nothing to me.
Well, that number belongs to Wilkes Sherman.
Oh, the reform candidate for mayor.
Reform. We have the cleanest city administration this town has ever known. Sherman's a demagogue who's appealing to every prejudice. If he's elected... Oh, hold the wire. They're buzzing me from homicide.
I'll be here. Kato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Mask and gas gun.
We have written down the address, number 324, Weston Hotel. We need tools to open a window in Rudolph Hotel.
Oh, Britt,
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
this may break the case wide open. A woman in the rooming house where Professor Baldwin lived caught the license number of the car. The one that was used in the murder attempt.
Good.
We've traced it. Belongs to Dirk Kato. He's a known hoodlum. We're going after him.
You know where to find him?
Apartment 615, the Washington Arms. We may be able to break the case, though, through the usual channels now.
Yeah, whatever you say, Commissioner.
There's no need to be so resigned. Your man Axford is here. You'll get the story as soon as anyone.
Good night, Commissioner.
Good night.
Well, then we not go out tonight, Mr. Britt?
You heard what the Commissioner said, Kato?
He talks very loud.
Well, we're going out. First, we'll see what happens at 1000 River Street.
Sergeant Burke and Axford took the rickety elevator to the 6th floor of the Washington Arms.
Suppose he isn't in.
He's in. The patrolman on the beat saw him come in about an hour ago. Yep, here we are, 6th floor.
611, 613. That's the next one.
He's in. Kato, open up. It's no use stalling. We know you're in there. Open the door, Kato. This is the police.
Just a second.
Open this door. We'll break it down.
Hey, what's the idea of waking a guy up in the middle of the night?
Do you always whistle in your sleep, Kato?
Turn on the lights, Axford.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't want to be disturbed. What's on your so-called mind? Well, say something.
You'll do the talking, Kato.
About what?
About Professor Baldwin.
Baldwin? Never heard of him.
Then why'd you throw a grenade into his room tonight?
Me? You're crazy. I was at a movie. A triple feature at the Criterion. I was in there from 6 o'clock until 11.
Your car was spotted on 3rd Street. A few minutes after 8.
My car hasn't been out of the garage all day.
We've just come from the garage. The hood's still warm.
I didn't take it out.
We have 2 witnesses who'll swear that you were driving it.
Oh, so it's that way, huh?
Yeah. You're in a tough spot, Duck.
This Baldwin mug. Is he dead?
And why shouldn't he be dead? With a grenade
That's enough,
exploding?
Axford. You're under arrest, Kato.
Now, wait a minute. Your witnesses must have seen somebody besides me in that car.
That doesn't make any difference.
Yes, it does. It was...
Those shots came from the building across the court.
There's someone up on the roof.
Yeah, I see him.
He's wearing a mask. Holy crow, that's the Green Hornet.
It was Britt Reed Sergeant Burke and Axford saw on the roof of the building next door. He had climbed up there to see what happened in Dirk's apartment when the police called on him. But it was not Britt who fired the shots that killed Dirk Kato. They had come from a room directly opposite the gangsters. Britt realized the police were after him, so there was no time to investigate. He ran down the fire escape on the far side of the building and sprinted through the alley to the Black Beauty.
What happened, Mr. Britt?
Kato was shot as the police were questioning him. Did you see a man come out of that building?
Oh, yes, he ran past here.
Which way did he turn at the corner?
Oh, to left.
After him.
There he is, getting into a blue car.
Hold it down. Follow him.
Is that the man who shoot Kato?
I'm almost sure of it, but the police think I did the shooting. Don't lose that car.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, what's the first thing you think of when you get home from school? I bet it's something good to eat. So you go straight to the kitchen for a tasty snack. And to make that snack a real delight, reach in your refrigerator for an ice-cold Orange Crush. Boy, it's just wonderful with a cheese sandwich or oatmeal cookies. Orange Crush is the most refreshing drink in the world. It sparkles, it tingles. It's just what you want when you're tired out and thirsty. And no orange drink you ever tasted can match the tangy, fresh fruit flavor of delicious Orange Crush. You see, Orange Crush is made with real oranges, fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. That's why you can drink all you want of swell-tasting Orange Crush. It's good for you. Tell that to your mom, and tell her you really love it. Tell her you'll sure appreciate it if she'll keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. She can get it at her grocer's in 6-bottle handy packs. And when you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure that's what you get. Don't say orange, say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps flavor in. So always ask for and be sure you get genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. The gunman in the blue sedan drove carefully until he left the city behind. Then he stepped hard on the accelerator. He followed the lake road, and half an hour later reached a cluster of summer cottages. With one exception, all of them were dark. The gunman parked his car in a grove of trees next to a maroon convertible and hurried toward the cabin that housed a dim light in the front room.
Okay, I got him just as the police started to grill him.
You had no chance to talk?
No, but it was dangerous business shutting him up. I might have been caught.
It had to be done. Not being a member of the party, he couldn't be trusted. You made a clean getaway?
I think so.
Yeah. We've had a number of lucky breaks tonight. I've had a phone call from Baldwin.
The what?
You heard me.
It's alive. I didn't get him.
And it's very fortunate you didn't.
But we have strict orders.
The execution must wait. It turns out that Baldwin hasn't been a complete fool. When he decided to break with the party, he also decided to protect himself in the same way others have done.
He has evidence against you?
Yes. Transcripts of secret documents in my handwriting that I passed on to him for typing and microfilming.
But you haven't done any of that work for 3 years.
He planned ahead. He knew I was slated for a political career, and that the party wouldn't like to lose their investment in me.
If he were to turn that evidence over to the authorities...
He's more interested in living.
What did he tell you?
That he must make a phone call once a day to a certain person. If he doesn't, the person has instructions to mail an envelope to Washington.
So we can't touch him until we get the envelope.
That's it.
If we just had him here for a few hours.
Either here or someplace even more remote. Say, look out. Behind you, Brad. The kitchen door.
What?
It's the Green Hornet.
Take it.
You shot him.
Yes. You'll be out for an hour. Now, let's see if you're armed.
No.
Sit down.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
I'm delivering your friend to the police.
Why?
Because they're looking for me for the murder of Dirk Kato. And I don't like to be accused of murders I didn't commit.
You followed Brad here?
Of course. Well, it looks as if you'll have to find someone else to help you with your plans.
How long have you been out in the kitchen?
Long enough. So you'd like to get Professor Baldwin someplace where you can work him over?
Yes, I would.
How much would you pay?
$500.
Make it $5,000.
It's a deal. You deliver him here?
No, I'll pick the place. You'll be hearing from me.
What are you going to do with Brad?
Drop him off someplace where he can be found easily.
The police will never be able to prove he shot Dirk?
You think not? Just wait until they check the gun he's carrying. The slugs we fire from it will match the ones they find in Dirk. And just in case you plan to make trouble...
I promise you I'll not interfere in any way.
I'll make sure of it.
No.
All right, Kato. Give me a hand with this hoodlum.
What do we do with him?
Leave him somewhere near headquarters. Then call the commissioner and tell him where he can be found.
You tell Commissioner everything we hear?
Of course.
What'd he do about it?
Send the information over to the federal authorities. Let's go.
As a result of the Green Hornet's activities that night, the killer, Brad Carson, was in jail the following morning, and the district attorney prepared to prosecute. The commissioner and Britt had lunch together at the City Club.
Carson will be convicted, there's no doubt of it. I only wish there was some way we could tie Sherman in with the case.
Carson would have to talk.
There's no chance of that.
What about the espionage angle?
Federal men have had no luck with the professor. He denies ever having been a member of the party. He says that Sherman is a complete stranger. Never even heard his name till he came here.
Well, I can think of one way to get the professor's evidence.
Well, how?
Well, if the professor doesn't telephone his friend, whoever he or she is, the evidence will be sent to Washington.
Are you suggesting that we hold him incommunicado?
I realize that'd be impossible for you.
For anyone, Britt.
Of course. Well, I must be getting back to the office, Commissioner.
Will you be here tomorrow?
No, I'll be out of town for a few days. I'll be seeing you, Commissioner.
That night, the Black Beauty raced through the streets of the city once more. Professor Henry Baldwin was wakened from a troubled sleep by a knocking at the door of his hotel room.
Who's there? Leave it at the desk. I'll pick it up in the morning.
It's urgent, Professor. It must be delivered at once in person.
Very well.
I'm coming in.
You're masked. The Green Hornet. What do you want?
Get dressed, Professor. I'm taking you to Sherman.
No.
And advise you to come quietly. Otherwise, I'll have to use force.
You wouldn't dare shoot me. If you do, the whole truth will come out about Sherman.
He doesn't want that to happen.
Then go back to him. Tell him that if I'm not able to make a telephone call at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, he'll go to jail for espionage.
There's plenty of time to talk between now and 8 o'clock.
You promise that no harm will come to me?
Yes, I can promise that. If you don't make any trouble.
Very well, then. I'll come with you. Perhaps Sherman and I had better have a talk. When we've finished, he'll be convinced that he must leave me alone. I'll be ready to go in 5 minutes.
Half an hour later, Wilk Sherman received a call from the Green Hornet.
Hello?
Sherman?
Yes.
This is the Green Hornet. I'm ready to collect that $5,000.
You've taken him prisoner? Where is he?
Meet me at the 23rd Street Wharf in 15 minutes.
It will take me a little time to round up some men.
You'll come alone? Not at all.
But if we're to make him talk, I'll need help.
I'll give you all the help you need.
You're asking me to trust you a great deal.
You're afraid I'll knock you over the head and take the $5,000?
Frankly, yes.
You didn't bring it with you. I'll collect later.
Well, in that case...
15 minutes.
I'll be there.
When Sherman reached the foot of 23rd Street, he found the Green Hornet waiting for him in a speedboat tied to the dock.
Get in.
What's the idea of the boat?
Professor's on board that cruiser anchored out in the river.
A cruiser. Not a bad idea.
Hurry up.
Yes.
Britt tied up alongside the cruiser and led the way up the Jacob's ladder to the deck.
This is quite a boat, Hornet. Where did you get it?
I borrowed it.
Where's the professor?
Come along.
Yeah.
Forward to the chart room. In here.
Let's have some light.
Inside.
What the? No, the gun!
Now to get underway.
Britt tied the speedboat to the stern of the cruiser, and a few moments later, the cruiser's engine began to throb. Showing only its running lights, it made a wide circle in the river and headed out into the lake. At dusk, 3 days later, the cruiser was anchored in a sheltered cove miles to the north of the city. Britt Reed prepared 2 trays of food in the galley. The first he carried to a small cabin below decks.
Time to eat again, Professor.
I'm not hungry.
Sit down and eat.
Very well. I don't understand this. Why should Sherman want to keep me a prisoner? Means political suicide for him. Means prison.
And what does it mean for you, Professor?
The end of fear.
How's that?
No, it's hard to explain. But there was a full confession in the envelope that was sent to Washington 2 days ago. I described how I happened to join the party and everything I did while I belonged to it. I gave all my reasons for breaking away. Now that the confession's been read, I'll probably go to jail myself. If I live long enough, that is.
You live.
But the strange thing is that faced with prison, I feel free for the first time in years. That's why I'm no longer afraid.
When the professor had finished eating, Britt took the tray and locked the cabin once more. The second tray was taken to the chart room above deck, where Sherman sat in a chair bound hand and foot. His hands were untied so he could eat. Sherman picked up an argument that had been going on for 3 days.
Admit it, Hornet. You're holding me for ransom.
I admit nothing.
I've told you who to contact. Have you managed to do it yet?
How could I contact anyone? I haven't left the boat.
You have a shortwave radio on board. I've heard you sending code.
Naturally.
I mean a code of your own. I've picked up some of the words, but they don't make sense. Why not admit that you're keeping in touch with a Confederate on shore? All I want to know is whether he's contacted my men yet.
Don't you want any more to eat?
No.
And I'll tie your hands again.
After taking the tray back to the galley, Britt tuned in the shortwave transmitter and began to send. Almost at once, he received an answer. He copied down the incoming message letter by letter, and then sent a message to stand by. He decoded the message he had received.
Have reported your cruiser stolen. Coast Guard now searching for it. All newspapers carrying headlines on Professor's confession and proof of Sherman's guilt. Federal men looking for both Professor and Sherman.
Hurriedly, Britt wrote a sentence, coded it, and sent a last message and a sign-off.
Meet me, Windmill Point, 10 o'clock, the convertible.
Shortly before 10 o'clock that evening, Axford hurried into Miss Case's office with a flash bulletin.
Casey, will you look at this? They found Mr. E's cruiser.
Where?
Adrift in the middle of the lake. There's something wrong with the engine. They're towing it into the yacht club.
Was there anyone on board?
There was, and that's the big news.
Who?
Sherman and the professor.
Heavens. Well, the federal men will be waiting to arrest them.
Sherman, anyway. It's the general consensus of opinion that the professor hasn't done enough to be prosecuted. He's more of a hero than a criminal.
You'd better get to the yacht club as fast as you can.
I'm on me way!
At 10:30, Kato parked the convertible in front of the yacht club, and Britt, wearing the light topcoat and hat Kato had brought him, got out of the car and started for the pier, which was crowded with people. The first person he recognized was Axford.
Reed, you got back from your vacation just in time.
In time for what?
The Coast Guard found your boat.
Well, I'm glad of that.
But that's only the beginning. They found Sherman and Professor Baldwin on board it. Sherman was trying to get the engine started, and the professor was tied hand and foot and locked in the cabin below decks.
Well, does that mean Sherman was holding the professor a prisoner?
Of course it does, but he denies it. Says he didn't even know the professor was on board. He has some wild tale about the Green Hornet.
Oh, what sort of a tale?
Oh, that it was the Hornet who stole the boat. That it was the Hornet who had been holding him, Sherman that is, a prisoner. And that just a few hours ago, the Hornet steers the boat into the middle of the lake, does something to the engine, cuts Sherman's ropes, jumps into a speedboat he'd been towing, and takes off for the shore. Now, who could believe anything like that?
Oh, who indeed?
But Sherman has a lot more to worry about than a charge of stealing your cruiser. Have you read about the professor's confession?
Yes, I have a copy of the Sentinel in the car.
Well, he's ready to back up his confession with his personal testimony. He'll get off scot-free, mark my words. And instead of being our next mayor, Sherman will be just a number.
Yeah. Oh, there's the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, hello, Reed. I haven't time to talk, but I hope you had a nice vacation.
I had a wonderful time. I wish you'd been with me.
No, thank you. Your idea of a wonderful time isn't mine. I'd just as soon spend a vacation with the Green Hornet.
Sentinel Extra, paper, Red's indicted for spying. Wilt Sherman branded as spy. Read all about it. Green Hornet escape. Sentinel Extra, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Jeff Warren's Safe. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of the Hawk Ridge Gems. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sunproof Orange Crush brown bottle. The exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. Jimmy Edmonds, owner of the swank nightclub, the Place Coronado, stood in his office and watched the beautiful young cigarette girl push back the panel on the wall. There was a loudspeaker built into the wall behind the panel, and above it was a series of switches numbered in sequence from 1 to 40. The girl pushed down one of the switches tentatively.
And, honey, there's nothing in the world you can't have if you'll only tell Daddy what he wants to hear.
Billy, shut that off.
Don't be afraid, little honey baby. Daddy isn't the kind.
All those old guys are the same line.
I don't want to listen in on any other tables. What about the woman who's wearing the emeralds?
They must be worth $50,000, Jimmy. She and her husband are at table 17.
Well, then let's hear what's going on there. Switch on the mic at 17.
I said to this Wall Street fellow man, I said, if that yacht of yours is only worth $2 million, I don't want it. I'm not interested in a cheap boat. You should have seen his jaw drop.
Turn it off, Billy.
What's the matter, Jimmy? Aren't you interested?
Certainly. I can tell those Texas oil millionaires a mile off. I don't have to listen to them talk to learn if they're worth bothering with. Tell Michelle to spike the drinks and have Abby in the powder room ready to do her stuff.
The cigarette girl, Billy, left Edmund's office. She returned about an hour later.
Have you been listening in on 17?
Yes. Michelle must have given the woman an extra dose in her drink. She became ill fast.
It's all right, though. She went to the powder room and fell asleep. Abby was able to go through her purse. The woman's Mrs. Burton Hawkridge. She had her hotel room key with her. She and her husband are from Houston, Texas. They're in suite 900 at the Varney Plaza.
Hand me a sheet of paper till I jot down that information.
Edmonds wrote a note, folded the sheet of paper, and slid it inside a package of cigarettes which Billy had opened. As she smoothed the top of the package back into place, Edmonds inquired,
Are Phil and Jerry sitting at their regular table?
Yes. I'll see that they get the note at once. Cigars, cigarettes. Cigars, cigarettes. Cigars, cigarettes.
What about it, Jerry? You want a cigar?
No, Phil.
You'll want cigarettes, though, mister. These are special.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks. Here, keep it changed.
Thank you, sir. Cigars, cigarettes.
Jerry, let's get out of here right away. This means action.
Okay.
Taxi, gentlemen?
Now we'll walk.
It's okay, Phil. No one's following us.
Let's get over near the arc light. And here we are.
What is it, Phil?
900 the Varney Plaza. We've a job, Jerry.
Varney Plaza? You got a pass key for there?
You name the hotel, I have the pass key. I didn't hop bells in all the good hotels in this town just for the tips.
The management may not remember I ever worked in their places, but I sure made an impression. An impression of their pass keys on wax.
Mr. and Mrs. Burton Hawkridge entered their suite at the Varney Plaza shortly after 5 a.m. Two men leaped from the darkness and grabbed them, pushing handkerchiefs with chloroform tight against the noses and mouths of the couple. Man and wife collapsed.
That was easy. Now we bind and gag him, take the diamonds she's wearing, then we'll search the place.
Yeah, but wait till I put the don't disturb sign on the door. We don't want to be hurried.
Undetected, the two crooks made their way down the fire stairway and through a side exit of the hotel. The day employees had not yet come on duty, and no one saw them step into their car and drive away. Police Commissioner Higgins shared with two other persons in the city the knowledge that Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was the Green Hornet. The other two were Reed's valet Kato and his secretary Lenore Case. On the afternoon of the robbery, Reed was driving with Higgins when word came over the commissioner's automobile radio of the robbery at the Varney Plaza.
Let's get there at once, Reed. This is the 5th hotel jewel robbery in a month.
You have a bad situation on your hands, Commissioner.
Well, I have more than that. I have a crime wave to contend with, and a good chance of being asked to resign. I certainly hope they have some clues to go on in this case.
At the hotel in Suite 900, they found Lieutenant Tom Allen in charge of the detectives who had appeared on the scene a short time before. Allen told Higgins and Reed the story of the holdup and ended,
I'm betting the crooks saw the jewels first at the Coronado.
I've noticed that a few of the other jewel thief victims were at the Place Coronado, too, before they were robbed.
That's right. Jimmy Edmonds, who runs the place, is a smart operator, though. I've questioned him about the other robberies, and he's had perfect alibis and stories to tell. But I'll see him again on this one.
Well, let's do that now. We three will go together.
In the lobby of the hotel, Reed placed a telephone call to the Daily Sentinel and gave all the known facts of the robbery. Then Higgins and Allen and he went at once to the Place Coronado. Except for a porter working in the lobby, the nightclub seemed deserted. The three men walked across the dance floor to the rear of the place.
Edmund's office is back here off the corridor opposite the kitchen. He must be in. The radio's on in his office.
Jimmy Edmonds opened his office door in response to Allen's knock. The lieutenant introduced his companions, and Edmonds assumed the air of genial host.
Well, this is a rare privilege, having such distinguished guests this early in the evening. Or is it afternoon?
It's 4:15.
Thanks. I lose all track of time when I'm in the office here. Really, I'm a hermit. But it's the way I like to be. No personal contacts and no telephones. I haven't left this office at night in, I'd say more than a month.
That's getting a point across, Edmonds. But let's get to the reason why we're here. You know why we've come, don't you?
I'll hazard a guess. I know that you usually make your visits because you have the quaint notion I may have knowledge of your unsolved gem robberies. So I imagine this time it's about that woman, Mrs. Hawkridge, who was robbed last night.
You're right. She was here last night, Edmund.
Oh, was she? I wouldn't know about that. I didn't leave the office until after closing
That's
time.
enough. You planted that part already, and I'm sure you have witnesses who'll swear you were with them after you left here.
That's very true, Lieutenant. I have. Prominent witnesses, too, Lieutenant. Oh, gentlemen, pardon me a moment, will you? I'll turn off my radio. I find it difficult to converse when the radio's on. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? I love good music. Keep my set tuned to only one station all the time. WGWT. The best in music, no interruptions, and the news every hour on the hour.
All right. Let's forget about your likes and dislikes, Edmonds. Now suppose you let me ask some questions.
For 15 minutes, Lieutenant Allen, with an occasional assist from Commissioner Higgins, asked questions of Jimmy Edmonds. Edmonds answered with seemingly no attempt at evasion.
Gentlemen, only the very rich can afford to come here. And only the very rich can afford jewels of great worth.
Meaning that anyone who comes to the Place Coronado is the target for jewel thieves.
Possibly. But not because they come here. It's merely because they own jewels and are foolish enough to wear them in public.
Now, you, of course, never see their jewels if you remain as you say you do, alone, in your office, all evening.
You're perfectly right, Lieutenant.
But there are others who work in the club who have contact with your bejeweled clientele. Waiters and the like. I'd like to question them.
Certainly. However, they don't arrive here until 7 o'clock.
Then I'll return at 7 o'clock. Commissioner, as far as I'm concerned, that's all there is for now.
Well, we'll go then, Lieutenant.
I'll return at 7, Edmund.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Outside, Reed stopped his two companions before they could enter Commissioner Higgins' car.
Before we do or say anything more, I want to know something. Lieutenant, what time did you get to the Varney Plaza this afternoon?
On the Hawkridge case?
Yes.
3:50 exactly. The call to headquarters came in at 3:41.
Did you notify the newspapers at once?
No, I don't know that they've been notified yet.
Well, they have been. I called the Sentinel before we left the hotel. But that was a few minutes past 4.
Why are you citing all these times, Reed?
Because when we arrived at Edmund's office, the newspapers weren't on the street with the story. Station WGWT doesn't interrupt its programs for news bulletins. And the 4 o'clock newscast was over.
Hey, Mr. Reed, you know I didn't get that. Why, Edmonds gave himself away immediately, didn't he? The first time that's ever happened.
What are you talking about?
Commissioner, Edmonds said he thought Lieutenant Allen had come to see him about the Hawkridge jewel robbery. Don't you see?
Why, of course. But there's no way he could have learned about the robbery, is there?
Not if it didn't come over the radio before we arrived at his place. I'll call WGWT now. Commissioner, I've just talked to the WGWT newsroom. The 5 o'clock broadcast was the first time they mentioned the robbery.
That means Edmonds must have had knowledge of the robbery. Let's go back.
No, Commissioner. Edmonds will undoubtedly come up with some explanation for his slip. If he thinks we didn't notice it, well, what do you think, Lieutenant?
If that's the case, he might get careless again, providing we give him enough rope.
That's my thought. I think it might be a good idea to try and get him a bit jittery, if such a thing's possible.
Oh, I don't think it is. I've been trying to get something on him for too long to think that may happen.
Well, anyway, let's have dinner there tonight. Commissioner, you, Axford, and Miss Case are supposed to dine at my home this evening. Suppose I invite you to the Place Coronado instead.
Anything you say, Reed. But I can't understand what we could possibly learn by dining there.
Perhaps we'll learn nothing. But it'll be interesting to observe how Edmonds conducts his business from his isolated cell. I'll call Miss Case in Axford and tell him we'll pick him up at her home at 8:30.
All right. Meanwhile, I'll go back to headquarters.
Oh, Lieutenant, we'd like you to join us after you've completed your questioning.
I'll be glad to, Mr. Reed. Thank you.
Lenore Case and Axford accepted Reed's change in plans graciously. At the Place Coronado, the head waiter, Michel, was surprised when he saw his noted visitors, Reed and Higgins, with their guests. He raised his voice as he greeted them.
Commissioner, Mr. Reed. For two prominent men like you, we reserve table 23. Billy, if these gentlemen desire service, you will take care of them, please. Commissioner Higgins and Mr. Britt Reed at table 23.
Yes, of course.
Billy, the cigarette girl, hurried away, and the head waiter led Axford and Miss Case toward a table. Reed lagged behind, talking low to Commissioner Higgins.
Commissioner, you go to the table. I'm going to Edmund's office immediately.
Why?
To waste no time getting the wheels in motion. To let him know we're here.
Oh, all right. Find out where Allen is, too. I don't see him.
All right. Say, I think Edmonds may know we're here already.
Oh, do you see him?
No, but the cigarette girl's gone directly to his office. Announcing us, I imagine. Yeah, I'll be back shortly, Commissioner.
Reed went behind the heavy drapes that led to the rear of the club as Higgins went on with the others to the table assigned by the head waiter. Reed then walked along the corridor that separated the kitchen from Edmund's office. He was just about to knock on the door when the sound of voices inside the room caused him to halt in surprise.
Casey, you sit here. When Reed comes back from Edmund's office, he'll sit on the other side.
Well, that's Axford's voice.
Commissioner, aren't the flowers lovely?
They're beautiful, Miss Case. Oh, waiter, we'll wait before placing an order.
Somehow that man inside is listening to the people at our table.
Billy, cut that off. That fellow said Reed was coming to this office.
You know, I think I'll get myself...
I'll watch out for them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello, Edmonds. Commissioner Higgins and I have returned as guests.
Well, this is a surprise. Come inside, Mr. Reed. What brings you here again so soon?
Britt, his mind churning, saw no evidence of a loudspeaking system or electrical hookup of any kind in the room. He inquired about Lieutenant Allen, then left Edmonds' office quickly. A plan was in his mind. We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, have those goblins and spooks started ringing your doorbell yet? Well, don't let them scare you. I bet all they'll do is just say trick or treat. And then you can say, why, treat, of course, and treat them to delicious Orange Crush. Yes, Orange Crush is a grand treat on Halloween or any time. It's the most refreshing drink in the world. It sparkles, it tingles, it tastes so delightfully tangy. You know, Orange Crush is made from real oranges. Fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness comes right from nature. It's one drink that's actually good for you. You can drink all you want of swell-tasting Orange Crush. So, enjoy Orange Crush this Halloween night. Give it to your friends and those trick-or-treat spooks. It's the perfect Halloween drink. It's even a Halloween color, orange. If you don't have plenty on hand right now, tell Mom you want to get some right away. Get it in the 6-bottle handy packs, and be sure to ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's a world of difference. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps light out and keeps flavor in. Ask for, insist on genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Reed walked back through the drapes into the club and hurried to a telephone booth in the lobby.
Kato, listen to me. Do you know where the Place Coronado is? Good. I'll tell you what to do and where to meet me. Get the Black Beauty.
Reed returned to his table, his manner apologetic.
Miss Case, Commissioner Naxford, I'm sorry. You'll have to excuse me at least for a while.
Excuse you? Why?
Is something wrong, Mr. Reed?
Well, I was in Mr. Edmonds' office when it occurred to me that I'd neglected a matter of personal business. I'll take care of it now and get back here shortly. By the way, Commissioner, Lieutenant Allen tells me
look
that...
at Reed, will you now? He's not being polite. Whispering to Commissioner Higgins like that.
She's telling him about Lieutenant Allen, that's all.
I know. But if I were to whisper in company, you'd say that
I'm sorry, Axford. I was merely asking Commissioner Higgins to pick up the check in the event I'm forced to stay at the office. I'll try to return, though. I'll see you all. Have fun.
He's going to the office, he said. But I thought
he
was...
has personal business to attend to there, Axford. Some editorials to check and... Oh, come on, let's not talk shop. We'll order dinner and keep the conversation light. We'll do that, huh, Miss Case? Keep the conversation light?
Yes, Commissioner. Yes.
Britt Reed took a taxicab outside the Place Coronado and rode a few blocks. He left the taxi at that point.
Here you are.
Thanks, Hop.
Then walked back till he came to a darkened side street. He found Kato waiting there in the shadow of a building.
Oh, here is letter, Mr. Britt. I read in it all the things you say. I put Green Hornet seal on it.
Good. I'll plant that.
I have gas bombs, a gas gun, and Green Hornet mask and car. Also have black coat and hat for you to wear.
Then let's go to the Black Beauty and I'll get them.
Black Beauty parked in alley down street. Mr. Britt, you know how rear of club is laid out?
Yes, I studied it as I left Edmund's office tonight. The corridor runs from the club into the alley. There's a large switch box on the wall inside the entrance near the kitchen. Now, we know the kitchen window looks out on the alley, and that's all we need to know. Let's go, Kato.
The Black Beauty reached the darkened alley behind the Place Coronado kitchen without incident. The Green Hornet ordered the car backed into the area so that it might take off again quickly in case of pursuit.
You wait until I get inside that rear entrance before you throw the gas bomb through the window. I'll need time to get to the light switch.
Yes, Mr. Briggs.
The Place Coronado kitchen was a beehive of activity as usual. Suddenly, the entire kitchen was plunged into darkness.
The lights are out! Hey, what's up?
Then the window crashed, and suddenly acrid fumes filled the room.
Yes, we are being gassed.
The lights in Jimmy Edmonds' office had gone out, too. The club owner groped his way to the door, opened it, and stepped into the pitch-black corridor. He could hear dance music from the club proper. Across the corridor, he heard the sound of people in the kitchen, choking and sputtering. Then he smelled the fumes. Placing a handkerchief over his nose and mouth, he crossed the corridor and plunged through the swinging doors to the kitchen. And as he did, the Green Hornet groped in through the door to Edmonds' office and closed the door behind him. He clicked on a pinpoint flashlight, played it along the wall, and stopped it at the divan. He hurried to the divan, pulled it back slightly from the wall, then crouched behind it. Jimmy Edmonds, still protecting his nose and mouth, left the kitchen and returned to the corridor. He made his way groping to the electric switch box. It was open, and he pulled the switch down. Immediately, the lights in the corridor went on. And then he saw the letter propped on top of the fuse box. Edmonds grabbed it and opened it. The seal at the end of it caught his eye.
The Green Hornet? What's he doing?
Jimmy, is something wrong? I saw the lights out back here.
You mean the people out front didn't hear what's been happening in the kitchen?
No, is something wrong?
Is something wrong? Someone threw a gas bomb. But never mind. Let's get into my office, quick. I want to read this.
Inside the office, Edmonds finished reading the Green Hornet's note.
Billy, this fellow, the Green Hornet, says I gave myself away to the police today. He says that Lieutenant Allen has cracked my alibi and knows who pulled the Hockridge job.
Oh, but that Allen Flatfoot is sitting at the table with the police commissioner now. You think maybe they spotted Phil and Jerry?
The boys are at their table tonight?
Sure. It's the way you want it, isn't it? If they disappeared, then...
Billy, take a note to Phil. I'll write it this minute. I think he'd better take the jewels from his place and get them to Rankin tonight.
Rankin? Who's he?
The jeweler, our fence. He has all the other stuff hidden away in his place, and... But never mind. Just wait till I write this. All right. There you are. Put it in a cigarette package. Don't go to that table directly. Move around a while and see if that Allen is watching Phil and Jerry before you give them the note.
Okay, but what happened in the kitchen? You didn't tell me.
Let that go. Get out of here. I'll listen in on that table where Higgins and Allen are. They haven't said anything worth listening to since they came in. Maybe they'll change soon.
You're getting yourself all upset.
Go on, will you? The Green Hornet. Why should he gas my kitchen force just to drop a note that says... I'd better put on the listening box first.
Edmonds walked to the wall and slid back the panel. He was about to press the button beneath the number marked 23 when he saw the movement behind the divan. He turned quickly.
The Green Hornet!
With gas.
Now to get out of here.
Before leaving, the Green Hornet scribbled a note and placed his seal on it. Then he left Edmonds' office and ran through the corridor to the rear of the club. A man in a chef's cap was in the alley, gasping for breath, and the Green Hornet grabbed him.
This is better than I expected. I can use you. If you don't want to get killed, go into that club and yell for the police. The police commissioner is at table 23. Take this letter to him.
Don't use that gun. I'll take the letter. I'll do what you say.
Trembling, the man turned and, with letter in hand, rushed through the corridor to the main body of the nightclub. The Green Hornet watched for a moment, then turned and disappeared in the alley. Axford was the one who saw the chef first.
Hey, Casey, look at the chef waving something over his head like it was a flag. Is this a floor show?
Help! Police! Commissioner! Police! Quick!
Lieutenant Allen. Yes, I hear him, Commissioner.
Hey, you!
The crowd was on its feet, fascinated by the man in white who waved a letter wildly and shouted.
Police! The Green Hornet!
Police!
Oh, what's the matter? I'm a policeman. Here's my badge. What's wrong?
The Green Hornet, he give me this. See?
Yeah, let me read that. I have the letter, Alan.
The Green Hornet, he said. Commissioner, what's in that letter you're reading?
Say, this is it. Alan, read this.
Yeah.
Edmonds in his office, knocked out, it says.
And he says the cigarette girl... Well, look, she with two men at that side table. Hey, you! Stop or I'll shoot! Stop or I'll shoot!
As Phil and Jerry started to run toward the lobby, Brick Reed, now minus the dark coat he had worn as the Green Hornet, appeared in the doorway.
There's Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed!
He did it, Miss Case. Oh, Reed, stop those men. Don't let them get away.
He has one of them.
Glory be. Reed knocked him out with a punch.
And Allen's caught the other. Oh, great. I'll get the girl and we'll hurry back to Edmonds' office. Here, you, miss. Cigarette girl. I want you.
The next morning, Axford was in Brick Reed's office reviewing the climax to the events of the night before.
And what we didn't find out at once, that girl Billy told in her confession. Reed, that fella Edmonds could listen in on every table in the place. The panel and the loudspeakers were there for us to see when we went in.
Yes, I saw them.
Well, that's right. You got in at the tail end, didn't you?
Mr. Reed caught one of the robbers.
Oh, I almost forgot that. You got the one that used to be a bellhop and who had the hotel pass key.
Yes, he was really Edmund's most important partner.
Oh, I don't think he was. In the excitement of the night, the most important one got away.
You mean the Green Hornet?
Well, who else? It was his falling out with Edmonds that made him gas bomb the kitchen. Then he went and squealed on his partner, telling about the listening-in machine and the cigarette girl taking a message to the two crooks.
He even gave the name of the fence who had all the stolen jewelry.
That's right. He gave the whole thing away and got away himself, the biggest crook of them all.
You still talking about the Green Hornet?
Sure. You don't think I'm talking about Reed, do you?
That's the extra pepper, jewel, theft, sound, loot recovered, Edmonds and gang indicted. Read all about it. Green Hornet escapes. That's the extra pepper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled A Friday Morning in the Mountains. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra, settle extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of Axford's romantic disaster. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. When Michael Axford entered Brick Reed's office, he was puffing on one of the large black cigars he'd been affecting of late. Lenore Case greeted him,
Hello, Michael. Hello, Casey.
and then, lost in a cloud of smoke, began to choke.
Michael, get that cigar away from here.
What's the matter with people? Don't they know they're supposed to appreciate the smoke of a man's cigar? All right, Casey. I put it out. Casey, I'm expecting a phone call from Laurel Elbowwoods. Tell me when she calls, huh? Oh, hello, Reed. I'm told you want me.
Yes, Axford. I want you to work on an assignment with Lowry and our science editor, Tom Hassel.
Oh, science, huh? What is it?
Well, scientists from all the allied countries are meeting in this city at the Ridgely Plaza Hotel. They'll be there for a week. It's a very important meeting.
Oh, I know. I read about it. Part of the NATO setup, isn't it?
Yes.
You mind if I smoke?
Yes, but go ahead anyway. Now, Axford, Lowry will do the straight reporting job. Hassel will cover the technical phases, and you'll write from the viewpoint of the man in the street who has no idea what they're talking about.
What was that?
Even you're choking on those things.
Oh.
Direct that smoke the other way, will you?
Okay. It'll mean blowing downwind, but I'll do it. Now, what were you saying?
Well, some of the great minds in NATO will be at the meeting, Axford. The open sessions will be so much eyewash.
Oh, I see. You mean there'll be lots of secret confabbing going on at other times, huh?
I'd imagine so. There are security regulations in force for those who have contact with the delegates. That's why it's necessary for you to get clearance.
At that moment, in a suite at the Ridgely Plaza Hotel, a strikingly beautiful woman paced the floor nervously as she talked with a suave but intense man who listened with half-closed eyes.
And I tell you, Raymond, it would be utterly impossible to get near Professor Wembley at any time. We've learned already that security measures are in force for this meeting. A man of Professor Wembley's importance
Will
simply
be easier to approach than a man of lesser stature. Wembley's a very independent person, Alita.
But a patriotic one.
Yes, that is the tragic part. Because if he were not, I'm sure that our people would know more than they do about this new supersonic weapon of his.
No more, you say? Raymond, they know absolutely nothing.
That is not so, Alita. They know for a certainty that plans for it exist. They also know that Wembley brought those plans to this country in order to discuss them with the American military authorities. And since he has not left the hotel since his arrival, we know that the plans must still be in his possession.
And all we have to do is get them.
Precisely. I suppose we descend to the cocktail lounge and have a few drams of what it takes to make one relax. Does the thought appeal to you?
Yes. But make it an hour from now, Raymond. You go to your suite while I bathe and change my frock. I'll ring you when I'm ready.
It took Michael Axford more than an hour to get his press pass and clearance papers from Dr. Bradford, head of the Credentials Committee. When he left the press relations office, he went to the hotel grill room for a belated lunch. The captain of waiters led Axford to a wall table, next to one occupied by a strikingly beautiful girl and a male companion. The girl, Alita Carlyle, was talking to her spy comrade, Raymond Lemire, and paid no attention to Axford. But Axford, impressed by the girl's beauty, decided to gain that attention. He spoke loudly to the captain.
I don't know whether I feel like eating right now. I'm kind of nervous.
Nervous, monsieur?
Yeah. You know how it is with those big newspaper men. Going all the time.
Monsieur is a newspaper man?
A newspaper man, yes. Why, I'm one of the best. Michael Axford of the Daily Sentinel, that's who I am. I'm here covering the scientific convention, that's what I'm doing. When great minds meet, it takes great minds to figure out what they're talking about. That's why my paper assigned me.
I see, monsieur.
Let me show you my press card. Now there. You see these papers? These papers show I'm a good security risk, that's what. I can go any place in this convention and talk to anyone I want to, providing they feel like being talked to. Yes,
Alita
sir,
Carlyle, though seemingly unaware of Axford, had heard his every word. As he talked, she whispered to her companion.
Leave at once, Raymond. Fate has indeed been kind.
You'll handle this fellow?
Of course. Brother, I shall see you later this evening.
But yes, darling sister, we shall meet again today by all means. You call me.
Au revoir.
And I expect the scientific magazines will be asking me to write some special stuff for them.
Oh.
I was saying to... what's the matter, lady?
Mademoiselle is not well.
Oh, but yes, I'm well, thank you. It's just that... But I never noticed, never. Pardon me, sir.
You're talking to me?
You will pardon my being forward, but you are Michael Axford, aren't you?
Yes. That's who I am.
The famous newspaper writer of the Daily Sentinel.
Now, how did you know that? You hear that, waiter? She knows who I am.
Am I too bold in talking to you like this?
Am I too bold if I ask you to join me in a little something or other? I mean, if you'll join
I'd
me.
love to. How thrilling, how very thrilling.
Oh, isn't it now? Waiter, bring the lady a leg of lamb.
No, please, no. I'll simply have a glass of sherry.
Mine an Irish flip. Half green chartreuse and half orange marmalade.
Oh, we was here.
Now, young lady, let's start talking. Hello, Katie. Is Reed in his office?
No, Michael, he isn't. He's at the aviation meet out at Mitchell Field. I don't expect him till after 7 o'clock.
You mean you'll have to work till he returns?
Oh, I have enough work here to keep him till 10 o'clock. Oh, Michael, I have a message for you. A Miss Laurel Elbowwood's called.
That one? Foster! I've got other plans. I think I'd better check on them right now, too. May I use your phone?
Go right ahead.
What's the number of the Ridgely Plaza? Do you know offhand?
Endicott... there it is on my pad. I wrote it down this morning.
I see it. Miss Carlyle, please. Room 402. Oh, hello, Lita. This is Mike. Oh, wonderful, thank you. I just got back to the office. Oh, what a thing to say. But then a lot of people tell me I'm kind of cute. Shut up, Katie. No, Lita, I was talking to my secretary. What about your brother, Lita? Did you see him? Ah, he did. That'll be nice. I'll be to your place at 7:30 then. That I will. Goodbye. Casey, that's the girl for me.
Alita, stop pacing the floor.
Raymond, why doesn't that foolish man get here? What time is it now?
Oh, let me see. 7:32. You see, it isn't... Oh, there he is. Let him in.
Do I look all right?
Ravishing, my dear. Go on.
Michael. Michael. Dear, darling Michael. How nice that you could come.
Good evening, Anita. I brought you these flowers to match your eyes.
Oh, how lovely. But, Michael, these are red roses.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to match your lips.
Oh, that's different. Michael, I want you to meet Raymond. Raymond, this is Michael.
How do you do?
I'm sure glad you're Alita's brother, not her, well, whatever you could be. Have a cigar?
No, thank you, but you go ahead, light up.
That I will.
Allow me to light it for you, Michael.
This is what I call service.
Alita.
Cigar. How terrible.
Well, I didn't mean to blow it like that. I was simply trying to get a light.
Will you please put that out? Can't you see the smoke affects her?
Oh, all right. I dig it out over here. There. I'm sorry, Alita.
Oh, it's all right, Michael. Quite.
Let's get down to business.
Business? What are you talking about?
Michael, I was telling Raymond about your assignment here at the hotel. He could hardly believe what I told him.
Why would that be hard to believe?
Because, well, he has a great reverence for men of science. He believes... But, Michael, you show him your credentials. That will prove to him that you meet these great men on an equal basis.
Well, sure, I'll show him. But how do you know that it's not them that have to try to get on my basis? Now, see, here's my security paper, my press cards in my wallet. And this here paper...
All right, get your hands up.
What?
Alita, take those papers from him.
What? That gun. And you, Alita...
Let me have those papers.
I will not...
Oh. You almost broke his head with that gun.
Never mind that. Give me those papers.
Here.
I'll get his wallet while you telephone.
I'll call from the public booth in the lobby.
All right. When you get Wembley's room, tell him the Sentinel has important information and wishes to chat with him in privacy. Say Axford will be there at 8.
All right, Raymond. What are you going to do with him?
Tie him, gag him, and place him in the linen closet. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of him. Professor Wembley, I'm Michael Axford of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yes, Mr. Axford. Your paper called and said you were on the way over. You're right on time. As a matter of form, may I see your credentials?
Certainly. Here they are.
Yes. Step inside, Mr. Axford. I hope you'll not keep me long. I have a dinner appointment in 15 minutes.
Then I'll not waste a minute.
A gun?
With a silencer. Here.
Oh!
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hello there, fellas and girls. There's one word in the English language I'm sure you often use. It's the word naturally. It's natural for you to use this word when you talk about the good things of life. And naturally is the word to use when you talk about Orange Crush. Yes, 'cause naturally it tastes better. You see, Orange Crush is made from the natural juices of fresh Valencia oranges, luscious, juicy, tree-ripened oranges of sunny California. So naturally, it tastes better. Better than any orange drink you ever tasted before. It's the world's leading orange drink. No other can match it for flavor. That tangy, fresh fruit Orange Crush flavor is so refreshing and satisfying. Your very first sip tells you why we say, naturally, it tastes better. Have plenty of delicious Orange Crush on hand to enjoy over the weekend. It's wonderful to serve with snacks when your friends drop in. Tell Mom you want Orange Crush today. Tell her it's good for you, too. That it's made from nutritious, fresh, natural orange juice. The whole family will love Orange Crush. So make sure you get enough. Buy it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush. 'Cause naturally, it tastes better. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Lenore Case was typing the last of Britt Reed's letters when at 8:43 the telephone rang.
I'll get it, Miss Case. Britt Reed speaking. Oh, hello, Dr. Bradford. I didn't expect it. What? What's that? Axford? Oh, it can't be. Well, certainly I'll be right over.
Mr. Reed, what's wrong?
Professor Wembley of the British Scientific Legation has just been shot. He may die. The police are looking for Mike Axford. They think he did it.
Michael?
That's what Bradford said. Come along, Miss Case. We'll go to the Ridgely Plaza together. And you're sure, Dr. Bradford, that it was Axford who was to interview Professor Wembley?
Positive. Wembley called me himself to clear the appointment for 8 o'clock. Wembley said he'd meet me for dinner at 8:15. When he didn't appear at 8:30, I went to his room. I finally had the bell captain let me in, and, well, you know the rest.
Is Professor Wembley conscious?
No, he may not live.
Doctor, no matter what the evidence may be against him, you can't make me believe that Michael Axford shot the man.
That will have to be proved.
You say some papers were stolen, too?
Yes. Wembley's documents were a shambles. Security agents are checking now. They think the plans for one of NATO's most important defense weapons is missing. I'll come in the next room with me. I'll have one of the security men talk to you.
At that instant, in Raymond Lemaire's room, Alita Carlyle was listening as her spy partner talked.
And you'll have to do it, Alita, because time is important.
Why can't we simply take the plans and make a run for it now?
It's impossible. Police and security agents are keeping all exits covered.
And we must remain here with the plans in our possession.
I've hidden them where no one will find them. When the excitement has died down, we'll recover them and leave the hotel nonchalantly. Right now, though, you had better see this man, Dr. Bradford, and tell him the story about Axford.
Back in Dr. Bradford's suite, Reed and Miss Case learned with certainty that the Wembley supersonic plans had been stolen. Reed, dazed, repeated his convictions of Axford's innocence.
Doctor, this is a spy's work. Axford is... Well, I don't know where he is now, but...
I just remembered, Mr. Reed. Why, he should be here in this hotel. I heard him telephone and say he would be.
What? Let's hear this, Miss Case.
Lenore Case told Reed and Dr. Bradford of Axford's call to the Ridgely Plaza.
And the girl's name was Alita. And her room was 402.
Well, let's go there at once.
Just a moment, Mr. Reed. Who's there?
Hamilton, Dr. Bradford.
Hamilton is top security agent here. Just a moment.
Dr. Bradford, this young lady wants
How
to...
terrible. Doctor, I've just been told what happened here.
I beg your pardon.
I'm Alita Carlyle. I'm staying at the hotel.
Yes. Room 402, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Did Mr. Axford say anything about me?
No, we merely know he had an appointment to see you.
Oh, that's the reason I had him paged downstairs and inquired about him. You see, he didn't keep his appointment.
When I heard Axford being paged, Doctor, I found out who was inquiring for him, and, well, it was Miss Carlyle. I asked her to come here.
Miss Carlyle, Axford was a friend of yours?
Oh, no, I met him only today. Well, I have theatrical ambitions. Mr. Axford offered to further them by getting me publicity in his newspaper. That's why we were to meet this evening.
Miss Carlyle, he didn't call you before or after 7:30?
Oh, no. I said when I left him at 3:30 that I'd meet him this evening in the lobby. We were to have dinner and discuss whatever plans he had to help me.
Alita Carlyle gave a slightly distorted account of her meeting with Axford and ended.
And now I find the police are looking for him, and I, for absolutely no reason, am being involved in the matter.
No, there's no involvement, Miss Carlyle.
Does your brother know anything of Mr. Axford's whereabouts?
Oh, Miss Carlyle, this is Miss Case.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My brother? Well, I have no brother. Why do you ask that?
Reed's brief warning look caused Miss Case to say,
Well, there's no reason, really.
Then I may go.
That's entirely up to Mr. Hamilton, Miss Carlyle. As far as I'm concerned, you may.
Perhaps I'll want to talk to you again later, Miss Carlyle. You will be in your room?
Yes, I can't very well leave the hotel, can I?
No. We're sorry about the necessity of having guards at all the doors, but it's a matter of grave importance, and the need for them is imperative.
I'll leave then. If Mr. Axford should call me, which I doubt now, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Bradford, I'm on my way to the room where Professor Wembley's being treated. Do you mind coming along? I have some things I'd like to ask you alone.
You'll pardon me, Mr. Reed?
Certainly. Miss Case and I are going downstairs. I want to have a search of my own started for Axford. It'll be cooperative, I assure you.
In the lobby of the hotel, Reed spoke to Lenore Case.
There was something about that Carlisle girl that struck me as false. That's why I stopped you from questioning her further upstairs.
She said she had no brother. Well, I heard Michael ask her distinctly over the telephone about a brother. And there was no talk of business either.
It's possible she is an actress and that her manner is always affected. That's the same. I'd like you to go to her room alone and ask Ann about her brother. Tell her you're from the Sentinel. See what she says then.
Do you think that?
I think nothing, Miss Case. I only know that Axford's on the spot and something's happened to him. Also, that important military plans are missing.
I do hope they find some trace of Michael.
And so do I. We have police and federal men on the lookout for him now, and I think perhaps the Green Hornet should look for him, too.
Green Hornet?
Yes. When you're after a spy and a possible murderer, you use every means possible to trap him.
What will the Green Hornet do?
Well, that depends in part on your reactions to what this Alita Carlisle says. While you go to her room, I'll telephone Kato and have him meet me on the next street with a mask and gas gun. He should be there in 15 or 20 minutes.
But you can't leave the hotel, Mr. Reed.
I can. Fortunately, the police and federal men know who I am. I'll not worry about that part.
Rick Reed telephoned to Kato and left the hotel after speaking to the officers in charge. Within 20 minutes, Kato appeared with a Green Hornet's mask and gas gun.
Oh, I bring a special key, too, Mr. Britt. I know Green Hornet may need that.
Hey, you're right, Kato. I should have told you that when I called. Thanks for remembering.
When Reed returned to the hotel lobby, Lenore Case was waiting.
Mr. Reed, that woman was lying tonight. Well, she may not have a brother, but she did see Michael.
How do you know?
Well, because there's an aroma, stench is the word, really, of Michael's horrible cigars in her room. I'm sure of it.
Well, that's one thing about those things he smokes. Their odor is lasting.
She said I was wrong about his making a call to her. Well, she had to say that after lying to Mr. Hamilton and Dr. Bradford. Well, after I pretended to accept her story, I left, and I remained at the end of the corridor for a while. She left her room a few minutes later and disappeared through the fire exit.
Good. I'll get up there immediately.
Rick Reed took the elevator to the 10th floor, then walked down the fire stairway to the 4th. There he donned the mask of the Green Hornet, and when he was sure there was no one in the corridor, he used his special key to enter room 402. Inside the darkened room, the smell of Axford's cigar still remained in spite of an open window. The Green Hornet, using a pocket flashlight, made his way to the window, glanced out onto the fire escape, and then walked to the side of the room, unaware that the bedroom door had opened softly. There were 2 closet doors near him, and the Green Hornet opened one of these. It was a large closet filled with feminine apparel, and the Green Hornet played his light along the floor and on the wall. Then he heard a sound behind him and turned, too late. Alita Carlisle slammed the door behind him and turned the key in the lock. She placed the key in a dress pocket, then hurried to the telephone after putting on the lights.
Operator, let me have room 319, please. Oh. Raymond, come up here at once. I can't tell you, just come.
Alita, you're mad making me come up here when there are police and government agents all over the hotel. What in heaven's name is wrong?
Those papers you took from Wembley. You say they're well hidden?
As well as they can be in a hotel room. I unscrewed the shower fixtures and placed them inside until the investigation has subsided. They'll be questioning the guests next, but never mind that. What's wrong?
There's a man in the other closet. I locked him in.
You mean Axford, don't you?
No, another one.
What?
He sneaked in here about 5 minutes ago. I was in the bedroom and
He came up the fire escape and through this window?
No, I came through that door with a key. Get your hands up. That's it. You see, Alita, this key of mine also opens closet doors.
The Green Hornet?
Yes, don't reach for that gun in your pocket.
You're not going to use yours, Hornet? Grab his arm, Alita. Grab him while I... Don't.
You gassed him.
Stop it, Alita. You're not strong enough. All right, if that's the way you want it, here's gas for you, too. I can't waste time.
The Green Hornet lifted the girl in his arms and placed her in a chair. Then, using curtain tiebacks, he bound her and Raymond. He wrote a note telling where the Wembley plans were located and placed the seal of the Green Hornet at the bottom of it. He placed the note where it would be seen immediately by anyone entering the room. Then he lifted the telephone.
Operator, call Dr. Bradford. Tell him to have police and federal agents come to this room at once. That's all.
Then he ran to the door of the second closet and used his special key to open it. Axford, goggle-eyed, lay bound on the floor. The Green Hornet left the gag in Axford's mouth and with his pocket knife cut the ropes around the reporter's wrists. Then ran to the window and hurried down the fire escape.
And Reed, it's too bad you and Casey were in a different part of the hotel last night when I called the cops.
Yes, it seems we missed everything.
I was holding those two spies all by myself when the cops got there.
Did you tell the agents where Dr. Wembley's plans were hidden?
Well, no. For some reason of revenge, I guess, the Green Hornet did that.
Michael, you know something? Those two couldn't have stolen those plans if you hadn't flirted with that girl.
Flirted? Me flirt? Cassie, I was luring her. That's what I was doing. I suspected she was a spy the minute I looked at her. So I set this trap. And... What are you laughing at?
You, Michael. You tell a wonderful story.
I'd tell a better one if I could catch the Green Hornet. Reed, do you know that last night he was as near to me as you are this minute? But I'd like to be able to put me hands on him again. Set the electric paper. Red agents arrested. Read all about it. Green Hornet escapes. Set the electric paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you by the makers of the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. And now, friends, this is the final broadcast in the present series of the Green Hornet. So until we meet again, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. Now, here's the Green Hornet with a very important announcement.
If you've enjoyed these Green Hornet broadcasts, a card or a letter addressed to the Green Hornet Incorporated, Detroit, Michigan, will be greatly appreciated. We now leave the air until after the holidays. Check your local newspaper for further information regarding future Green Hornet programs.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
X-Tree, Sentinel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of the microfilm of death. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor, sealed in that sunproof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. Clicker Binney, special photographer for the Daily Sentinel, was assigned to cover a farewell tea at a South American embassy, given for a departing diplomat.
Cocktail, miss?
No, thank you. Oh, just a moment.
Yes, miss.
Who's that girl talking to the guest of honor?
She's His Excellency's daughter, Senorita Dolores Juarez.
His daughter?
Yes, miss.
Thank you.
Clicker decided to interview the guest of honor, but as she started toward him, another man engaged him in earnest conversation. Then, with the senorita, they walked toward the library.
Oh, darn. Now I'll have to wait. Oh, well, I'll go and freshen up my makeup in the meantime.
In the library, His Excellency Don Alberto Juarez was speaking.
Are you sure, Manuel, the foreign agents have found out I am to carry the microfilm with me when I leave?
See, Your Excellency. It is our business to find out these things.
But how could they have discovered it, Manuel?
That we do not know, Senorita. But no doubt they will try to intercept those plans in some way. Your trip will be a dangerous one, Don Alberto.
I shall make my departure as planned on the 7 o'clock plane. But I shall not carry the plans.
What? But I do not
My
understand.
daughter will carry the plans. No one will suspect the young Senorita Dolores Juarez of carrying them.
I, Father?
See.
You would place your daughter in such danger, Senor?
It is for our country, Manuel. They will not suspect.
I am not afraid, Manuel. It will be exciting.
Dolores, leave for the airport as quickly as possible and take an early plane. One leaves in about 1 hour. I shall meet you in Mexico City. Then we will continue our journey together from there.
It is a good idea, Don Alberto. Your daughter was preparing to go to South America anyway.
But the plans I'm to carry, do you have them now, Father?
See, the plans are here. This is a microfilm. How will you carry it, Dolores?
Shaped like a small lipstick. That gives me an idea, Father. I will remove my lipstick from its gold case and put the microfilm in it. Then no one will suspect, even if they search my handbag.
Very clever idea. How soon can you reach the airport?
I will leave at once, Father. A dab of powder on my nose, and I shall be ready. My luggage will follow later.
Bueno. No one need know you have left until we... Wait. I thought I heard someone outside the door.
Beg pardon,
What
sir.
are you doing here?
I was coming into the library with refreshments, sir. I thought perhaps His Excellency...
His Excellency is busy. Go away, waiter. We do not wish to be disturbed.
Yes, sir. I'm very sorry, sir.
The waiter quickly went to the phone in the butler's pantry and, making sure he wouldn't be overheard, dialed a number.
Hello? This is number 42 reporting. I have very important information. Listen closely. I overheard Don Alberto and an agent from his own country discussing the microfilm. They've changed their plans. Now listen closely. These are the new plans.
Meanwhile, at the embassy, Dolores Juarez entered the ladies' lounge.
May I share your mirror? Do you mind?
Oh, of course I don't mind at all.
A little pat of powder on your nose and cheeks, and we are ready to meet the public, no?
Frankly, I'd say yes.
Yes? Oh, you American girls are so naive, senorita. There, I feel so much better. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, I'm sure. Oh, wait.
You called me?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Thank you.
Hasta la vista, senorita.
For a moment, I thought she was leaving with my handbag. Good thing I saw mine still here before I said anything about it.
Later, on the way to the airport, the senorita spoke to the chauffeur.
Pedro, there is a car coming fast behind us. They want to pass, perhaps.
Si, senorita.
Those men, they are pushing us off the road. Drive faster, Pedro.
See, I am trying.
Pull over and stop or I'll shoot.
Pedro, they are pointing guns. We must stop.
No, senorita, you thought you'd trick us, huh?
What is the meaning of this? I shall report you to the authorities.
Igor, watch the driver. Right. You, senorita, get out of this car and come with us. And be sure to bring your bag with you.
Pedro, do something.
Si, senorita, you'll do nothing.
Oh, you have killed him.
Killed is such an ugly word, Senorita Juarez. Liquidated sounds much better.
You know my name.
Of course. We also know that you were on your way to the airport with a microfilm of certain plans. Now, get out as I told you, or perhaps...
No, I will get out. What are you going to do?
First the bag.
No, you will not get it.
Give it to me. Igor.
What is it, Ivan?
Run the car over the embankment there. Started going well, then jump clear, understand?
Yeah, that's a good idea. People will think it was an accident.
For a short time, they'll think so. Time enough for us to get away. Go do it now.
Right.
Jump, you fool! He finally jumped clear. Come on, senorita. We go to our car. Come on, get in, miss. Good work, Igor.
Yes, Ivan. You have the microfilm, Ivan?
I'll make certain. So many things are carried by women. Wait. What is this? Aren't you Senorita Juarez?
I thought you knew.
But of course you are. I couldn't be mistaken. Tell me why you're carrying this, and this, and this.
But they are not mine.
Of course they're not yours. Calling cards. Miss Clicker Binney, a press pass. Clicker Binney, reporter, Daily Sentinel. A handkerchief with the initial CB. Somehow you managed to switch handbags with this Clicker Binney. And also the microfilm.
No, I do not understand.
Igor, we must find that girl reporter and get that microfilm at any cost.
A short time later, Lenore Case, secretary to Brick Reed, was typing in her office at the Sentinel when...
So help me, Michael. You scared me out of a year's growth.
Ah, no, Casey. When I got big things on me mind, I can't go around thinking of doors.
Big things? You shouldn't be thinking of your feet all the time.
There you go. Changing the subject. Did Clicker Binney get back from that society shindig yet?
Well, if it's any of your business, she did get back. But a man called from the lobby and asked her to come down. Probably a new boyfriend she doesn't want you to meet.
Ah, quit your kidding. Say, isn't that Clicker's handbag on your desk?
Yes, and no.
Now, just what am I to make out of that answer, I'd like to know?
Well, that's the handbag she brought back with her, but Clicker says it's not hers. That's why she didn't take it downstairs with her.
Not hers, you say? Whose is it?
Look, all I know is that some woman switched bags with Clicker by mistake at the embassy. And she's going to phone there as soon as she comes back.
Yeah. I wonder what's in it.
Michael, stop nosing in that bag.
Oh! Now see what you made me do by your yelling.
Oh, the nerve. Pick up those things and put them into the bag before someone comes in.
Yeah, sure, a lot of junk, Casey. Ah, look. Classy card. Senorita Dolores Janes or something like that. Hey, look at all the dough.
Put that back.
All right, I'm putting it there.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Has Axford come in?
Yes, he's here now.
Send him in here. It's important.
Yes, sir. Go see Mr. Reed right away, Michael.
I'm on my way. Oh.
What's that you're picking up?
Nothing but a lipstick that must have rolled out of the bag. I'll put it back when I come out of Reed's office.
things I want to talk over with you. Yes?
Lowry is calling on line 1, Mr. Reed. He says it's important.
I'll take it. Yes, Lowry, what's up?
Plenty, boss. Gunnigan sent me out on East Highway to cover an auto accident. I found it isn't an ordinary accident.
Well, just what'd you find?
It was a diplomatic car. Went off an embankment and caught fire. The strange thing is that the guy who was driving was shot through the head. Murdered. I already phoned rewrite.
Well, do you have a photographer with you?
Yeah, but I don't
Get
think
some good close-ups. Take plenty of pictures.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, boss. The place is lousy with cops. They won't let us take any pictures. They won't let us near the wreck at all.
Well, do the best you can.
Okay, boss. I'll get what I can. So long.
Goodbye.
Hey, what's wrong, Reed?
Well, yes, Miss Case.
Commissioner Higgins is on the line, Mr. Reed.
All right, I'll take it. Hello, what's up, Commissioner?
Oh, Britt, we're calling all the newspapers and asking they withhold all mention of the accident on East Highway until we okay its release. The government authorities requested.
Well, can you tell me the reason?
Remember, this is off the record, Britt.
Well, of course.
It was a diplomatic car carrying the daughter of a diplomat to the airport. The driver was murdered and the girl disappeared. The father has stated the girl carried something in her handbag which is of greatest interest to certain parties. He was to follow her on the 7 o'clock plane.
Well, may I ask the girl's name?
Senorita Dolores Juarez.
Senorita Juarez?
That's right. Thanks for your cooperation, Britt. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, what's it all about? Did you say something about Senorita Juarez?
Well, yes, he did mention Senorita Dolores Juarez,
Holy crow! Her handbag is out there on Casey's desk right now.
Her handbag? I'll go out and look it over. Come on, Axford. What happened, Miss Case?
I tried to stop him. He took a handbag that Clicker brought in. It belongs to a Senorita Juarez. And what's more, I'm afraid something's happened to Clicker Vinny.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hello there, fellas and girls. Are you all set for Halloween? Maybe you're having a Halloween party with a big orange pumpkin in the window. You'll probably be using orange-colored paper napkins and favors, too. Yes, orange is the color for Halloween. And it's the color of a wonderful drink that will help make your party a big success. Sure, I mean delicious Orange Crush. It'll blend right in with your Halloween colors, and its cool, tangy, fresh fruit flavor will make the refreshments taste extra good. Remember, Orange Crush is made from real oranges, the freshest, juiciest, tree-ripened oranges that ever grew in sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. Orange Crush is good for you. You can drink all you want. You'll just love it, and so will the gang. So tell Mom to stock up right away. Tell her to get it from her grocer in 6-bottle handy packs. You better help her fetch it yourself to be sure to get enough. And when you go to buy Orange Crush, ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. No other drink has the same luscious, fresh fruit flavor as genuine Orange Crush. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Miss Case told of a man who took the handbag Clicker Binney had brought in. Also, she said she feared something had happened to the Society reporter.
You must do something, Mr. Reed.
Now, calm down. Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, a man in a gray coat and hat came in. He said Clicker sent for her bag, that she was waiting in the lobby. He showed me one of her cards to prove she sent him.
Clicker's cards?
Yes, but I knew he was lying because Clicker brought the handbag of Senorita Juarez by mistake.
Wait, where's Clicker's own handbag?
She said the Senorita has it. The two handbags are identical.
Axford, go to police headquarters and watch for further developments on the murder case.
Right.
I'm going after that man.
A few moments later, Britt reached the street.
I must have missed him. There's a man getting into that car. That's Clicker in the back seat.
Hey! Hey, you!
They're gone.
Taxi! Taxi!
Not an empty cab in sight, and they've turned the corner. Well, I'll find them somehow. And it has to be done quickly.
Later, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment and told Kato what had happened.
You've heard all the facts, Kato. What do you think?
Spies, Mr. Britt?
Yes. There was another man in the car guarding Clicker Benny. They got away with her and the senorita's handbag.
What you do now, Mr. Britt?
Well, Senor Juarez was to take the 7 o'clock plane for Mexico City. He hasn't canceled his reservation. But 2 other reservations were canceled. I checked with the airline and found out they'd been made in the name of a Mr. Carl Smith, Hotel Midtown, room 302.
You suspect man at hotel?
Yes. We'll take the Black Beauty and go to that hotel. No doubt the name is a phony, but they must have had that room. Come on. Those 2 girls are in danger.
By means of a fire escape, Britt soon stood in the 3rd floor hallway of the hotel. Using a master key, he entered room 302. He used a flashlight to look around and to search the bureau. A few moments later, he heard a key being pushed into the lock, and Britt hurriedly ran into the closet. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened, and the man who had posed as a waiter at the embassy entered.
Where the deuce is the light switch? Oh, there it is. Looks like they cleared out. Hope I still have the phone number of that new hideout. Yep, here it is. Trinity 2, 4843. They better be there. I don't trust them. Hello? Ivan? Yes, this is Max. What's the idea? You 2 guys were to meet me. Oh, that's different. Where is the new place? Wait, I better write that down. All right, give it to me again. Right, I have it. See you shortly. So long. What in the... I'll take that paper. The Green Hornet. Give me that paper. This gun will take this, commie. No! Yes!
Maybe it's not good we call police from drugstore about a man in hotel room, Mr. Britt. If they make him talk, he'd tell about hideout. Will police be there when Green Hornet arrives?
I wanted that man taken into custody, Kato. They'll make him talk, but that may take a little time.
You take big risks.
Yeah, we're used to that. Hey, that's the place. Stop in the shadows of those trees just beyond.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
Now, you stay in the car and watch. The police may pick up the trail sooner than I hope. I'm going in and try to surprise those commies.
In a back room of a large old house, Clicker was talking to Senorita Juarez during a few minutes they were left alone.
I still don't know what this is all about.
These men are vicious, Senorita Beanie. They are communist agents, and they have already committed murder to get what they are after.
Murder?
Yes. But as long as they do not find what they are after, we are safe.
We must get away from here somehow.
I heard you, but you'll not get away, either of you. We searched both handbags thoroughly. We couldn't find the microfilm.
It was not in my bag, senor.
No.
Well, why do you stare at me? I don't even know what you're talking about.
A small cylinder, like a lipstick. Did you take it? Yes, of course you did. You had the senorita's handbag. What did you do with that microfilm?
Please, do not tell him.
But I really didn't take anything from your bag.
Igor.
What is it, Ivan?
I'm sure this girl took the plans when she had the senorita's handbag.
What are you going to do with them?
If they don't tell us what we want to know, they'll both disappear.
I would not tell you spies if I did know.
I have nothing to tell, but even if I had, I'd never tell you communists.
You'll either talk or take the results. We have a motorboat waiting at the river. Unless you tell us before we get you there, we'll tie you both with weights and throw you overboard. Now, we'll take you to the boat. You take the senorita, Igor. I'll bring this reporter.
Right.
Come on with us.
Hold it, you rat. Don't move.
A mess, man.
He's the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
Well, I might have known. Maybe Miss Vinnie and the Hornet are working together. He has the microfilm. Now he's come to get her away from us.
That's not true. He's just as bad as you are.
Please, Senor Hornet, do not deal with these men.
I deal with rats in only one way.
As Britt started forward, he didn't see Igor step from behind the door.
Good work, Igor. The open door hid you.
He knocked out the Green Hornet.
Yes. And now we'll find out who this famous Green Hornet really is. And we'll search him for the microfilm. No, wait, Igor. The honor is mine to take off the mask. Now you'll see his face. The lights, he'll turn them off. Get out, Igor, quick!
Senorita, are you all right?
I am all right. Find the light switch.
It's over here someplace. I found it. There.
These spies are gone.
So is the Green Hornet.
You feel better, Mr. Britt?
I'm just a little groggy. It's lucky you got me out of there and on my feet. I'm all right now.
Bright moonlight helped, but their car is still in sight.
They spoke of having a motorboat along the river near here. We must stop them before they reach it.
Look, they turn off toward river.
Step on it. I can see the outlines of a boat down that way.
Oh, they're stopping. They not notice we follow without lights.
Well, run right up beside their car. Slow down for me to jump off. Stop now! You'll not get away, commie.
Shoot him, Igor!
I think not.
I'll get you this time.
This'll quiet you.
No, don't shoot. Yes. Ivan!
Coming, Kato.
I'll kill you both.
Shut up, commie.
Someone in boat.
Well, guard these two. I'll try to reach that boat. It's a big jump, but here goes.
As Britt Reed moved forward, the man at the wheel turned.
Who's that? That's you, Ivan.
Turn the boat back to the dock.
I'm asking my...
Turn back, I said. Turn it!
Some distance from the dock, two cars sped along a road on a hill which paralleled the river. Because of the elevation, they could look down over the water.
Listen, a motorboat.
I hear it, too.
Oh, they are getting away. And I still think they found that microfilm in my bag.
Look, I can see the boat.
Holy crow, look, it's turned back toward the dock. Maybe we'll catch him, Commissioner Higgins.
Don't worry, Mike. We'll soon be at the dock to give them a warm welcome.
Say, Clicker, are you sure the Green Hornet was at that old house?
Yes, we both saw him. How did you know where to find us, Commissioner?
We received an anonymous phone call. Because of it, we captured one of the spies in the hotel. He thought his pals tipped us off, so we talked. I reasoned the Green Hornet was after the microfilm. What the spy told us.
Commissioner, the boat has almost reached the dock. Hurry, please, or they may get away.
We can't go faster down this hill, Senorita. We only have a few blocks to go. We'll get there as soon as possible.
Mr. Britt!
I'm all right, Kato. Help me lift this mug onto the dock.
Must hurry. Car's coming. Police, maybe.
Where are the other two commies?
Oh, they in car. Still unconscious from gas.
Oh, we'll leave this one here. Did you search him?
Oh, yes. Not find microfilm. Hurry, they almost here.
Well, they'll not find the microfilm, but they will get the spies. Come on, Kato.
Here's the car. Hey, look, two of them, both out cold.
Here's another one on the dock.
Search them all for the microfilm.
All right, just a second. Let's see. No. Nope, I searched the one on the dock. No sign of the plane.
I've searched these two, but nary a sight of any microfilm. But we ought to search that boat. Holy crow, Commissioner. On the dashboard. Turn your flashlight that way.
Where? What do you see?
There, the Green Hornet seal. He must have got that microfilm.
To think that all this occurred just because you and I have identical handbags. They went through both of them with a fine tooth comb. And they spilled powder in mine and lost my lipstick.
Lipstick? Hey, Senorita. I found something that fell from your bag. Your lipstick. I've been carried all afternoon. Here it is.
That is it.
Sure, that's it. But why get so excited about a lipstick?
Senor Axford, what I mean is that is the microfilm. Oh, give it to me.
The microfilm! Holy crow!
How did you get it, Axford?
When I looked in her handbag at the office, that lipstick fell out. Reed called me just then, so I put it into me pocket. Great day. And to think I had what everybody was hunting for.
Senor Axford, I am so glad you did have it. I think you're most wonderful. I shall reward you with a kiss.
Great saints. It was lucky for me this day that I had the lipstick in my pocket.
Don't let it upset you, Mike.
Now, don't be jealous, Clicker.
Jealous? Oh, my.
All right, men. Take these commies back to headquarters. Axford and I'll see you girls home safely.
Sure. The Green Hornet may be lurking about. Commissioner, it'll be a feather in your cap when you finally catch that criminal and find out who he really is.
Perhaps he is a criminal, as you say. But this time he has helped us greatly.
That's right. He captured the spies for us. In fact, I feel very friendly toward him at the moment.
Sure, and if he had found out I had that microfilm, he might have had real trouble on his hands when he tried to get it away from me. I'd like to tell him so, too.
Well, when I meet him, Mike, I'll tell him what you said.
Listen to him, will you? You think he already knows who that spalpeen is? What a laugh!
Sentinel X-ray, paper, red spy wing broken. Diplomat's daughter and society reporter safe. Read all about it. Green Hornet in bold. Sentinel X-ray, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled The Hawk Ridge Gems. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
X-Tree, Sentinel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Spy Master. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle. The exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. Scientist Leonard Fulton, a key man in the government's newest and greatest defense project, was a spy. In spite of security measures, he had gathered complete information regarding the fearsome secret weapon. He had spent the entire night in his suburban home, transferring the information to documents which would be given to his foreign superiors. He placed the documents in a safe, hidden behind a wall panel in his den. Then, smiling, he turned to his wife, herself a traitor.
Sarah, my dear, the next step is yours.
Shall I call our comrades at headquarters and tell them we're ready to transfer the information to them?
Of course. That is the next step, isn't it?
Leonard, who can that be at this hour of morning?
Are you afraid it may be the FBI? I assure you, dear, they'll have to get up earlier than this to catch yours truly. See who it is.
Sarah Fulton answered the door. The man who stood there was slight and bespectacled. He was Chauncey Gardner, another well-known scientist, and also engaged with Fulton on the government's defense project. Unlike Fulton, Gardner was a patriotic American. Sarah Fulton invited him inside, then went back to her husband's den.
Leonard, it's Chauncey Gardner. He seems very upset and says he must see you at once.
He does, huh? Well, tell the little bald-headed coot that he... Oh, he's coming in here.
Leonard, I hope you don't mind. I couldn't wait out there. I had to see you at once. About Charles Dempster's death.
What?
Charles Dempster's death? Leonard, you're here?
Chauncey, you're fooling. Dempster's not dead. He can't be. I saw him last night.
And then he went home and killed himself.
Killed himself? Why? Why, Chauncey, do you know?
Yes, Leonard, I know. The police or the government security men don't know why he's a suicide, but I do.
Stop playing the role of talking sphinx. What are you trying to say?
If you know, Leonard, I'll not have to tell you. If you don't, then I'd rather not tell you in front of your wife.
Oh.
Don't leave, Sarah. Chauncey, whatever you have to say, you may say in front of Sarah.
Well, it's this letter, Leonard. I received it in the mail this morning. It's the last letter Charles Dempster wrote before he took his own life, written after he met you, as you'll see. I thought you should be given the opportunity to read it before I take the only action logical.
Let me see it. Oh. Master was past vital info. What? So that's it.
Leonard, you're upset. What is it?
Jellyfish Dempster. Chauncey, do you believe what that psychopath Dempster says about me? That I'm actually master of a spy ring and that he and others passed vital information to me? Do you actually believe those things?
What I believe doesn't matter. I came here to get your version of the matters he outlines. You have nothing to tell me in rebuttal of what Dempster wrote? I'll go to the Security Bureau right now.
Leonard, don't let him do that. Don't let him.
I don't intend to. Chauncey, you'll stay right here. Sit down in that chair. Sarah, get my gun from the desk drawer.
Yes, darling.
Why are you doing this, Leonard? You're going to kill me?
No, Chauncey. I have other thoughts in mind.
Here's the gun, darling.
Use it to guard this would-be informer, Sarah. I'm leaving for the city at once. I'll go to the federal building and tell a story they'll be forced to believe. I'll say that Chauncey was the guilty party, the spy master who supervised Dempster and the others who stole secrets.
Chauncey Gardner, usually a mild man, suddenly became aware of the perilous situation. Perilous not only to him, but to the security of the United States. He began to formulate a plan in his mind shortly after Leonard Fulton departed for the city. More than half an hour passed, however, before he could make himself put the plan into action. Then, as Sarah Fulton sat opposite him with pointed gun, he arose from his chair and grasped his chest.
Oh, my heart! My heart!
What's the matter with you? Sit down in your chair.
I can't. My heart. I need water. Where is it? I must get it.
Come back here. Where are you going?
For water.
You're not. You are going to stay here.
Give me that gun, Mrs. Fulton.
You sneaky... Oh, my arm.
I must have that gun. There. You get back into the closet over there, Mrs. Fulton. I'm going to the federal building myself. I'll confront your husband.
Chauncey Gardner locked the door of the closet behind Sarah Fulton, then left the house. Inside the closet, the woman merely reached to a hook at the side of the door and removed the key that was left there for emergencies, as in every closet in the house. She opened the door and stepped into the den again, heading for the telephone. Then she called a number in the city.
Metropolitan 98362, please. Hello, comrade. This is Sarah Fulton. I know I'm not supposed to, but this is terribly important. Now listen to me, please.
Quickly, the woman told what had happened. She pleaded that someone try to intercept Chauncey Gardner before he reached the federal building, where her husband was telling his fabricated story. The comrade at the other end of the wire outlined a plan, and Sarah beamed.
And he'll be in front of the federal building? Good. Just be sure it's a comrade who knows Gardner, and tell him to be careful.
Chauncey Gardner parked his car in front of the federal building and started across the sidewalk. But a dark, hulking man stood in front of him.
Turn around, Mr. Gardner.
What?
We'll go for a little walk together.
What are you doing?
That lump in my pocket against your side is a gun. Unless you do as I say, I shall use it on you.
Why?
Now, don't look around for help. It is no use. Just do as I have told you.
All right.
I have a car parked in an alley around the corner. We'll go to it. Come, walk with me.
Chauncey Gardner was living in another nightmare. But once more, his mind was active. On the corner was the Sentinel building, and his friend Britt Reed was there. He knew, too, that there would be special policemen on duty somewhere in the lobby. As they reached the building entrance, Gardner turned suddenly and pushed his captor. The man, taken by surprise, was thrown off balance. He staggered backwards, tripped over the curbing, and sprawled heavily onto the street. Meanwhile, Gardner ran into the lobby. There was no special policeman in sight, and the elevators were at the far end of the lobby. Just inside the entrance was a stairway, and Gardner, panicky and seeking immediate refuge, started up the stairs towards the second floor, shouting as he ran.
Help! Police! Help! Police!
Seconds later, the dark man rushed into the lobby from the street, brandishing his pistol.
Up my way.
He pushed aside the startled onlookers, and seeing Gardner disappear through the doorway on the second floor, the man started after him. In Britt Reed's office, Lenore Case, the young publisher's secretary, was answering the telephone.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Reed should be back any minute. I'll have him call you when he arrives. Certainly. Goodbye.
Hide me someplace. Call the police.
Mr. Gardner, what's wrong?
Wait till I lock this door. Miss Case, I'm not going mad, but a man is trying to kill me. My life is in danger, but it's more than that. So is the security of this country. Telephone the police or the Federal Bureau.
Oh, my goodness. Operator, get the guards up here. Call the police. Tell them that
I know you are in there. You cannot kick me out.
Are you calling the guards, operator? Hurry, please. Mr. Gardner, go into Mr. Reed's office, please.
All right, Miss Case.
Where is he? Where? I see him.
Keep out of there. Don't go into that office.
You cannot get away, Mr. Gardner. I got you.
Oh, you shot him. Stop it! Don't shoot again!
The gunman ran into the corridor just as policemen summoned from the lobby came running towards Reed's office with drawn guns. The gunman saw them and began to fire.
You'll not take me. I kill you all.
But the police fired at the same moment, and the gunman dropped to the floor, dead. Inside the office, Lenore Case knelt beside Chauncey Gardner. The scientist, gasping, tried to speak.
Fulton did this. Fulton is spy.
Mr. Gardner, try to get... Oh, dead.
Miss Case, where are you? Hey, this way, men. She's in here. Hey, grab her. She's passing out. Right.
Lenore Case was able to gasp her story to Britt Reed. She finished at the moment that federal security agent Joseph Baldwin entered, accompanied by Reed's close friend, Police Commissioner Higgins. Higgins spoke first.
Well, I'm sorry, Reed. I hurried here as soon as I received the news.
Thanks, Commissioner. Mr. Baldwin, this is a great blow to the government, isn't it?
Gardner's dead? Yes. Almost as great as the one we received a little more than an hour ago. When a man almost as famous as your friend Chauncey Gardner came to my office and reported to me that Gardner was a spy.
A spy? Whoever said that was a liar.
Well, that may be. We have to investigate. But another trusted scientist, Charles Dempster, killed himself last night. We've already learned that he gave information to our potential enemy.
Oh, no.
Yes, it's true. He was definitely mixed up in a commie spy ring. We found proof of that this morning. But before Dempster died, he called Fulton on the phone and told him certain things which we're checking on. Most important was that he was only one of a spy ring working on the government's newest project, and that Gardner was head of that ring. Dempster told Fulton that Gardner already had complete information about the project and had passed it on to... Well, you guess who?
I don't believe a word of it. Either Dempster lied...
That'll be hard to prove now.
...or Fulton's all mixed up. Mr. Baldwin, you're surely not going to accept his story.
We accept nothing but proof, Reed. Indisputable proof.
Pardon me while I answer this. Reed speaking. Why, yes, he's right here. Commissioner, for you.
Oh, thanks, Reed. Yes? Oh, you did, huh? Well, let's have it. Mm-hmm. Go on. Right. Thanks, Doyle. Yes, I'll be here. Goodbye. Well, gentlemen, you may be sure of one thing. There's definitely a communist angle to Gardner's death.
Yes?
What?
It's a fact. That was the fingerprint bureau. When homicide men arrived here, they immediately took a set of fingerprints of the man who killed Gardner. They made a quick check of them at headquarters. The prints belonged to one Boris Angola, an old hand in local Red Goon activities.
That looks bad for Gardner, Reed.
Mr. Baldwin, before you try to reach definite conclusions, suppose you hear what Miss Case has to say. Perhaps you'll get a different slant on things when you do.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Gals, fellas, hello. And how about an orange crush? Wouldn't it taste delicious just at this moment? That cool, tangy, refreshing flavor. So good because it comes from real oranges. Fresh, tree-ripened California oranges. I bet Mother's got an orange crush waiting for you in the refrigerator right now. But let's go and see. And if she hasn't, I'm sure she would have if she'd thought about it. So why not remind her? Tell her you like Orange Crush. And you can tell her it's good for you, too. Yes, sirree, Orange Crush is not only deliciously refreshing, it's real good for you. When it comes to Orange Crush, you can drink all you want. You see, there's nothing artificial about it. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That delightful fresh fruit flavor is nature's own. So remind Mother to get a 6-bottle handy pack next time she's shopping or ordering from the grocers. And say, always, any time you're feeling thirsty, be sure to ask for Orange Crush. You'll recognize it because it comes in that famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and flavor in. Get Orange Crush. Remember, there's nothing else quite as good. No other drink has the same refreshing, fresh fruit flavor. So wherever you are, ask for Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Miss Case, still visibly upset, was nevertheless able to recount the harrowing moments before Chauncey Gardner's death. She concluded,
And just before he died, he gasped these words, as well as I remember. He said, Fulton did this. Then he repeated, Fulton is a spy. He died then.
Well, Mr. Baldwin, what do you think now?
I think it might be a good idea to check further into Fulton's story. Commissioner, you may be able to help me.
Tell me how, and I'll do it.
Gardner's murder is under your jurisdiction. Why not have one of your homicide men question Fulton about his knowledge of Gardner? You know the usual questions. Have him say nothing about the spy angle and pretend the police don't know one exists. See what Fulton says then.
I'll do that, Mr. Baldwin. In view of what you've told me, I'd like to do the questioning myself.
Well, that's even better. You might take Reed along with you, Commissioner, in view of his interest in the matter.
I'll be glad to go, Mr. Baldwin. Glad and very interested in what I expect to hear.
Joseph Baldwin left. The police cleared out the office, and Michael Axford took the still ailing Lenore Case to her home. Britt Reed closed his private office door and spoke to Commissioner Higgins, who waited for him.
Commissioner, nothing in the world will make me believe that Gardner was a traitor to his country, and certainly not a spy.
I have faith in your judgment and hunches, Reed. I hope that time and evidence prove you're right.
In a case of this kind, time isn't going to be a factor. Not future time, as far as I'm concerned. The present is all that matters.
Well, let's get out to the Fulton home, then.
Oh, wait, please, just a few minutes. I'll go in your car, Commissioner. But I'd like Kato to drive a certain car of mine out to Fulton's as soon as it becomes dark.
A certain car of... Oh, I think I know what you mean.
Commissioner Higgins was one of the few persons who knew that Britt Reed was the Green Hornet, and so he considered Reed's present words as significant.
I'll tell Kato to get out there at a definite time while we're with the Fultons. Might even be advisable to have Axford along, if you don't mind. He may be helpful.
Then we'll ask him along by all means.
Now, here's my thought. We'll lead the conversation around to the Green Hornet.
Reed outlined his nebulous plan, and Higgins doubtfully approved it and consented to aid. Then the young publisher called his valet, Kato, on the telephone. Kato, Reed's confidant, had been the first to know that Reed was the Green Hornet, and he shared in many of the Green Hornet's exploits. He answered the telephone.
Reed residence. Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt. Will you come home to dinner? Nearly time. Oh, I see. Oh, yes, I listen. You tell me what to do and where to go. I listen hard now. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, sure, I do that. Just like you say. Oh, throw stone through front window. Get away in big hurry, you bet. You write note for me to put on stone? Okay. I go by office first and pick up note. I then get Black Beauty. Oh, we do this good, huh? Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
Leonard Fulton and his wife Sarah were surprised when, as they were finishing dinner, the door chime was heard, and 3 men entered after Leonard Fulton opened the door. Introductions were made, greetings exchanged, and Fulton cordially invited Reed, Higgins, and Axford to the living room where his wife joined them. Reed maneuvered himself to a chair near the French windows. Leonard Fulton, affecting a smile, studied the men with slit eyes before talking. Then he spoke.
I suppose you gentlemen have come to ask me about my once very good friend, Chauncey Gardner.
Yes, we have, Mr. Fulton.
I thought so.
Poor Chauncey. Who would want to kill that sweet little man?
Well, that's the question a great many people are asking. You have no idea, Mr. Fulton?
Me? Why, no. Should I? I mean, well, have you discussed a theory with anyone else?
Well, our homicide detectives, naturally.
You haven't spoken with anyone in, say, the Federal Building?
No, I haven't been in the Federal Building in a long time.
You see, Leonard?
You haven't heard Mr. Gardner's name used in relation to the Green Hornet, have you?
The Green Hornet? Reed, you didn't tell me that. You mean the Green Hornet killed him? But he couldn't have, because the one who killed him was a commie.
Axford, I'm talking to Mr. Fulton. According to my story, they might have been mixed up in a spy ring. Gardner and Charles Dempster and...
And who? Who else, Mr. Reed?
Quiet. There's someone else you've heard about, Mr. Reed?
Uh-huh. Reed is being indiscreet, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. You handle this.
Hey, do you hear that?
Hear what?
That car outside, near here. I'd know the sound of that car anywhere in the world. It belongs to the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet?
It is, I tell you.
What's that?
Hey, what's that? Look on the floor. It's a rock with a note tied to it. He threw it, he did.
I'll get it.
Fulton, white-faced, opened the note and read it by the light of a floor lamp.
Let me see
His wife stood behind him, reading also. Reed whispered to Commissioner Higgins.
Kato was right on time when he threw that rock. Our plan may work. Let's get out of here quickly and go through with the rest of it.
Hey, the Green Hornet's getting away!
Yeah, we'll go after him, Axford. Come on. Coming, Reed? Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Fulton. Hold on to that note. We're going after the Green Hornet.
Higgins ran from the room into the hall and through the front door. Axford sprinted along with him. Reed allowed an interval to pass before he took after them. While Fulton finished reading the note, neither he nor his wife saw the figure that melted into the shadows outside the French window. Britt Reed had not followed Higgins and Axford. While the commissioner, as arranged with Reed, led Axford far from the house, Reed crossed in front of it to hide in the spot where he now listened. Inside, Fulton showed his wife the note.
Sarah, this is the Green Hornet seal, and this note is fantastic in its information.
You mean he knows what you've been doing?
He hints that he does, and judging by what he actually knows... Sarah, first he says I overplayed my hand by being at the Federal Building with Mr. Baldwin when Boris Angola shot Gardiner.
But, Leonard, you said Mr. Baldwin promised to keep your visit a secret.
He said he would for security reasons. You heard Higgins and Reed just now. Neither of them knew I talked to Baldwin, but the Green Hornet knows. He even seems to know the story I told Baldwin.
Perhaps if Chauncey was his friend, Chauncey called him after escaping from here. He knew how you were going to try and involve him in your place.
That may be the answer. I left the note of confession Dempster sent to Chauncey in the safe with the papers. I better get rid of that, too.
How about those papers, Leonard? I called headquarters and told them to send a courier for them late tonight.
No, we can't chance that. Higgins and the other two may return here. If they do, they'll probably ask all kinds of questions about the Green Hornet's note to me, and... well, let them. If they do, the note, Dempster's letter, the papers, and everything else will be gone.
Leonard, what are you going to do?
I'll take everything out of the safe now while you call headquarters.
What shall I tell them, Don?
Say that you'll be at the post road in Burger's Lane in exactly 1 hour, and that you'll pass over everything in our possession. Say it's absolutely necessary for our protection.
All right, Leonard. But why have me meet them?
I'll stay here in the house to see if Higgins or the police return, or if the Green Hornet pays us another visit. I'll tell Higgins you're indisposed and have retired. But let me handle that. We must hurry before they return. Get on that telephone at once.
Yes, darling. Operator, let me have Metropolitan 98362, please. Thank you. Hello, comrade?
Britt Reed had carried in his outer coat pocket one of the plastic raincoats that folded into a compact package of only a few cubic inches. He unfolded the coat and donned it to cover the clothes that might have identified him. Then he removed the mask of the Green Hornet from an inner pocket and placed this over his face. He could see and hear Sarah Fulton, less than 6 feet away, with her back to the window, talking into the telephone. He stepped quickly inside the window and hid behind the drapes.
And I'll be in the black sedan. Goodbye, comrade.
Sarah Fulton laid the telephone upon the table and turned. She frowned and walked toward the partly open French windows.
Didn't realize the windows were open that wide.
She reached to close the windows, and at that moment the Green Hornet stepped from behind the drapes.
Oh.
Before the startled woman could yell, his gas gun went off in her face. She fell to the floor unconscious.
That's the least I could do for you, comrade. Now to tie you up and get after the real villain.
Leonard Fulton, with his briefcase crammed, left his den and walked back to the room where he had left his wife less than 10 minutes previously.
They haven't returned, have they, Sarah? Did you telephone them? Sarah, where are you? Sarah, what's happened to you? Sarah! Darling, what... She's bound and gagged. Who did it? There must be someone here. There must be... Green Hornet. Don't shoot that gun. Stop.
How cold. I'd like to have told you what I think of you, Fulton. I couldn't let you hear my voice. Now to tie you and look through these papers before I telephone federal authorities.
A short time later, Commissioner Higgins and Axford returned to the grounds of the Fulton home after a fruitless pursuit of the Green Hornet. They saw Britt Reed emerge from a clump of bushes nearby.
Hey, Commissioner, get your gun. Look at that fella coming out. Oh, it's Reed. Reed, what happened to you?
Well, you took off before I could catch up with you. I've been roaming all over since then.
Well, we were roaming, too. But we didn't get that Hornet gazebo.
That car we heard got away, Reed. Shall we go back to the Fulton house now? Or is it too late?
I don't think it's too late, Commissioner. As a matter of fact, I think this will be the perfect time to return there.
The front door of the house was open, and Axford was the first to see the two bodies bound and gagged on the floor.
Hey, what the...
Higgins disregarded the man and woman. He went to the chair where a briefcase lay conspicuously, topped by a note. Higgins read it quickly.
Oh, Axford, don't untie those two. Leave them there until the federal agents and the police get here.
Huh? What do you mean, don't untie them?
This note says they're spies and traitors, and that the proof is in this briefcase.
Well, what do you know?
It says they tried to frame Chauncey Gardner for the crimes Leonard Fulton committed, and that Mrs. Fulton was the cause of Gardner's death.
Now, who'd ever thought of a thing like that?
It gives a telephone number for the federal authorities to trace. Spy headquarters, this note says.
Can you imagine that?
It also says a spy courier will be at the post road at... there the car's pulling up outside.
I think they belong to... Yes. There's Mr. Baldwin getting out. The police are with him.
Wonderful work, Reed. And so fast.
Let me look at that note. I see something there. Please, Commissioner, let me see. My, look at who wrote the note, Reed. Do you see? You don't even care. But I'll tell you who wrote it. It was the Green Hornet.
Sentinel extra paper, spy ring broken, Fulton and wife indicted. Read all about it. Secret plans recovered. Green Hornet escaped. Sentinel extra paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the story of danger entitled Changing Alibi. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
X3, Sentinel X3. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Sealing on Crime. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally.
Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. Only 3 persons in the city knew that the young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, was the Green Hornet. They were Reed's valet, Kato, his secretary, Lenore Case, and Police Commissioner James Higgins, Reed's close friend. Britt Reed and Commissioner Higgins had met for lunch at their downtown club. As they finished dining, Higgins glanced at his watch.
Oh, I have an appointment at the Federal Building, Reed. I'd better hurry along.
Are you still trying to help the government in tracking down the bootleg ring?
Yes, but it's more than a ring, Reed. There's a vast organization working. They're making their own alcohol, bottling the stuff, and selling the rotten mixtures for half the price you'd pay at a licensed store. The health of millions is in danger from the poison those criminals make. And in the bargain, our government's losing tax revenue in the millions.
You haven't come across any leads yet, huh?
No, not yet. But if I didn't know that Schmiggy Milton and his bootleg mob had faded after Prohibition, I'd say they were behind this outbreak of lawlessness. It's almost as bad as the 1920s, Reed. If we don't nip matters soon, it'll be much worse.
Back in his office, Reed was handed a letter by Lenore Case, who, with Michael Axford, waited beside his desk as he read the contents. It was from a Mrs. Effie Adams of 984 Stone Avenue, a widow. Her apartment was managed by the M.K. Realty Associates. The legislative ceilings on rent had been lifted, and the tenants of 984 Stone Avenue received a rental increase of 100%. As a result, all the other families in the building moved out, but Effie Adams refused to pay the increase or to move unless forced to do so. She wanted the Daily Sentinel to expose the owner and his agents. Reed finished the letter.
A thing like this is outrageous. Yet with the repeal of rent ceilings, an owner may charge whatever he likes.
Isn't there something you can do, Mr. Reed?
I doubt it, but I'll try.
No landlords that I know of up their rent that much.
You're right, Michael. They've been very fair.
The Apartment and Realty Owners Association members own the greatest part of all properties in this city. They agreed when ceilings were lifted not to take advantage of the situation.
And they haven't. I know that much.
I'll call them.
Reed telephoned and learned that the M.K. Realty Company managing the property was headed by a non-member of the real estate board. His name was Martin Keesby, and his business record was one that had brought him into the courts many times in the past.
Axford, how'd you like to do a little research work on Martin Keesby and this rent increase?
I'm your man, Reed. What'll I do?
Interview Keesby. Find out why he raised rent so high in that particular house. When you've done that, you and Clicker Benny go to 984 Stone Avenue. See Mrs. Adams. Take pictures of the premises. Interview anyone else there.
Martin Keesby, smooth and arrogant, tried to get rid of Michael Axford at once.
I have no interest in what your filthy rag may think. If people can't afford to pay the rent, they get out. It's as simple as that.
Nobody could afford to pay that much of an increase. And they wouldn't if they could find another place. The poor people who live there...
Are no concern of mine. Mr. Axford, I have no time to waste with your sob stories. Please leave.
Yeah.
Axford, furious at being rebuffed, slammed the door after him as he left. Then Keesby made a telephone call.
Schmiggy, I think we'll have newspaper people hounding us about that Stone Avenue deal. I'm afraid about those crates. Have some of your men get over there right away to guard them.
Michael Axford was fuming as he entered his car, which was parked in front of Keesby's office building. Clicker Benny, the Daily Sentinel's vivacious girl photographer, was concerned about his mood, but amused also.
Now, you're angry, Michael, so be careful how you drive.
Yeah.
Watch out! Almost hit the fender of that other car.
Well, why doesn't it watch where it's going? What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
Oh, Michael. Michael, I love you when you're this angry. You tickle my risibilities.
You tickle your own risibilities. I'm driving. We're going to 984 Stone Avenue.
When they reached the shabby apartment house, Axford and Clicker left the car and entered the vestibule.
Mrs. Adams is in apartment 31. Shall we go up?
No, let's look around the joint first.
Oh, those walls, Michael. Aren't they a disgrace? Well, they haven't been painted or plastered in years.
And them having the nerve to charge.
Oh, Michael, here's an open door leading out to an alley. And there are a lot of crates there. See them?
Maybe they're for Keesby to make repairs he told me about. Those crates look as if they might have bathtubs in them. We'll take a peek. Oh, look at the size of the guy coming in out of the alley.
A massive, pumpkin-headed man entered the hallway, followed by three others equally tough-looking.
What do you two want here? Get out.
We're newspaper people, and we came to visit Mrs. Adams. Oh, she's here. We know that.
Now, look, Bob, I'm janitor here. These guys are my assistants. If you don't beat it out of here, they'll run you out.
Oh, a janitor, are you? And these are your assistants, are they? Well, listen, Three Chin,
Hold it
I've
right
been around.
there. You know who I am, do you?
Yeah, you're Three Chin Pemberton, who used to work for Schmiggy Milton in the rum-running days. And these three hoodlums are...
boys. Out he goes. All right, they'll do.
Michael, they'll hurt you. Let's get out of here, please.
I will not.
Come on, get going.
Oh, all right. But only to please you, Clicker. Come on.
Axford and Clicker, followed by the four hulking hoodlums, walked back into the street. Axford was bridling, and Clicker tried to calm him.
Now, before you do anything, Michael, why don't you call Mr. Reed and tell him what happened? It's late. It's getting dark.
All right. I'll give him a ring now.
There's a drugstore on the next corner. Call him from there.
Okay. You come along with me while I phone.
At that moment, in an apartment building on the opposite side of town, the stillness was suddenly shattered by a terrific explosion. And in a matter of moments, fire alarms and telephones were ringing throughout the area. Brick Reed, in his office, answered the telephone nearest to him on his desk, the phone that connected him directly with the city editor.
Yes, Gunnigan. An explosion? Where? West 59th, eh? Well, say if it's that bad, use every man available. Oh, Axford? No, he hasn't called yet. When he does, I'll tell him and Miss Benny to go there. Keep me posted on the details as they come in.
Mr. Reed's office? Oh, yes, Michael, just a minute. Mr. Reed, it's Michael Axford.
Oh, thank you, Miss Case. Hello, Axford. Hey, whoa, slow down a bit. What's that? Repeat that part again, will you, please?
Reed listened as Axford gave an account of his interview with Martin Keesby and his subsequent encounter with Three Chin Pemberton and the goons. Reed's reaction denoted concern, interest, and finally consternation. But when Axford finished his story, the immediacy of the explosion assignment became uppermost in the publisher's mind.
Now, forget all about that for the time being, Axford. There's something more important on tap now. You and Miss Benny go to West 59th Street in the 800 block. An explosion has just taken place there.
Explosion killed 5. House destroyed when still explodes.
Right here, please.
Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Explosion killed 5. Here you are, sir. Central Express went 5.
Police Commissioner Higgins stopped at the Sentinel office a few hours later on his way back from the scene of the disaster.
I just want you to know that the men killed have been identified by fingerprints.
They were all in the police file?
Yes, and all of them had been arrested back in Prohibition days for bootlegging and traffic in alcohol.
The very thing we were talking about at noontime, huh?
Exactly. We found 3 more stills in the building, Reed, which were not destroyed.
Well, who were the men who were killed?
Oh, minor hoodlums. I didn't get their names. I'll do that when I return to headquarters. I only know that all of them once were members of the old Schmiggy Milton gang.
Clicker Binney reached the Sentinel office alone, turned in her pictures of the explosion, and went to Brick Reed's office.
Chief, Axford didn't come back with me.
I know. Gunnigan told me Axford telephoned all the details he had and was following up on an inside tip. Do you know what it is?
Yes, and the police must know it by now. But when Michael received it, it was exclusive. Chief, that building where the explosion took place is managed by Martin Keesby. Keesby has left his office, and when I left Michael, he was headed for Keesby's home. You should hear from him soon. Let's see, it's 10 minutes to 10 now. Michael said he'd call you at 10 sharp.
Michael Axford reached Martin Keesby's house at 9:40. By the time he parked his car and inspected the house and grounds from the outside, the time was 9:55. Finally, the Sentinel reporter stood before the front door and pressed the bell. Inside the house, Keesby was talking with an unexpected visitor and was visibly nervous.
But, Schmiggy, I can't admit I know anything about those stills in that house today. Your stupid, bungling men were to blame. And
expecting someone?
No. Schmiggy, what about those trucks of yours? When will they remove those crates from the Stone Avenue premises?
When the neighborhood quiets down, about midnight.
I wish it could be done right now. Oh, Schmiggy, stand behind that screen while I answer the door.
All right.
Martin Keesby walked to the door and opened it.
Yeah. So you finally answered. Oh, it's you, Mr. Keesby. Just the one I came to see.
Well, I've no desire to see you.
Never mind. I've come to get a statement from you.
Regarding what?
Regarding an explosion that killed 5 people, that's what. An explosion in a house that you manage.
I manage no houses. My firm does that. I know nothing about the explosion this evening. Nothing at all.
Oh, no? And I suppose you don't know that you have a lot of police characters at 984 Stone Avenue, maltreating the public. I don't suppose you know that one of Schmiggy Milton's old gangsters, 3 Chin Pemberton...
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. But I am interested. Come in, Mr.
I'll come in all right.
Have a seat. That chair near the screen is comfortable.
Keesby closed the door and, with hands behind his back, turned the key that was in the lock. He pocketed the key and walked to where Axford was seating himself.
I want to know what your explanation is about there being stills in the apartments of that house where the explosion took place.
There is no explanation. I knew nothing about them.
Oh, no? And I suppose you tell me that you don't know about 3 Chin Pemberton and those other hoodlums working for you at the Stone Avenue place. Schmiggy Milton's men they are, and that they...
And what? Go on, Mr. Big Brain.
Holy cow, Schmiggy Milton.
Schmiggy, you blithering idiotic fool.
Talk to me like that, Marty. I had to come out. I wasn't going to stand back and listen to this guy throw out hunks of information. I want to get all the information he knows. About me especially.
I know plenty about you, so do the cops. And where should they hear about this?
Nobody's going to hear what you know. Except Marty and me.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hello there, fellas and girls. There's one word in the English language I'm sure you often use. It's the word naturally. It's natural for you to use this word when you talk about the good things of life. And naturally is the word to use when you talk about Orange Crush. Yes, 'cause naturally it tastes better. You see, Orange Crush is made from the natural juices of sunny California. So naturally it tastes better. Better than any orange drink you ever tasted before. It's the world's leading orange drink. No other can match it for flavor. That tangy, fresh fruit Orange Crush flavor is so refreshing and satisfying. Your very first sip tells you why we say, naturally, it tastes better. Have plenty of delicious Orange Crush on hand to enjoy over the weekend. It's wonderful to serve with snacks when your friends drop in. Tell Mom you want Orange Crush today. Tell her it's good for you, too, that it's made from nutritious, fresh, natural orange juice. The whole family will love Orange Crush, so make sure you get enough. Buy it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause naturally, it tastes better. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Michael Axford had gone to Keesby's home to get a statement regarding the explosion that had killed 3 people. He ran into difficulties when Schmiggy Milton, gang leader and head of a bootleg ring, appeared unexpectedly. Schmiggy repeated what he had said.
Nobody's going to hear what you know except Marty and me.
I have nothing to do with this matter.
Oh, no? Listen, Pops, I didn't come out of retirement and set up this $1 million deal for you just to have you turn yellow and walk out on me. But button your lip. Let's get it straight right here and now, Marty. I'm taking over. From tonight on, I'm not discussing anything with you. You're not tough enough. You're not...
Schmiggy, grab him.
Axford had turned suddenly and was running toward the door.
Why, there, don't shoot. He can't get out. The door's locked.
Well, then come on.
Axford, tugging at the doorknob vainly, turned to meet the two men who came at him, Schmiggy holding a gun in his hand.
You shoot me!
Grab his arms, Marty.
Get away from that door.
Take your hands off of me!
Oh, tough, are you? Okay. There.
Schmiggy, you killed him.
By hitting him with a gun like that, you're crazy. He'll be out for an hour or so, that's all.
We can't leave him here. Alive or dead, we can't do that.
Who said we're gonna? I came in the rear door without being seen. We'll take him out the same way. And the better we do that, the sooner the boys will be waiting with the trucks at 11 o'clock.
It's 5 after 10 now.
Yeah, we got a little time then. First, we'll search this guy, see if he has anything written down. Then you and I are going to come to an understanding.
I'm concerned about this Axford man.
Forget about him. He's as good as taken care of. When the boys take back the stills to the hideout, they'll take him with them. They may be getting along in years, but they still know how to fix up those concrete slabs. Just like they know how to turn out the alky.
When 11 o'clock came and Britt Reed in his office heard no further word from Michael Axford, he turned to Lenore Case.
Miss Case, there's absolutely no need for your staying here any longer.
I don't mind, Mr. Reed. We were busy every minute until a short time ago.
Yeah, but we're not busy now. So call a taxi and go home. I've been thinking about the things that happened today, and suddenly I'm beginning to see what looks like a pattern.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, it started with a conversation I had with Commissioner Higgins on my way back from lunch. It took a nebulous form when Axford and Miss Benny had their set to with the hoodlums at the house where Mrs. Adams lives. Axford said this man, Three-Chin, was a former member of Smiggy Milton's mob.
Well, so were the 5 men who were killed in the explosion.
Exactly. Making alcohol in stills which had been sneaked into apartments in a house managed by Martin Keesby, a man who got rid of tenants by raising their rents to a level that no one could pay. Why?
Well, if you mean what I think you do, it's because... Mr. Reed, you mean he may intend using that house as a place for making alcohol?
Why not? Bootleggers need some basis of operation. Smiggy Milton's men were all bootleggers, or criminals aligned with bootlegging business.
And Milton's men are already on the Stone Avenue premises.
Right. Axford may have figured things as I do. And if he did...
Mr. Reed, they might do something to him if he gives himself away.
Yes, but all this is surmise on my part. I don't want to notify the police until I'm sure. That's why I'm about to call Kato to meet me with the Black Beauty.
The Green Hornet is going to investigate?
Yes, I'm starting at 984 Stone Avenue to see what, if anything, is in the empty apartments there.
Miss Case went home. A short time after a telephone call to Kato, Britt Reed walked to a dark alley near the waterfront. There, Kato was waiting at the wheel of the Black Beauty, fabulous streamlined car of the Green Hornet. A few minutes after midnight, the Green Hornet and Kato, who was masked also, left the great black car in the shadows at the end of Stone Avenue. They made their way along a back alley to the house that bore in numerous numbers above a delivery entrance, the numbers 984.
Wait a second. What's it going on in that area way beside the building?
The men do something there.
There must be 4 or 5 of them at least.
If we stay close to the wall and move without noise, maybe we get close to see what they do.
Yes, those crates will mask our movements. There are quite a few of them. Come on.
As they reached the protecting cover of the crate that stood at the end of the line, they could hear voices talking distinctly. 6 men, including Three-Chin Pemberton, stood around Schmiggy Milton as he talked to them.
Now listen, my car's at the corner of the next street to the right. My partner and I'll be waiting there when you get this job done. When the trucks are loaded, drive around the corner and follow us. We'll lead you to a storehouse my partner's got picked out.
What about this newspaper guy you say you got tied up in the car? Did you croak him yet?
No, I'll leave that to you, boys. The storehouse, you can take them over and do the rest. Okay, come on now, boys. Start lugging these things, huh?
As the men began to work, Schmiggy Milton left Three-Chin Pemberton in charge of the group carrying the crates from alley to truck. The Green Hornet and Kato had heard everything. They ran to the rear of the alley, still unseen, and talked briefly.
We'll get Smeggy before he turns the corner to go to his car.
The way he talk, man in car is maybe Mr. Axford.
Yes, we'll have to be careful when we move in on the car. We don't want trouble with Smeggy's partner. But we don't want Axford to recognize us either.
I know. We take care. We run now. Be at end of street when crook reach corner.
Schmiggy Milton, nearing the corner of Stone Avenue, stopped to look back at the figures of his henchmen loading the truck. Suddenly, from an areaway, two figures darted at him.
Hey!
Schmiggy reached for his gun.
Too slow, Smeggy.
The green...
Hold him for an hour. We'll drag him back and leave him in the hedge.
Okie dokie.
Now, let's get to his car before the trucks come.
Oh, you stay in car, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Until we get to the storehouse or until the police move in on the trucks. He'll be ready to pick me up at any time with the Black Beauty. But let's get to the car in the next corner.
Martin Keesby, nervous and jumpy in the front seat of Schmiggy's car, turned once more to look at the figure of Michael Axford, gagged and trussed up on the back seat. Suddenly, there was a banging against the left side of the automobile. Keesby turned to look outside. At that moment, the door on the right side opened, and a figure slid in beside him, pressing a gun against his back.
Move an inch and I shoot you.
No, don't shoot me. You're the Green Hornet, aren't you? Aren't you? What do you want with me?
The Green Hornet, silent but menacing, held his gun hand steady as Kato opened the rear door and pulled Axford out onto the sidewalk. The scene became a tableau for a few minutes, with scarcely a movement from the four men in and next to the car. The first truck appeared at the corner of Stone Street as Kato stooped with a knife in his hand to cut the ropes that bound Axford. The Green Hornet spoke low to Keesby.
Start moving. Let those cars follow you. We're going on to the storehouse. I'm taking Smiggy's place.
You are? I didn't know about this. Where's Schmiggy?
You'll find out. Start moving. Signal for the trucks to follow.
Yes. There, I gave the signal. Hornet, look. The man who's with you is running away. He's leaving Axford free on the street.
That's what he's supposed to do. Now start.
Yes, I'm starting. Keep that gun away. You don't need to use it on me.
I may, if you don't tell me the things I want to know. Smiggy's holding out on me.
You and Schmiggy were partners, and he's holding out on you?
Put it that way.
I think that's what he plans to do to me. Hornet, if you and I were
Keep driving and keep talking. I'm interested in your proposition. You're about to make one, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I'll tell you what it is.
Michael Axford massaged the numbness from his legs and watched in wide-eyed fascination as the Green Hornet rode off with Keesby. He saw the trucks follow the lead car. Then, heading toward Stone Avenue, he muttered to himself.
Glory be. I escaped with my life anyway. Now I'd better get to a phone and call Commissioner Higgins and the cops. Then I'll call the paper. Holy cow. There's a dead man in the bushes. Oh, let me take a look. Glory be, it's Schmiggy Milton, and he's dead to the world. I'll go back and get the ropes they had me tied up with, and I'll use them on him. Then I'll call the cops.
Commissioner Higgins and police cars, in response to Axford's call, sped to Stone Avenue. They placed Schmiggy under arrest on Axford's charge, and then started off in the direction taken by the Green Hornet and the trucks. Axford, sitting with Commissioner Higgins, began to pour out the story of all he'd learned that evening about Keesby and Schmiggy.
Commissioner, they're partners.
Oh?
They used the empty apartments to set up their alcohol cookers. Then they put in filters to take out the smell of the mash.
Good work, Axford.
The Green Hornet, playing for time, had Martin Keesby drive slowly as the crooked real estate manager outlined his plans for making a fortune.
And now, with Schmiggy out of the way, we'll take over all his equipment and pay off his gang members at our rate.
I suppose the owners of the apartment houses you manage get wise to what you're doing.
I'll handle them.
Oh, nice guy, aren't you? Well, I see my car driving up past the trucks. The police must be coming.
The police?
Yeah, stop the car. Here's where I leave you. I'll stop it then. There. Now, here's your gas.
Oh, Hurry, a police car has come. Not far behind now. Hurry!
Get going, Kato. Everything's under control. The police cars arrived on the scene in a matter of minutes. They shot over the heads of the hoodlums who had stopped their trucks behind Keesby's car.
All right, keep your hands high, all of you. Men, handcuff them. Place drivers on the trucks.
Commissioner, one of these crates is open. It has a still in it.
They all do. I told you that, Commissioner. And speaking of still, look how still our pal Keesby is, there in the front seat. Too bad we got here too late to steal that other scallywag, the Green Hornet. Hey, what am I talking about? He's the one who saved me life.
Select Street, Pepper, bootleg gang captured, Milton and Keesby indicted. Read all about it. Apartment owner cancels rent raise. Green Hornet escapes. Set Select Street,
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled The Cigarette Filters. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Extra, Stand in an extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of murder and espionage. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. The sleek black beauty sped through the night, carrying Britt Reed and his faithful valet Kato toward the waterfront. The Green Hornet and his assistant were once again on an urgent mission. As they rode, Britt was saying,
According to Axford, the police received an anonymous note saying that the man responsible for the disappearance of the plans for the Van Port anti-atomic bomb device will meet with the Green Hornet in Van Port's unused boathouse at midnight tonight.
Why do you think someone sent that note, Mr. Britt?
First, to get rid of the men who actually made the deal. Then second, to point suspicion at the Green Hornet. Evidently, they don't know the top commie agent who finally got the plans.
While authorities are busy grilling men they hope to capture, a head spy may get away, perhaps.
I want to get those men before the police do. Maybe we'll find a clue to the one who sent that note and involved me. Oh, here we are. Come on, Kato.
Yes, sir.
It's just about 11:30 now. We'll go to the boathouse.
As Britt and Kato left the car, the swirling gray fog closed in about them.
I see outline of small building slightly to left, Mr. Britt.
Well, that should be Van Port's boathouse.
Britt and Kato cautiously approached the small building and soon stood before a door on the land side of the boathouse. A door which evidently opened into a room above the mooring platform.
I see dim light inside.
We'll have to force that old door. We'll hit it together.
Oh, I'm ready.
All right. Now.
Green Hornet.
Don't move, Hart. As head of Van Port Enterprises, you're probably the man
No, you see,
He fall from chair. He not move.
Something wrong. Kato, we arrived too late. He's dead.
Dead? I not understand.
Murdered, Kato. Here, look here.
Knife in back.
Must have been done just before we broke in. This room is fixed up as sort of an office to use as a meeting place. I'm inclined to...
Boat leaving. Oh, killer get away.
That trap door over there must lead to the landing below. Come on. We're too late.
That must be police.
Hey, this man's dead. Stabbed. Killer just got away.
Suffered snake, Sarge. That must have been the Green Hornet leaving in the motorboat.
We'll make sure. Search the place, couple of men. Rest you go outside in case someone else tried to get away.
Hey, Sarge, look. There's an open trap door leading below.
We'll go down there and look around.
We trapped. What we do?
We'll go to the end of the landing and dive in. We'll have to swim for it. Come on. Swim underwater, head for the riverbank a few hundred feet below here. Let's go.
Hey, somebody just dived into the water.
They'll try to stop him. Stop! Come back here!
Do you think you winged him, Sarge?
The fog's too thick to tell, Axford. Come on, I'll have the men search the riverbank.
The water's cold, Sarge. He won't stay in it long without getting out of it on one side or the other of the boathouse.
Let's get outside.
Why all the shooting? Yeah, what happened?
No time to answer questions now. Spread out along the riverbank. Somebody jump in the water. Now find him.
All right, come on.
Axford, this is serious. The victim in there is Mr. Hart, Van Port's general manager.
Holy crow. Sarge, do you think he was mixed up? Hey, what's that?
Red day, there's no other sound like that. The Green Hornet is leaving. He must have been the one he shot at. His commie pals must have left in the boat.
Suffering snakes. Wait till I get to a phone and tell Gunnigan the Green Hornet murdered Mr. Hart. What a scoop.
Sentinel extra paper. Green Hornet hunted in Hart murder.
Give me one of those, boys.
Here you are, mister. Head of Van Port Enterprises involved in disappearance of important plans.
I'll take one of those.
There you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel extra paper.
following morning, Mike Axford entered Brick Reed's outer office.
Morning, Casey. Is Reed in?
Yes, he is. He's in his office talking to Gunnigan.
Huh. Wonder what got Reed down so early.
Well, it isn't that Mr. Reed is so early, Axford. It's just that you're so late.
Yeah. Fine way to talk when I spend half the night running around getting scoops for the Daily Sentinel.
I don't know what the Sentinel would do without you, Michael. Even though we do have many other reporters to bring in news.
Sure, but 'tis I who brings in the headline news, Casey. The big scoops, that is.
Well, after this, Michael, I'll remember to call you Scoops, Axford.
Ah, no use wasting time with you. I'm going in to see Reed.
Wait, Michael, I told you he's busy.
And what's more, Gunnigan, as far as Mr. Hart is concerned, Oh, come in, Axford.
I am in. Hey, hi, Reed. How you, Gunnigan?
I might have known you'd barge in. Now, what are you saying, Chief?
I was about to say, for a while I thought Hart was involved in the disappearance of those plans. But now I'm inclined to think otherwise.
Reed, how can you say that when it's as plain as the nose in your face that Hart was dealing with the Green Hornet? 'Twas the Hornet who stabbed him in the back to get out of paying off, as I see it.
For once I agree with Axford, Chief. The authorities considered an open and shut case against Hart and the Green Hornet. I say, catch the Green Hornet and we'll have a lead to the missing plans and the commie agent he gave them to.
Well, I can't agree, but you have the right to your opinion. It seems to me, if they'd find the person who sent that anonymous note to the police last night, they'd get a direct lead to the one who has the missing plans.
Huh. Anyone could see the Green Hornet himself sent that printed note to the cops, Reed. He wanted to put the finger on Mr. Hart.
As I see it, the finger has been put on the Green Hornet.
That's what he gets for trying to play smart with the cops.
Do the police agree with you, Axford?
Sure, 'tis the opinion of everyone at headquarters.
Well, that means they intend to concentrate their search on the Green Hornet alone?
That's right. When they catch that spalpeen, the whole case will be busted wide open.
Have it your way, Axford. Oh, by the way, Gunnigan, send someone over to interview Van Port.
Okay, Chief.
Hey, let me go, Gunnigan. I'll get him to talk, I'm sure of it.
Well, go ahead. But don't be gone all day.
Go on, Axford. Let me know how you make out.
Sure, Reed. I'm on my way right now. See you both later. So long.
Later, Mike Axford returned to the Sentinel building and hurried to the city room.
So, Reed, I'm glad you're here. I can tell you and Gunnigan about that interview at the same time.
Well, it took you nearly all day, Axford.
I knew when I let him go he'd be all gay, getting to see Van Port. Here it is, nearly 6 o'clock.
Keep your shirt on, will you, Gunnigan? It isn't easy to get in and see big shots like Van Port. After all, you told me
Forget
to
it, Axford. What about the interview?
Well, it was this way, Reed. I went to Van Port's place, and after cooling me heels for a long time, I finally got in to see him. I told him I was from the Sentinel, so he seemed very willing to talk.
So you're from the Daily Sentinel, eh? Sit down, Mr. Axford, and make yourself comfortable.
Sure, and I don't mind if I do, Mr. Van Port. 'Tis a comfortable chair you have here.
I understand you want my views on the most unfortunate affair that happened last night.
That's right, sir.
Well, first I want to say it's been a great shock to me, especially following the loss of our plans.
Sure, I know, sir. But now about Mr. Hart. Do you think that
I know what you're about to ask. I've learned what the authorities believe and what, under the circumstances, I'm forced to believe myself, though it hurts me to do so. That Mr. Hart, whom I trusted so much that I put him in the highest position I had to offer, betrayed my trust by selling our secret plans to foreign agents, dealing, of course, through the Green Hornet.
That's the way it looks, sir. Now, did you have any suspicions at all about Hart when you first missed the plans, Mr. Van Port?
Well, no. In fact, if it hadn't been that the police received that note and reached the boathouse in time to hear the Hornet making his getaway, I'd have sworn that Mr. Hart died while loyally furthering the work of the company.
Then you knew about the office in the boathouse?
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Hart wanted extra privacy to work on a scientific brochure. I was the one who suggested he use the old boathouse I owned up the river.
Sure, 'tis hard to believe he'd do what he did, after you doed so much for him and all.
Yeah, that's true. Last night at 10 o'clock, Mr. Hart and I were sipping brandy in the study of my home while we discussed company business. He left soon after that. I had no way of knowing then that at 11:30 he'd be slumped over the desk in the old boathouse with a knife in his back.
'Tis sad to think about. Do you think the plans will be found, sir?
In my opinion, if they find the Green Hornet, the authorities will get a lead to the man who has those plans. Well, there isn't much more I can tell you, Mr. Axford. Needless to say, the whole affair has been a severe blow to me.
That's about all he had to say, Reed. He's sure taking it hard about Hart being a traitor and selling those plans.
I imagine how he feels.
Axford, get that interview on paper and give it to rewrite as soon as you can.
Okay.
I have the whole force alerted in case the cops catch the Green Hornet, Chief.
Well, let's hope they do catch Hart's killer in time to recover those plans, Gunnigan.
After Brick Reed returned to his office, Lenore Case entered.
Here are some letters to be signed, Mr. Reed.
Oh, thanks.
You know, Mr. Reed, I'm worried about what everyone says about the Green Hornet.
I am too, Miss Case. I hope to find some way to track the real killer of Hart.
You did go to that boathouse last night?
Yes, but Hart was already dead.
In his interview, Mr. Van Port said he was found slumped over his desk with a knife in his
Wait a
back.
minute. He did say that.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. That and something else he told Axford bears looking into. I'm glad you brought that up.
You're getting an idea?
I sure am. I'll sign those letters in the morning. Right now, I'm heading for home. I have an idea the Green Hornet may make the headlines by turning in Hart's murderer.
Darkness had fallen as Brick Reed left his office at the Sentinel building and went to his apartment where Kato was waiting. Britt explained why he had come home.
Oh, you say perhaps we go to catch murderer of Mr. Hart.
I think I know who he is, Kato. But we'll have proof if I can make him show his hand.
How you think you do that?
And I'll tell you about this we drive. Let's get the Black Beauty.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Brick Reed and Kato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Brick pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
What you tell me make me think maybe you suspect the right man this time, Mr. Britt. But how you get proof?
Kato, what I want to do is to figure out some way to get him and his commie friends together at the boathouse. Then I'd tip off the police.
It's not easy to get them to go to boathouse.
I know. There must be some way. If I could... Kato, stop near a drugstore so I can use a phone. I'll leave my disguise in the car, then talk to him from the phone booth.
Yes, sir. There's a drugstore not far from here.
Good. Step on it, Kato.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hi, fellas and girls. Have you noticed that current of excitement that's in the air these days? You can always sense it at this time of year. It's part of the holiday season. And at happy holiday gatherings with your relatives and friends, delicious sparkling Orange Crush fits in naturally. 'Cause naturally, it tastes better. Better than any other orange drink. It's that natural, fresh fruit flavor that makes the big difference. Orange Crush is flavored with the pure natural juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better, and it makes the good things you eat with it taste better, too. Tell Mom to stock up on Orange Crush for the happy occasions ahead. It'll go so well with the party menu she's probably planning now. And for hurry-up snacks when friends drop in, delicious Orange Crush is just the thing. It's simply great with holiday cookies, with fruitcake and nut breads, too. It's the world's favorite orange drink. And when you serve it to your friends, they'll appreciate your giving them the best. So be sure there's plenty of Orange Crush on hand for the holiday season. You can get it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange, say Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. No other orange drink in the world has that natural, fresh fruit flavor. That's ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Naturally, it tastes better. Now, back to the Green Hornet.
A short time later, leaving his Green Hornet disguise in the car, Britt Reed entered a drugstore, went to a phone booth, and dialed a number. Then he talked in a terse monotone.
Listen, let me do the talking. I'm the Green Hornet. The man you sent to kill Hart knows now that you tried to frame him as well as me. He's planning to leave evidence in the office at the boathouse that'll bring to you the police and that point to you and to the man who got the plans. I'm being hunted, so I'm staying in hiding. You'll have to get that evidence yourself before he tips off the cops. What's that? Yeah, I'll tell you why I'm doing this. I'll come to you for my share of the dough you got. That'll be my pay for tipping you off. Goodbye.
A few minutes later, Britt returned to the car where Kato was waiting.
I think I convinced him, Kato.
That's good.
Let's go.
What do we do now, Mr. Britt?
We'll be busy at that boathouse if things work out as I hope. Fortunately, a fog is blowing in from the river, so there'll be less chance of detection.
What if a man phones police and say that Green Hornet called him? Well, then perhaps police come too soon to place where you're going.
Well, if he phones the police, it'll prove that my suspicions about him are wrong, Kato.
Do you think it's possible you are wrong?
No. I'm almost sure he's the one we want. He's slipped up on too many points. And we'll know before long.
In an apartment not far from the boathouse office, a tall, lean-looking man named Kirov talked to his helper, Ivan, as he packed a suitcase.
Ivan, we have finished our work here for the time being. When I come back to the city, I'll find more for you to do.
You are clever, Kirov. Putting the finger on Mr. Hart as you did. But there is something I should like to know.
What?
Who was responsible for the police coming to the boathouse just as I was leaving? I barely managed to get away in the motorboat.
Oh, forget that, Ivan. You did get away, and you were well paid for what you did. Now, I'm all packed and ready to go to the airport.
It was good there was fog last night. Those police shoot straight. They might have killed me if it had been clear.
I told you to forget last night, Ivan. We all take risks.
It is not easy to forget. I almost didn't go through the job. I did only because your friend promised to pay so much.
Now, wait a minute,
No,
Ivan.
I must tell you. When I reached the boathouse last night, Mr. Hart met me at the landing. He was quite friendly. He took me up to the office and started to talk.
Fog is so thick, I began to think you'd lose your way, Mr.
Just call me Ivan.
Very well, sit down, Ivan.
No, thanks. I am not staying long.
I plan to be here working tonight, and I was told you were bringing a boat over to leave in the boat well. So I said I'd bring down a lantern and help you dock.
Oh, you mean you do work here?
Yes, scientific writing. If you wait a short time, I'll drive you into town.
Oh, but you aren't going into town, my friend.
What do you mean?
Sit down. Now, this is a knife I hold at your back, Mr. Hart.
But what is this? Why do you...
No doubt the police will think you sold the plans that are missing.
I begin to see the truth now. You were sent here to do this to me.
Why, of course. It has all been planned. Very well planned. And you will be found dead.
Ivan, why do you take time to tell me these details? It is over and the plan has worked. It's strange that you... Hello. Oh, it is you. I'm in a hurry to leave, so... What's that? So... That explains a lot. Yes, I will meet you there. And bring Ivan with me. What? Yes. Do not worry. He will come with me. Goodbye.
Who was that, Hero? What is it all about?
Soon you will find out, Ivan. You and I are going to meet someone at the boathouse office.
Huh? I do not understand.
Oh, you will. It is important that you come along. We'll go in the boat. Come on.
Britt Reed and Kato waited in hiding near the old boathouse.
Man, I phoned is inside waiting for the others.
I hope they come before police get here. Maybe we called police too soon, Mr. Briggs.
Keeping my fingers crossed, Kato. If they... Listen. There's a motorboat coming toward the boathouse now.
You think it's one man inside waits for?
Yes.
You able to see anyone?
The fog's too thick. But we know they've gone inside with the boat. Come on, we'll go to the open end of the boathouse. We'll have to work fast before the police arrive.
A short time later, 2 squad cars came to a stop a short distance from the boathouse.
Now, quiet now. We want to sneak up on them without a sound.
Oh, shut up, Axford. I'm giving the orders here. Have your guns ready, men.
One time I wish I had a gun.
Just point your finger at him, Axford. Then yell bang.
Ah, you and your corny jokes.
Well, get out, man. Let's go. Be quiet.
That's what I said before.
As I said, shut up before, Axford. Boys, listen to me. Castine, Axford, come along with me. The rest of you go down by the river in case they make a break for it.
Right.
Let's go. Stay close, not a sound out of you.
We're right with you.
We'll stop here by the door to the office. I want to get close enough to the door to listen to what they might be saying. Easy now.
It is as I tell you. Ivan has come with me, but he still does not seem to know why. You tell him, Kiro. Ivan, somehow you found out you had been framed when our leader sent you to kill Hart. But luckily, we have found out that you planned to come here and leave evidence against us to get tip off the police.
What are you saying, Kiro? I made no such plan, and I did not doubt anything that would... So now I understand. You and the leader here tried to frame me last night by sending the police to catch me red-handed.
You know too much, Ivan. And you are inclined to brood about what has happened. Like others who have ceased to be useful to the party, if it became necessary...
Now wait. Tell me who informed you I plan to leave evidence against you.
I'll tell you that. The Green Hornet.
No. No, you could not be the leader and be that stupid. You must mean to frame all of us for Hart's death and for taking the plan.
Ivan, for once you speak sensibly. You could be right. Maybe the Hornet... Yes, that must be it. We must leave here at once.
We heard enough. Bust in that door. Now, come on.
Sugar and snakes. They're gone. They've gone down to the boat landing.
We'll follow them. Hurry. Stop, what are you?
Promoter, it won't start.
Reach, all of you.
Don't give up to them. Hold it, Tommy.
As a shot wounding the leader came from the fog-enshrouded opening of the boathouse, Sergeant Cassidy, firing simultaneously, wounded Kirov and Ivan as the 2 commies turned to fight.
3 of them. We got them all.
Holy crow. One of them is Mr. Van Port himself.
He's the one they call the leader, no doubt. Well, here come the rest of the men. Yeah, it's a good thing one of you fired from the opening and winged that leader Van Port. He might have plugged me the way he turned so quick.
What are you talking about, Sarge? None of us was anywhere near the opening there.
Then who was it fired that shot from out there? Whoever it was, I'd shake his hand.
Listen, the Green Hornet leaving. He must have fired and tried to kill Van Port so as he couldn't talk. He waited near the open end of the boathouse till your men came in to investigate the shots. Then he beat it.
From what we heard, Van Port and these 2 are to blame for Hart's murder and for the loss of the plant.
Hey, Sarge, there's a suitcase in the boat. Here it is.
Packed up, ready to leave, huh? They'll all get the chair for the murder.
No, wait. I will give evidence against them. Van Port was our leader. Kirov was leaving with the stolen plans. Look in the suitcase.
Ivan, do not talk.
We'll open this at headquarters. Well, come on. Let's take these commie spies and put them where they can't do any more harm.
Later that night, Axford phoned Britt Reed's apartment to tell Britt Hart's killer had been caught and the plans found, along with other details of the capture of the communist agents. When he finished talking, Kato remarked.
It's good you think of slip Van Port make that put you on his track, Mr. Britt.
Well, the details of the Hart murder were kept out of the newspapers. All that was said was that Hart was murdered during the night at the boathouse office, presumably by the Green Hornet.
That's right.
But Van Port told Axford that Hart was stabbed while sitting at his desk at about 11:30. That statement caused me to suspect that he was in contact with the real killer.
Well, then you decide to try to get proof.
Right. The more I thought of how definite Van Port was about the details of the killing, the more convinced I was that he was in on it. Now that the commie spy ring is broken and the plans found, the Green Hornet can't be charged with murder and espionage.
When clever men like Green Hornet have to watch stuff with communists, it's good for all people to keep eyes open to protect country.
You can say that again, Kato. But right now, Britt Reed is going to close his eyes and get some much-needed rest.
Sentinel Extra paper! Van Port indicted for Hart's murder! Commie spy ring broken! Read all about it! Green Hornet helps in return of secret client! Sentinel Extra paper!
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Pretenders to the Throne. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Extra, Sentinel Extra! Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Jeff Warren Safe. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor, sealed in that sunproof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle. and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. When Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, emerged from his private office, he found Michael Axford and ace reporter Ed Lowry about to leave with Lenore Case, Reed's secretary.
Well, you three are certainly in a gala mood. Where are you heading?
Well, for adventure, I hope. Ed and Michael are taking me to dinner at Jeff Warren's club.
Warren's? Lowry, you mean you'll spend hard-earned money in that hoodlum's place?
Oh, Warren's no hoodlum, Chief. He's a pillar of society. He says so himself.
So does Milton Powers, that shyster attorney of his.
No, Chief, the reason we're dining at Warren's is simple. Like the place or not, it's still the best news source of any joint in town.
Do you think I'll see Warren tonight?
Don't bet on it, Lenore. Warren spends most of the time in his upstairs office with his pal Gatz.
Who's Gatz?
Warren's bodyguard, Gatz Norton. But the one who manages things for Warren is Danny Rivera.
Later that evening, in the office above his nightclub, racketeer Jeff Warren's hair-trigger temper snapped when he looked at the report which had been handed to him by Gatz Norton.
This is the payoff. Gatz, go downstairs. Tell Danny to come up here. And don't let him stall. I want him up here inside a minute.
Yeah, boss.
Danny. Hi, Getz. How's it going, Getz? Honey, this is Getz.
Hello, Getz. Gee, you're ugly. Sit down and drink yourself beautiful.
It's funny, Lois. Isn't that funny, Getz?
No. Danny, the boss wants to see you right away.
Tell him I'm busy.
Yeah, he's busy. Tell the boss that.
You don't mean that, Danny. You don't tell a boss you're busy when he wants to see you.
Huh? Well, I do. Jeff wants to see me. Tell him to come down here. Now get out of here.
Get your hands off of me.
Oh, you knocked him out. You knocked Danny out.
I'll pick him up and carry him upstairs. Now get out of my way, Bloody. Let me through here.
Lowry, Axford, and Miss Case had viewed the scene from a nearby table. Upstairs in Jeff Warren's office, Gatz Norton had propped Danny Rivera upright on a chair. He was slapping the face of the man he had knocked out, trying to revive him.
Come on, Danny. Snap out of it. Come on, boy. You say he's been knocking down the door on you, boss?
He was $2,000 short on the last numbers collection he made. I checked with the boys he got the money from before Danny handed in that list you gave me before. The chiseler had knocked down more than $2,000 for himself.
He's coming out of it. All right, wake up, Danny. Wake up. He's yours, boss.
Stop holding your head, Danny, and listen.
Well, why'd you clip me like you did, Jeff?
Be glad he didn't drill you, you cheap, petty, larceny chiseler. After all I did for you. After all the dough I lined up for you. You end up trying to jip me, you cheap little
Jeff, you got me wrong.
Sit down. Boss is talking.
Jeff, wait. About the dough. I can explain
You explain nothing. You're finished. You're washed. I'm not going to kill you. Though I should. I'll just pass the word around that you're finished. That's all that's necessary. Now get out. Quick.
All right, Jeff.
Get going.
Don't start punching and get out. I'm going.
Take that dizzy plant of yours with you.
Gatz, lock the door behind him.
A rat like that's dangerous walking around. To you, I mean, boss. He may get ideas.
I'm sure he will. But I'll wait till he makes a play first. Gatz, I want Danny tailed every minute of the day from tonight on.
When Britt Reed arrived in his office the next morning, Miss Case and Axford, who had met Reed in the corridor, regaled him with their account of the events that had taken place the night before.
We tried to get the story, Mr. Reed, but, well, we didn't.
I see.
That girl, Lois, while she's dumb, wasn't dumb enough to tell me what the fight was about when I got her alone in the powder room. She wouldn't say a thing.
Lowry and I couldn't learn much either, Reed. When we did question anybody who might have an idea, they clammed up on us.
At that moment, in an apartment on the other side of town, Danny Rivera was making another telephone call. He had spent a sleepless night and, in a turbulent mood, had called Lois Spencer and summoned her to join him before 9 o'clock that morning. He spoke to her as he placed his call.
And, honey, I figured the whole thing out. I spill everything I know about Jeff Warren. I'll even testify against him. When he goes to jail, I'll move in on his set of... Hello, District Attorney's Office? You interested in learning things about Jeff Warren? Yeah, I thought you would be. Sure, I'll tell you who I am. On account I want to cooperate with the law.
That's a lie.
Shut up. No, I didn't say anything. Look, where could we talk together? Want me to go down to your office, huh? Some way I can sneak into the place? Oh, there is. Well, tell me how then. Name? Oh, yeah. Danny Rivera. That's right. Look, if I go downtown about
Police Commissioner James Higgins, Brick Reed's close friend, shared with Lenore Case and Kato, Reed's valet, the knowledge that the young publisher was the Green Hornet. He was in his office when the inter-office communication machine buzzed, and District Attorney Fisher spoke to him from the other end.
Yes? Commissioner, are you free to come over to my office?
Yes, I believe so. Something up?
It could be. You saw that item in the Daily Sentinel about Jeff Warren's strong-arm man, Gatz Norton, and Danny Rivera having a fight last night?
A fight? Mike Axford saw it. He says only one blow was struck by Gatz. What about it?
Danny Rivera just called. He's coming to my office in an hour to give me the lowdown on Jeff Warren.
Shortly after 3 o'clock that afternoon, Gatz Norton barged into Jeff Warren's office, where the racket king was poring over his account book.
Boss, you should have had him bumped. You should have.
What are you talking about?
Danny went to the DA. He got there at 11 this morning and spent 3 hours there. He left just a few minutes ago.
Alone?
Yeah, alone. They must be letting him walk around while they check on what he told them.
That's probably it. They figure if I know he's around town, I'll not get suspicious. Gatz, they can try to trace down anything Danny's told them. But unless they get hold of the books and papers I have in that safe of mine, they can't prove anything.
But Danny has the combination.
You know how he got it, don't you?
No, you never told me.
I had it written inside the cover of one of my bank books. One day when he was making a deposit for me, Danny saw it and memorized it. I guess he wasn't thinking about jipping me then, because he told me about it.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah, but like I told you before, he doesn't know where the safe's located. That's my secret. So what good will the combination be if he doesn't know where to use it?
Well, maybe he does, without you being wise.
Nah, he's not smart enough. Gatz, have one of your boys steal a car. Change the license plates. Tell him to leave it somewhere near the Harlan Plaza Hotel and let you know where.
Near the Harlan Plaza?
Yeah, you drive me there tonight. I just decided that. I'm going to set up the greatest alibi for myself.
At the hotel?
Yeah. And while I'm there, you'll park our car in the hotel garage. Then sneak off to where the boys leave the hot load for you to pick up.
Then what?
It'll be a day late, Gatz. But we're going to bump off Danny Rivera. At least you are. Here's what you do. I'll give Danny a ring now and pretend I'm sorry about that.
A short time later, certain that he had not been followed by any detectives from the district attorney's office, Jeff Warren entered the quarters of his attorney, Milton Powers.
Sit down, Milty. I'll not keep you long. Look, I gave $1,000 donation to the Women Voters Society, didn't I? And you're going to the dinner they're having tonight, aren't you?
Yes, Jeff.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Go with me? To the dinner tonight?
Yeah, why not? I gave him dough, didn't I? I gotta eat, don't I? Well, tonight I want to eat there.
Well, Jeff, it's not the kind of affair you'll enjoy.
It'll be stuffy and formal.
I don't care how stuffy it is, and I have a soup and fish. I'll wear it. It's midnight blue with lapels down to here. And it cost me $300, so don't worry how I look. What time does the shindig start?
Oh, all right, Jeff. Starts at 8 o'clock.
I'll meet you at the Squire room in the hotel at 7:45 then. Thanks, Millie. I knew you'd do this thing for me. I'll see you.
Britt Reed had arranged to pick up Commissioner Higgins on his way to the dinner being given by the Women's Voters Society. As Kato steered the car through traffic, Higgins told of the story he had heard in the district attorney's office that afternoon.
Though Danny Rivera undoubtedly has motives of revenge, the district attorney decided to treat the matter casually, on the surface, that is, until he checked on some of the things Rivera told him.
Well, after he does check, then what?
He hopes then to go before the grand jury and get an indictment.
From what you told me, if Rivera's story checks out, Warren might go to jail for life.
Might even go to the chair. But getting that evidence and corroboration of Rivera's story isn't going to be easy. Warren has always played a smart game. Now, if...
Pardon me, Commissioner, we're here. Cato, don't put the car in the garage. Park it near the corner and stay near it. I may leave the center before it's over.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
At 8:40, a time when the dinner at the Harlan Plaza was in full swing, Jeff Warren arose suddenly from his chair at a table near the dais. As Milton Powers looked on horrified, Warren waved a hand of greeting to a man at the speaker's table.
Hi there, Mr. D.A. How you doing, Mr. Fisher? Good to see you here. Say hello to the mayor, huh? Don't act like you're embarrassed, Millie. The D.A.'s my pal. I like him to know I get around.
At that moment, on a deserted street near the waterfront, a car slowed down, and a muffled shot was heard. Then the car door opened. A body slumped onto the pavement. The car door closed. The automobile, picking up speed, drove away. A cruising police car found Danny Rivera's body 10 minutes later, and within minutes the teletype machines in police headquarters began to click the information. We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, do you ever have an arithmetic problem that ties you up in knots? Then when you finally solve it, don't you feel like you deserve to take time out and relax? Well, it's times like that, when you're kind of weary, that you specially appreciate refreshing Orange Crush. Just pop the cap from the ice-cold bottle and enjoy the most refreshing drink in the world. You like the way it sparkles and tingles. You like its fresh, tangy flavor. You know, that flavor can't be matched by other orange drinks. Orange Crush is made from real oranges. The freshest, juiciest, tree-ripened oranges in all California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness is nature's, and nature's alone. Orange Crush is really good for you. You can drink all you want of it. Tell that to your mom, and tell her how much you like this swell-tasting drink. The whole family will like Orange Crush. So tell Mom to please keep plenty on hand so you can all enjoy it whenever you want. She can get Orange Crush at her grocer's in 6-bottle handy packs. And mind you, when you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure that's what you get. You can tell you're getting real Orange Crush by the famous crinkly brown bottle, the sun-proof bottle that keeps light out and flavor in. Yes, always insist on genuine Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. In the ballroom of the Harlan Plaza Hotel, an attendant handed Police Commissioner Higgins a note.
He read it with increasing scowls, then whispered to Reed.
Reed, something rotten has happened within the last half hour. I must get out of here. I think you'd better come with me.
Well, certainly. You'll pardon us, please?
Yes, certainly.
I'm ready, Commissioner.
Outside in the lobby, Higgins, after a telephone call to headquarters, was fuming. He gave Reed all information on Rivera's death and concluded...
Of all the brazen effrontery, if Warren gets away with this murder...
Warren's sitting inside at the dinner, Commissioner.
I know he is. Every important person in this city knows he's in there. How characteristic of him. To have Rivera killed at just about the time he made that disgusting play of his. Rising to wave at the district attorney. Oh, he would do that.
You mean he had Rivera killed and used this dinner as an alibi?
I mean just that. The kind of planning that's put him at the top of the racket heaps and kept him out of jail all these years.
The police have no clue to the killing?
None at all. Homicide men are at the spot where Rivera's body was found. Reed, Warren isn't going to get away with this. I'll have him arrested right now.
Warren's probably loaded with alibis on every point and is just waiting to use them.
You're right, but I...
Look inside the ballroom there, Commissioner. The district attorney's leaving the speaker's table.
He must have received a message, too.
Yes. Commissioner, no matter what he thinks or says, talk him out of arresting Warren now or even questioning him.
Well, Reed, that's...
Please let me finish. I have an idea that may help you and the district attorney. I'll give it to you quickly.
Reed, talking fast, outlined the plan that had formed in his mind in a matter of seconds. Before Higgins could protest, Reed said,
It's a chance worth taking. If it works, you're the winner. I'll go to the girl first and then to Warren's house. I know where he lives. You stay at headquarters until I telephone, and here comes the district attorney toward us. He'll want to speak with you alone. I'll see you, Commissioner.
Oh, Reed! Oh, Reed! Well, I'd better let him try. He's the one who can do it. Oh, Mr. Fisher, I received the word about Rivera. I've been in touch with headquarters.
Reed stopped in the lower lobby to telephone Lenore Case from a public booth. He ended their conversation by saying,
Thanks, Miss Case. I knew you checked on the girl and learned her address. No, I'll tell you why tomorrow. Let me repeat that now. Lois Spencer, apartment 1B, the Woodland Arms Apartments. All right? Thanks again. Here you are, Kato. There's work to do. Do you know where the Woodland Arms Apartments are?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. Out in your corner.
Well, never mind. Get there quickly. And while I'm there, take this car back to the garage and get the Black Beauty.
Yes, sir.
Lois Spencer had worried ever since the time earlier in the evening when Danny Rivera had called her to say he was having a meeting of reconciliation with Jeff Warren. She had protested, but Danny had been confident and said he planned to meet Gatz Norton and go on to an agreed meeting place. Now nervous, Lois leaped to her feet as she heard her bedroom window open. She opened the door. At the moment, a figure loomed before her.
Oh, you're the Green Hornet.
Get back into the living room and keep your voice down. Yes, Lois, I'm the Green Hornet.
You know my name.
And I know that Danny went to the district attorney this afternoon and squealed on Jeff Warren.
Oh, no. You know that? Then you came here looking for Danny to kill him. Warren sent you.
Oh, Lois, Warren didn't.
Well, Danny isn't here. If you must know, he went to meet Warren tonight. Everything's all right between them. Jeff called him and said he was sorry about things and... Well, Danny's going to deny everything he told the district attorney.
Danny is dead, Lois.
What?
Warren had him killed.
Danny's dead. Oh, no. I told him not to go with that Gatz Norton tonight. I told him.
I didn't want to break the news to you like this, but I had to. I'm against Warren, Lois. I'll get him for what he did to Danny. But you must help me. Stop crying now. Tell me.
Sobbing, frightened, and fearful of the Green Hornet, Lois Spencer told every secret that Danny had confided in her earlier that day.
And after they arrested Jeff, Danny said he'll find out some way where Jeff's safe is located. Then he'd use the combination he had and get everything out of it.
He didn't tell that part to the district attorney, did he? Well, don't you know?
I know he didn't tell that part. He wanted that information for himself. That's what gave Jeff his power and his hold on people, he said. And he wanted that for himself.
So he could become kingpin, eh? If I had that combination.
I do.
What?
Yeah, I have it in my pocketbook. Danny gave it to me to mind in case they decided to search him when he went down to the district attorney.
Then let me have it, Lois. If you want me to get revenge for Danny's death, give it to me.
All right. I have no use for it.
You'd better come out the rear window with me, too, Lois. Then get into a taxicab and go to police headquarters. See Commissioner Higgins and tell him your story. It's for your own good. Now give me that safe combination.
The Green Hornet with a safe combination helped Lois Spencer escape from her first-floor apartment and watched from the shadows as she rode away in a taxicab. Then, staying in the shadows, he sped to the spot where Kato had arrived as arranged just a few minutes earlier, this time in the Black Beauty.
You're right on time, Kato. It's 11 o'clock. Drive at once to Warren's place. I'll show you the way. We'll be there in 15 minutes or less.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
It was 11:45 when Jeff Warren entered his home and put on the light in his study. Then he gasped in amazement at the figure standing before him, gun in hand.
Green Hornet.
I've been waiting for you, Jeff. I came here half an hour ago.
What's the idea? Why are you pointing that gun?
I'm here because of what you did to my pal, Danny Rivera, Jeff. The cops may not pin his murder on you, but I'll make you pay.
I didn't kill him. They can't prove I even knew about him getting killed.
Did you forget about Lois, Jeff?
But the blonde Danny knew? What about her?
She knows all there is to know, Jeff. Danny told her. She knows he went with Gats Norton tonight.
Oh, that dame, I forgot about her.
I'm meeting her, Jeff, after I take care of you and leave here.
Take care of me?
For what you did. I have the safe combination you gave Danny, Jeff, right here.
What?
You see?
What?
Now look at the figures on it. Left 4 to 90, right 3 to 20. Left 2 to 60, turn right.
Okay. Yeah, those are the figures, the combination. But you don't know where the safe is.
That's where you're wrong. You didn't give Danny enough credit, Jeff. That's why he didn't tell the DA about the safe. He knew where it is, so do I. I'm meeting Lois at midnight, and we're going to the place and get at that safe. No matter how we use the information, you're cooked.
Look, Hornet, you're bigger than I ever was. I admit that. Let's do business.
Here's
Let's
some
get
gas for you, Jeff.
The Green Hornet had heard a door open somewhere in the house and had used his gas gun at once. As Warren fell to the floor, the Green Hornet sped across the room and hid behind the heavy tapestry as the door opened and Gats Norton entered.
Boss, did you tune in the radio yet to hear? Hey, boss, where are you? Holy mackerel, he's dead. Hey, boss! No, he's just out. Boss, what happened? Wake up. Wake up, boss. Boss, it's me, Gats. What happened? I've been trying for 10 minutes.
Gats, did you get him? Did he get away?
Who?
The Green Hornet. When I came in, he was here.
Warren, panicky, told his story.
Maybe he does know where the safe is. I can't take a chance that he doesn't. Gats, where's your gun?
In a car. I was going to ditch it
Well,
after...
Get out to the car again and get going. Use the gun a few times more before he throw it away. Go to 75 Terrace Place.
What's that?
It's the house where I keep that safe I told you about. If the Green Hornet goes there, get him. He should be there by now. But he'll not take off right away. Kill him and the girl.
Don't bother.
What?
I'll gas you instead.
Hey, what's that?
You're still here. You... I can't...
Out you go again, Jeff. And this time I'll give you an extra dose to keep you out until the police come. Now, get this crawl through. Commissioner Higgins' office, please. Commissioner, send men to 75 Terrace Place and have them search till they find a safe there, probably behind some panel. It'll send Jeff Warren to jail for life. I'll give you the combination in a second. But send the police to Warren's house, too. The gun that killed Danny Rivera is in the garage in a car there. Warren and Gats Norton, Rivera's killer, are in the house.
Axford, Lowry, and Miss Case were in Reed's office the next morning. Axford, who had been on the story with Lowry the night before, was talking.
And they found Warren and Gats Norton on the floor cast. and with the seal of the Green Hornet near them.
Well, what about the gun you said police found in Norton's car?
Sure enough, the gun was the one that killed Rivera. Norton confessed and said he'd used the stolen car after he left Warren at the hotel and used the car for killing Rivera.
And that stuff they found in the safe will send Warren to the chair if that killing last night doesn't. The police found information that'll round up every crook and crooked official who ever were connected with Warren.
And the Spencer girl is being held under protective custody until the trial.
We were in on the first act of that story the night before last. And Axford and I sneaked in on the finale last night, too.
Well, there's still the trial yet to come, Lowry.
And there's more than that. You said they got every crook. Well, they didn't. Reed, I think you better write a box for the first page. Tell the cops and the public you believe that this case isn't over until the Green Hornet is arrested. Make them know that you want him in jail more than anyone else in the world.
Sentinel Extra paper! Warren Racket Empire crashes! Norton and Boss indicted! Read all about it! Green Hornet escapes from Warren House! Sentinel Extra paper!
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle. Produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated. Directed by Charles D. Livingston. And edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit. And all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Unknown Assassin. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of Political Crossfire. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor, sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle. The exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. When Joseph Mitchell announced his candidacy for mayor, Brick Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was elated.
He'll make a great mayor, and he'll defeat any candidate put up by Jim Courtney and his crooked machine.
But Big Jim Courtney made a surprising move. The one-man boss of his party announced his retirement from politics. A week later, his party, now supposedly unbossed, selected the ablest candidate for mayor in its history. The man, Bruce Gifford, was as young as Mitchell, was dignified, completely honest, and highly respected by everyone. But Brick Reed affirmed his earlier decision.
Gifford's assets aren't enough to offset the liability of his party's record under Jim Courtney. Well, the Sentinel will back Joe Mitchell. His record in public office, as in the Army, is superb. But in addition, he's closer to the people than Gifford, and has great qualities of leadership. Gifford's a good man, but that's not enough.
2 weeks before Election Day, Big Jim Courtney sat in the study of his sprawling country home talking with Pete Turner. Turner had been sent to Hong Kong by Courtney a few weeks earlier and had returned only that day. The men were drinking, and Courtney was happy.
Pete, Mitchell's caught on with the public like a house afire. The odds against Gifford are 10-1 and still going up. When they reach 15-1, I'll instruct my agents to start placing bets on Gifford. Now, Pete, you say everything's set for the caper we're going to pull on Mitchell.
Yeah, all set, Jim. When I arrived in Hong Kong, I outlined your proposition to Nina Jumay. When she heard the amount of money you'd pay her for coming here, that's all there was to it. We flew back together from Hong Kong. She's hiding out in San Francisco now.
Fine. Oh, wait till she accuses Mitchell of being a communist and a bigamist, and then shows papers to prove it. Man, oh man, will Mitchell be finished.
Suppose the big wheels in Washington try to clear Mitchell. Suppose they tell the truth about the 2 years he spent in China after the war.
Oh, they'll never reveal the undercover work he performed as an agent for this country. If they did, it might mean war. And rather than risk that, they'll remain quiet, and so will Mitchell. I'm betting my money and my future on that. Especially my money.
Within 2 days, the odds against Gifford dropped from 15-1 down to 3-1. When reporter Michael Axford advised Reed that Jim Courtney's agents were betting the money that lowered the price, Reed became concerned. That evening in his apartment, he talked with Kato, his valet and confidant, and the first person ever to know that Brick Reed was the Green Hornet.
Kato, we must learn if Courtney's really the man who's betting on Gifford. It's up to the Green Hornet to see that Mitchell doesn't lose the election through fraud or trickery.
Well, Mr. Courtney pulled bad tricks many times in the past.
Yeah, that's why we'll take a microphone and listening device with us and go out to his estate. You know where it is, don't you?
Oh, Mr. Courtney's house?
Yes.
Oh, sure, Mr. Brett. Oh, I take you there many times when you go for interview.
Oh, of course you did. Almost every election for the past 10 years. I know his house by heart. Well, shall we go now, Kato?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brett. Oh, I have mask, gas guns, and special keys in bedroom. We get them and leave.
The Green Hornet at Courtney's estate used his special key to gain admittance into the house, while Kato, also masked, remained outside. Courtney was out for the evening, and his servants had retired. Quietly, the Green Hornet entered Courtney's study. There, he attached a small microphone beneath a desk near the window. He ran the web-like microphone wire behind the drapes, over the windowsill, and lowered it along the ivy-covered trellis. Outside, beneath the study window, Kato attached the microphone wire to a long coil of wire which he had been holding. The Green Hornet joined him, and together they ran this wire through the high Bermuda grass to a spot in a thick wooded area, a few hundred feet from the rear of the house.
It's possible to drive the Black Beauty in here and to keep it hidden at night among the trees. Now, we'll bring the listening device here every night and use this as a listening post. Courtney uses his study a great deal. Perhaps before long we'll hear something of interest.
For 6 nights, the Green Hornet and Kato listened and learned nothing informative. Then they heard the conversation that made them sit bolt upright. In Courtney's study, Pete Turner was talking.
So everything's all ready, is it, Jim?
The schedule for the radio show's been released, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, it is. I know it goes on the air at 5 o'clock Monday night, but I don't know...
Wait a minute, Pete. Get a pencil and paper, write down the information I give you, and pass it on to your girl Nina when she arrives at the airport.
Okay. I'm ready. Let's have it.
The broadcast is called Political Crossfire. It's a panel show where newspapermen question candidates for office. Now, Monday's show, the last one before election, is the one where the panel questions the candidates for mayor. The show's divided into 3 10-minute parts. During the first 10 minutes, they'll question Mitchell.
The first 10 minutes, huh? That's the important part.
The most important. That's when your pal Nina breaks the show wide open and knocks Mitchell out of the election when she rushes in and accuses him of the things that we framed.
She'll do it, Jim. Don't worry.
Now, they'll go on the air at 5 o'clock in Studio 9B of the Pyramid Broadcasting Company. You have that?
Yeah. Studio 9B, 5 shot.
Now, as I told you, Mitchell will be questioned the first 10 minutes. Then comes Gifford. After that, the panel will spend another 10 minutes questioning them both.
Oh, by the way, Jim, who's on the panel this week?
4 the biggest newspapermen in the business. 2 publishers, Harlan Carey and Britt Reed. And 2 feature writers, Jack Malden, Bob Bartley.
They are tops. Jim, where does Mitchell sit during the broadcast?
At a table facing the panel. Why?
I want Nina to be sure. He's never seen Mitchell. But as long as he's by himself, she'll pick him out without batting an eye. Shall I give her a long-distance call now?
Yes. Tell her to arrive in town Monday morning. I'll explain why you can't risk meeting her. Give her all the dope. And if there's anything she wants to know at the last minute, give her this phone number. It's unlisted, so my name doesn't have to be brought into it. Give her the number. Tell her if there's anything else.
Sitting in the Black Beauty, the Green Hornet disconnected the listening machine. Kato shook his head as he removed his headphones.
Charlie, will not understand everything of what plan they make against Mitchell. Sound very bad. You will call police and tell them these things?
No, Kato. If the police questioned Courtney, he'd deny everything we heard tonight. Meanwhile, this man Pete would notify the girl Nina, and she wouldn't go through with her part of the plan. No, Kato, this is a job the Green Hornet must do alone.
You have idea what you do?
I think so. Joe Mitchell lives at the Del Rey Hotel during the campaign. I must get in touch with his campaign manager and, in a casual way, learn what Joe Mitchell's schedule is prior to the broadcast on Monday.
During the closing stages of the campaign, candidate Joseph Mitchell had reserved a suite in the Del Rey Hotel. On the day before election, he entered his room at 4 o'clock, prepared to take a shower and change clothes before his 5 o'clock radio commitment. But when he stepped into his room, a figure leaped from a spot to the side of the door.
What? The Green Hornet. Oh, no, you don't. Give me that gun. I said give me that.
Take care of you for a while. Sorry I had to do it, old man. Now I'll leave you.
The Green Hornet ran into the hall and made his way down the fire stairs at the rear of the hotel. A few minutes later, on a street near the hotel, Britt Reed entered the automobile which had been waiting there and sat beside Kato, who was in the chauffeur's seat.
To the Pyramid Broadcasting Building, Kato.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. How everything go, Mr. Britt?
Well, Joe Mitchell's fast asleep, Kato. He'll be out for at least an hour.
Oh, by that time, many things happen, huh?
Yeah, let's hope so. Kato, do you have that tape recorder as well as the listening machine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. I put them in trunk of car.
Good. Now, when you drop me at the radio station, go right on to Courtney's place. It'll be dark by the time you get there. Set up the machines right away and listen and record everything that's said. I have an idea Courtney's wires will begin to burn shortly after 5 o'clock today.
At
At 10 minutes to 5, Joseph Mitchell had not yet appeared in Studio 9B. Craig Adams, excitable producer of the show, made a series of brief telephone calls, all unavailing. He was visibly agitated when at 3 minutes to 5, he rushed back into the studio, where the 4 members of the radio panel and candidate Bruce Gifford stood chatting before taking their places.
I can't find him. I don't know where he is. No one knows where he is. I call his home. He's not there. I call his headquarters. They tell me to call the Del Rey Hotel. I call the Del Rey Hotel. They ring his room, and he doesn't answer there either. What am I going to do? This broadcast goes at
Mr. Adams, just a minute.
What is it, Mr. Reed?
Well, Mitchell's probably on his way here, held up in traffic, perhaps. Why not have Mr. Gifford start the show? That'll use up 10 minutes, and by that time, Mitchell may be here.
Well, I must do something. Mr. Gifford, what about it?
I'll be very happy to go on first. That's no imposition. But, Mr. Adams, they're signaling to you on the control room.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Now, we've 1 minute, gentlemen. Mr. Gifford, if you'll sit over there in front of that microphone. You, Mr. Reed, and you, Mr. Barkley, suppose you sit to the left of the moderator's chair. Mr. Carey, you and Mr. Malton will sit to the right. All right, stand by, everybody, and make this good.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Gals, fellas, hello. And how about an orange crush? Wouldn't it taste delicious just at this moment? That cool, tangy, refreshing flavor. So good because it's made from real oranges. Fresh, pre-ripened California oranges. I bet Mother's got an orange crush waiting for you in the refrigerator right now. Let's go and see. And if she hasn't, I'm sure she would have if she'd thought about it. So why not remind her? Tell her you like Orange Crush. And you can tell her it's good for you, too. Yes, sirree, Orange Crush is not only deliciously refreshing, it's real good for you. When it comes to Orange Crush, you can drink all you want. You see, there's nothing artificial about it. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That delightful fresh fruit flavor is nature's own. So remind Mother to get a 6-bottle handy pack next time she's shopping or ordering from the grocers. And say, always, any time you're feeling thirsty, be sure to ask for Orange Crush. You'll recognize it because it comes in that famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and flavor in. Get Orange Crush. Remember, there's nothing else quite as good. No other drink has the same refreshing, fresh fruit flavor. So wherever you are, ask for Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet.
Mr. Gifford, you said in answer to Mr. Barclay's question that if elected, you'll appoint a special committee to investigate...
The radio show Political Crossfire was in its 6th minute, and panel member Brick Reed was asking a question of candidate Bruce Gifford, who sat alone on a chair facing the newsmen. Suddenly, the door burst open. Nina Jumay stood in the doorway. Her eyes moved quickly over the small studio and rested upon the man who sat alone.
Joseph! So at last I find you, Joseph!
In the control room, Craig Adams gasped and turned to the engineer at the controls.
Cut the show off the air. Switch to the standby studio.
The newsmen leaped to their feet. Craig Adams, livid, started from the control room to the studio, and Bruce Gifford, startled, rose from his chair, backing away from the woman who bore down on him.
What is this? Who are you?
What
are you doing? Keep away from me!
No, Joseph, I will not keep away. You thought you would get away from me forever, didn't you? Well, it's taken years, Joseph, but I have found you.
Let that woman in. What in thunderation's going
Do
on
not
here?
put your hands on me. For 5 years I have sought my husband.
Husband?
Yes, this is my husband. Joseph, I warned you you would never escape me.
This woman's mad. Miss, get your arms from around my neck. Pull her away from me, someone.
Cut the mics in there. Chuck, call the police. Madam, let go of her. No, let go, I said. She's a tiger.
Stop, you are hurting me. Joseph, do not let them do this to me.
You're mistaken. My name... Oh, get back here.
Brick Reed had placed his arm around Gifford's neck from behind as if to pull him away.
Get back. Madam, if you don't let go, Reed, what are you doing? You're choking him.
Trying to pull him back. You take care of her.
Here, let me help. No. Loosen her fingers from his coat.
The panel members separated the struggling woman and the gasping Bruce Gifford.
Joseph, these thugs are beating me.
Now, look, madam, you've broken up a radio program.
I do not care what I do. When I arrive in the city, I try to find my husband. They tell me he is here, and so I come to get him.
My dear lady, I'm not your husband. I've never
You
been...
lie! Always you have lied to me. When you left me in Hong Kong, you said you would return, but you deserted me as you deserted your comrades.
Hong Kong? He was never in Hong Kong, was he?
You say he was never in Hong Kong. Well, let me tell you, if he should return there, they put him in jail. This man who wants to be the mayor of your city would be in jail if he were in Hong Kong.
Why, this dame is nuts. Chuck, did you call the police?
You call the police. That is good. Let me talk to them. I tell them everything. I will tell them how this man is a bigamist.
A bigamist?
Only last month in Hong Kong, I see an American newspaper. It says he is a candidate for mayor of this city, and it shows a picture of him with his wife and family.
I'm not married to anyone.
You lie. I have papers to prove we were married in Canton, China in 1946.
Madam, you're way off base. He was never in China, and his name...
Carrie, let her go on. This is good.
You are newspaper men who are supposed to tell the truth to the people. Well, tell them the truth about this man who cringes in shame now that his past has caught up with him.
Gentlemen, this is preposterous. I never saw this woman before. I'm not married, as you know.
You are a brazen one. All right, I shall tell them more. My husband was a member of the staff of the Chinese Agrarian Army when he was supposed to be...
Just a second. You say he's a Chinese Red Agent, too?
But yes, because he was an American. He was able to buy military supplies from the British and from his own country to smuggle to his comrades. Joseph went to Hong Kong and...
Cut it right there. This joke's gone too far.
It is not a joke. I shall prove what I say.
Oh, yeah? Look, madam, you keep calling this man Joseph. Why?
Because he is my husband, and I have always called him Joseph. That is why. Joseph Mitchell and I were married in... What is the matter? Why do you laugh?
You and Joseph Mitchell were married in Canton?
Yes. Look at him. There is guilt written on his face. Joseph Mitchell, let me tell you Stop it, fools. This is not to laugh at.
Oh, you think not, madam? Well, for your information, this isn't Joseph Mitchell.
What?
This man is Bruce Gifford.
Oh, no. No.
Mr. Adams. Oh, yes, Jack. The cops are on the way. We just got a call from Mr.
Let me out of here.
No, you don't, young lady. Stay right here till the police come. I want them and the public to know that I've had nothing to do with this attempted frame-up against Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Adams, I didn't get a chance to finish. We got a phone call from Mr. Mitchell. He's on his way here now.
Oh, swell. Did he say what kept him late?
Plenty. He has detectives guarding him. He says he was knocked out by the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? What? Miss, did the Green Hornet put you up to this?
I do not know what the Green Hornet is. Oh, what a fool I have made of myself. Half around the world I have traveled,
You're
and now...
the policeman. If I were you, I think I'd prepare to tell them the truth.
The police arrived and later were joined by detectives and Police Commissioner Higgins, who arrived with Joseph Mitchell. Nina Jumay suddenly refused to talk. They searched her pocketbook and learned her identity from her passport. There were other documents in the purse, some of which would later be proved false. But their attention centered on a large sum of American money and a slip of paper with a telephone number on it. When the woman refused to reveal knowledge of the number, Commissioner Higgins said to a detective,
Brady, don't call his number. First check and find out whose number it is.
Yes, sir.
The detective returned about 5 minutes later.
Commissioner, wait till you hear this. It's an unlisted number. It belongs to Big Jim Courtney.
Courtney, huh? Yes, that's the kind of thing he would try to win an election.
Commissioner, that's not fair. I assure you Jim Courtney has nothing to do with my campaign.
Now, we'll find out soon enough, Mr. Gifford. I believe you, but... See here, Miss Dumay. Where did you get that money in your purse? Did Courtney pay you that to do this thing?
Believe me, I do not know who Jim Courtney is. But I'll tell you about Pete Turner, the man who paid me to come to this country. I first met Pete Turner in Hong Kong in 1939.
When Nina Jumay finished her story, Commissioner Higgins' reaction was immediate.
If Courtney is behind this conspiracy, he should spend the rest of his life in prison. You say Pete Turner told you to call him at Courtney's?
He gave me the telephone number. That is all I know.
It's Courtney's. Grady.
Yes, sir?
Judge Miller's working late in his office tonight. Get over there immediately and get a search warrant for Jim Courtney's premises.
Right away, Commissioner.
You detectives, we're leaving for Courtney's at once. Take this woman along with you. Go with her, Miss Dumay.
Come along.
Commissioner, I want to go with you.
Certainly, Mr. Gifford. Might be a good idea if all you newspaper men were to... Hey, where's Reed?
Reed you're asking about? He just went down on the elevator.
Oh, hello, Exford. Did he say where he was going?
No, he just waved and went. Say, what's happening here? We got word at the office.
Well, come with us, Exford. You'll learn the story on the way. Mr. Adams, you come too.
All right, Commissioner.
This was your show when it started. You may as well be in for the final curtain. Let's go.
Britt Reed had left Studio 9B and taken a taxi in order to reach Courtney's home before the police.
Here you are, cabby.
Thank you, sir.
He dismissed the cab a block from the estate and hurried unseen to where Kato was listening to and recording all conversation from Courtney's study. Kato began an excited and voluble report.
Mr. Britt, you listen to what I have on tape recorder. Courtney and a man named Pete talk all the time about plan they make with girls. They get all upset now because they not hear on radio a story about how she get Mitchell in trouble. Right now they
If
say...
the recorder has all the things you told me just now, don't bother taking another word. Cut the machine.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. There.
I'll wipe off all fingerprints and close it. I'll use my flashlight and write a note, which I'll sign with the Green Hornet seal. Police are on their way to Courtney's now. Use your special key and get the recorder into the hallway before they arrive. And then here's what I want you to do. Call for me shortly after they get there.
When Commissioner Higgins and his retinue of cars stopped in front of the Courtney estate, they found Britt Reed waiting.
Well, let's get inside, Reed, before Courtney sees us coming.
The entire party of men followed Higgins and Nina Jumay to the front door of the house. Courtney himself answered the chimes and opened the door.
Say, what is...
When he saw Higgins and the crowd with him, Courtney tried to bar their entrance, but Higgins pushed him back into the hallway.
All right, none of that, Courtney. We're here on serious business, with a warrant. Now, step back. Come in, Miss Jumay.
Pete Turner came from the study into the hall and joined Courtney. His face blanched when he saw the girl, but he quickly regained his composure. Higgins repeated the story she had told the police, but both men, facing the woman, denied all knowledge of the things she had confessed.
Commissioner, this is an outrage. It's a slanderous piece of blackmail perpetrated by political enemies.
Yeah, and as for what this dame says about knowing me, that's crazy. I never saw her before in my life. I never even heard of her. Get her out of here.
Peter Turner, you cannot talk about me that way. Commissioner, I shall tell you more about Peter. He is a smuggler of narcotics.
Hey, everybody. Look at this. Glory be, look at this, will you?
What's that you have there, Mr. Ashford?
It's a tape recorder, Mr. Mitchell. Standing here in the hall.
Tape recorder? Well, it doesn't belong to me.
What, doesn't it, Courtney? Commissioner, there's a note on top of it. That's what caught me eye. It has the seal of the Green Hornet on it.
Green Hornet?
Here, let me see it, Exford. What does it say? Grady, bring that recorder over here.
Yes, sir.
Listen to this note, everyone. It says start the recording at the spot already set on the machine. The Green Hornet.
Why, I know nothing about this. What kind of a game is this?
I assure you, Courtney, it's no game. All right, Grady, start that machine. Let's hear what's on that tape.
Jim, it's 10 after 5. Right now, our pal Nina's in Studio 9B putting things in an uproar.
That's
Can
Turner's
you
voice.
imagine the look on Mitchell's face when she starts that scorned woman routine I wrote for her?
So she was using a script, huh?
That's Courtney talking
Jim,
quiet.
You're going to clean up a fortune on this election. How much have you got, Well, Ben? the figures are on the desk there in that red-covered ledger. Take a look for yourself. Okay. Hey, you bet more than I thought. But look, this isn't all bet money listed here, is it?
Oh, no.
Don't move, Courtney.
No, summer bribes. This one's marked JT. That's the money I paid to Commissioner Tillman to get the paving contract in Riverview.
Glory be.
And I have something on most of the boys at the City Hall. My wall safe has a book that tells everything about them and how much they pay me to keep it quiet. In contracts and concessions, of course.
Grady, use that warrant. Get those
What
books.
have you got on Bruce Gifford, Jim? Oh, nothing. He's not smart enough to be crooked. He's so dumb he doesn't even know that I engineered his nomination to take the heat off me. When I move in on that stuffed shirt after election...
Stuffed shirt, am I? I'll show you.
No.
Gifford's not caught me cold.
Let's turn on
All
the
right,
radio.
that's enough. That's enough. Revive Courtney, someone.
Well, I guess you got us cold. Now, look, Nina, you're not going to testify against me, are you?
After your insults to me, I most certainly am.
Honey, I was only kidding when I said I didn't know you.
Ah, he admits he knows her now.
Grady, put the cuffs on Turner. Take him and the girl out to the car. What is it, Mr. Gifford?
Commissioner, you know that tape recording can't be accepted as evidence in court.
Yes, but Courtney's book, girl's testimony, and Turner's admissions will send them all to jail.
And with the permission of the police, the newspapers will print what's on the recordings. It'll hurt Mr. Gifford, I suppose.
I don't care. Mr. Adams has invited us all back to the studio to do the show again at 10 o'clock. At that time, I intend to announce my withdrawal from the mayoralty contest.
But you can't do that, Gifford.
But I am, Mitchell. Not because I fear defeat, but because I feel compelled, as a matter of duty, to repudiate a party that let itself become the captive of a man like Corte.
Oh, Mr. Reed, they tell me at studio you come here. Oh, so I come here for you with car.
Oh, fine, Kato. Say, if any of you men who are going to the radio studio want to lift, my car's here. You're welcome to ride in it.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Reed.
Well, what about you, Action?
Nothing doing, Reed. The cops are staying on to do some searching at this house and to look into the Green Hornet angle.
Oh, that's right. He was in on this, wasn't he?
Him? Why, he's the one that gave the whole shooting match away. Now, first he knocks out Mitchell. Then he left that record machine here that exposed Courtney and Turner Good. While you're riding to town, I'll be figuring out what made him do those things. Sorry I can't go with you, Reed, but all I'm interested in is the Green Hornet.
Gifford withdraws, Corsi and pals indicted. Read all about it. Green Hornet eludes police. Set Select Street, Pittsburgh.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the story of danger entitled The Spy Master. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Adventure, Fate for a Two-Timer. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Look out! That building's going to collapse! Look out for the falling bricks! Stand clear there!
Stand back there. Let the doctors through. I said that concrete was wrong. This has been a murder job from the start. That's political craft for you. Who saw it happen? I did. I was right here. I want you to come to the office of the Daily Sentinel with me.
Daily Sentinel,
Good gravy, Lowry. I bet I've had a dozen phone calls in the past half hour about that building that collapsed. I can't give those people information.
Well, then tell them so, Clicker. That's what you're here for.
I'm here to fill in as Mr. Reed's secretary while Casey's on vacation. Not to play a parrot on the telephone. Holy cow. Mr. Reed's office.
They told me in your general office that you had no list of casualties on that cave-in. I know you must have.
I'm sorry, but what the city room told you is correct.
But I don't
We
understand.
have no information. I am sorry. One more call and I'll go wacky.
As if that would be a long trip.
You're the guy who's to blame for this, Lowry.
Me? Say, are you sure you're not already wacky?
The way you kept writing those articles about that building, hinting at political graft, suggesting that the place was unsafe, telling the world that if the building inspector was honest, it would be condemned.
All right, I wrote those stories. Sure I did. Because Brick Reed wanted them. He called a turn on that building. He's been hammering at the ring of crooks in town for the past 6 months, and now he's proved right. Don't tell me that the building would have caved if the cement had been right or if the iron girders had been of specified strength.
I have learned not to try to tell you anything. Why isn't Lenore Case back in town?
Because, my little Primrose, Miss Case happens to be on her well-earned vacation.
If she'd been here, I wouldn't be. And if I wasn't hogtied to this desk and that confounded phone, I'd have been out and might have shot some real pictures of that cave-in.
Answer the phone.
And how I will. Mr. Reed's office, and we...
Oh, golly. Hello, Casey.
This isn't Casey, and her name is Miss Case.
Don't try to kid me, youngster. I know Casey's voice. This is me.
Oh, so this is me, huh? Well, what about it?
Holy crow, don't you recognize me voice? It's Michael Axford.
Mike Axford?
Is he in town?
Yeah. How's everything at the office these days?
Look, Axford, Casey's on a vacation. My name is Benny, and I'm filling in.
Oh. Well, I'm glad I am to know you, ma'am. I wonder, could I talk with Brick Reed?
Are you in town?
No, I'm sort of stalled on my way there. I was to bid in this morning, only I stopped off part way to visit my cousin.
Yeah, just a minute. Here's Britt Reed now.
Okay, youngster.
Who's that, Miss Benny?
Axford, calling long distance.
Oh. Hello, Axford.
Oh, golly, Reed, it's good to hear your voice. I wrote you the other day.
I got your letter.
I sort of thought I'd phone you and make sure it was all right for me to be coming back.
Oh, of course it's all right. Come ahead.
Good. Tell me, Reed, has the Green Hornet been captured yet?
No, the Hornet's still at large. Why?
Good. By golly, I'm glad he is.
Oh, you're glad he is. I might say that I'm not displeased about it.
If only the cops don't get him till I get there, then by golly, I'll start in where I left off. I've been thinking about that Hornet, and I got me some new theories as how he can be run down.
I'll bring your theories with you.
I will that, Reed. I'll be seeing you soon.
Good. I'll be looking for you, Axford.
Goodbye for now.
Bye. Axford, huh? When's he coming back? I don't know, but he's on his way.
From what Case said about him, he'll barge in when he's least expected and when he can cause the most complications.
He'll be welcome whenever he comes. Lowry? There's a leak in this office. Huh? A leak?
I don't see anything.
Information. I just came from the Civic Club and I saw Manders there. Manders? What, you mean Manders of the Clarion? Yes, your pal, Manders of the Clarion. That cheap poor flush is no pal of mine. As for the Clarion, that's one of the punkest sheets on the face
Hold it, Lug. Mr. Reed said he saw Manders at the Civic Club. That means...
Nothing in Manders' case. He was there as a guest, not as a member. That heel couldn't get into any club. I knew from the way he kept grinning at me that he had something up his sleeve. When I saw the noon edition of the Clarion, I knew what. What? The Clarion has interviews with Snodgrass, Bingham, Dorset, and Plummer. All involved in that building collapse. Oh, the Clarion can't have. I tell you, it can't have, boss. Why, it took me half the morning to find out the names of the people that make good interview material. I phoned in the names and got the assignment to contact them. They were all too hard to reach. I got to go back again. The Clarion has interviews? I don't believe it. I never been scooped like that in my life. If I couldn't get to see them, no one could. Why, those dimwits over the Clarion couldn't get an interview with an office-seeking politician, let alone one of those people. Well, there are your interviews. Read them and give me the answer. Oh, but darn it, boss.
It's there in black and white.
I still can't believe it. Say, you said something about a leak in this office. Exactly. This isn't the first time the Clarion has had information that I thought was exclusive with us. How'd they get those names? Well, that's it, Lowry. How? Someone was on the line listening in when I called you. That's the only answer, Lowry. By thunder. Clicker Benny.
Don't you look at me, you ape.
You knew about those names.
Sure I did. Now tell me I blabbed and I'll wrap this thing stand right around your neck.
That'll do. Oh, I'd like to know who squealed. Boy, what I do. This burns me up. Now what's left for me? Now where's my story? Where's my interview?
Well, never mind the interviews. I'll give you a story, and you prove it and write it, yeah?
Take it down in shorthand?
You might make some notes. The reason 5 people are dead tonight due to that building collapse is because underweight material was used. Verify that through Hudson, the contractor. He'll know the truth. Yeah. Why was faulty material used? So that Hudson's firm could make money on the job. Check. Why did Hudson have to bid so low on the job that he had to do that to make money? Because he wanted to be sure his bid got the job. Sure. The same as he's nailed a lot of other bids around town. Why did Hudson dare go ahead with that sort of material? Because he knew the building inspector would pass on the job and take a cut of the graft. All right, Lowry, there's your story. What a sweet story. As if it wasn't generally known. But where's the proof? Hudson will put the blame on his foreman. That's what he's done before. The foreman won't talk because he knows that there's a nice cut for him if he takes the rap and keeps still. So where are we? We're right where we've been right along. We know the whole rotten grafting story, and we can't get proof of a blasted thing. Hudson passes the buck. The foreman takes the rap. Foreman makes dough. Hudson makes dough. Building inspector makes dough. On the other side, 5 people die. It doesn't hurt. The taxpayers take one more licking.
And you don't even get an interview.
Oh, what's the use? I don't know why I stay in this newspaper game. It's enough to drive a man crazy.
You gotta be that way, Lowry.
Get proof, Lowry. As a bonus if you do. And in the meantime, find out who's listening in on phone calls to this office and reporting our news to the Clarion. 2 sweet assignments. Call in to me late this afternoon. I may have a 3rd assignment for you. 3rd? What'll that be? I'm not sure yet, but I am on the track of something. Call me later. I'll be in my office. That 3rd assignment is going to be the one that starts the Green Hornet on a couple of moves.
At the office of the Clarion, mid-afternoon of the same day.
Sit down, Porter, and I'll have a check for you in a few moments.
I've got to hurry and get back to the Sentinel, Mr. Manders. They're short-handed right now.
What's wrong? Can't Reed get men to work for him?
The kind of men he wants are hard to find, I guess. That's why I wouldn't want it found that I'm double-crossing the paper.
Don't worry, Porter. It won't be found out.
I've got to be mighty careful. If anyone saw me coming in here,
Well, maybe better if we send the dough to you after this.
It would be, Mr. Manders. Much better, and...
Well?
Would you mind terribly giving me cash instead of a check?
What's the matter with our checks?
If one of them signed by me ever got into Mr. Reed's hands,
You'll grow old too soon worrying that way, Porter.
Well, I can't...
I'll give you the cash, though. You just keep your ears open and give me a few more beats like that one today, and I'll see you in real money.
Oh, thanks.
But remember this, Porter. Make the stuff good. I don't want any run-of-the-mind stories that we'd get in the course of a day anyway. I want big stuff. I know that Reed's close to the political setup.
Yes, sir.
And in spite of the way he likes to run around in clubs and parties, he's in on a lot that he doesn't talk about. Now, you watch for things.
I certainly will, Mr. Manders.
Late that afternoon, while Porter sat at his desk in the Sentinel City room, a very faint buzz of his secret wiring told him that an outside call was coming through Britt Reed's phone. He listened, making believe he was making a call. Heard Lowry.
You said to call in, boss, and you might have a 3rd assignment for me.
Yes, Lowry, I do have a special assignment. It's been checked and proved and verified in every detail.
You don't mean to say you got proof on something?
That's just right. I'll take the chance of it being authentic, Lowry, and you can wrap out the story and leave it in my desk. I'll drop back this evening. I'd like to look it over.
Fire away, boss. Oh, wait. Maybe I better come in and get it from you.
I'll not be here. I'm leaving my office at once. Now, here's the angle. That Filford building, it was completed only a short time ago.
Yeah, I know the place. They're renting the space in it right now.
Well, get this. The fire sprinkler system in there is a dummy.
Huh? A dummy?
There are the automatic sprinkler outlets, and they're supposed to let the water out in case of fire, but they don't mean a thing.
Holy mackerel, that's a lulu of a story.
Now, what can you do with it?
Do with it? Why, say, that'll rock the city. That's something that can be checked on.
It's been checked on. Never mind any further proof. Just write the story. I'll give it an 8-column head and give you a byline.
Swell. Hot dog. Why, if a fire broke out in that place, that'd be the devil to pay.
Of course there would. I'll look for your story on my desk tonight.
But can't we make the next edition with it?
Yeah, we have an exclusive. I prefer to wait and make sure it's handled as I want it handled.
Okay, boss. Whatever you say.
Dummy sprinkler system, Filbert building. Manders must know that. Must know it.
Hey, Porter, where are you going? It's not quitting time.
I have a headache. I'm just going to the drugstore for a bromo. Must tell Manders right away.
Hello, Mr. Porter.
Just making a phone call.
extra, huh?
What is it, Miss?
The Clarion's done with an extra, Kato. They beat the Sentinel again.
They have?
A story that Larry is doing is already finished. When he hears that the Clarion's on the streets with it, he'll be fit to be tied.
But you're not angry?
Oh, not at all, Kato. In fact, I wanted the Clarion to run that story. I wanted the story run in spite of the fact that it's not true. A double-crosser in the Sentinel office has been a great help to the Green Hornet.
The Hornet?
Exactly. And tonight I'm going to make a couple of phone calls.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll move out. I want the mask and the weapons as usual.
And the car?
The car and the smoke bombs. Lots of them. This will be a night that'll be a regular July 4th celebration with fireworks.
How's that, Mr.
You'll see, Kato. Get ready for action while I step down to the corner and make some phone calls from the pay station and the drugstore. And, Kato, be sure to bring some of the seals of the Green Hornet. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Let's return to tonight's adventure of the Green Hornet.
Now to continue our story. When the Clarion hit the street with the sensational headlines, there were certain people in the city who raged in fury. One of these was Lowry.
Of all the 30 double-dealing, two-timing, double-crossing...
He raged up and down the city room, speaking for the benefit of everyone who cared to listen.
I told the boss. I wanted him to smash that story in the next edition, but he wouldn't do it. He wanted to wait. He wanted to edit it. Well, he waited all right. He waited too long.
Oh, relax, Lowry, relax.
Relaxed? If you know the way I worked over that story, one of the best I ever turned out. A wow, a humdinger.
It can't be true. It's too far-fetched.
Don't tell me it can't be true. The boss himself checked it. Do you think Reed would tell me to write it, to run it, to give it both barrels? Otherwise, the works if it wasn't true?
Don't ask me, pal. Don't ask me. Two men read the headlines, and one of them grew pale. His newspaper trembled in his hands.
This will ruin us, Merkel. Why did you let them get away with that sort of thing?
Give me credit for a little sense, Hudson. You think I'd have passed that building inspection if I knew there weren't any water pipes connected to the sprinkler system?
I don't know. I don't know how far you go.
Well, not that far. You better get in touch with the foreman of that job and do it in a hurry.
But I can't.
Why can't you? He'd know what sort of plumbing was installed. Maybe the Clarion is wrong.
No, they can't be wrong. They wouldn't dare publish a story like that unless they had proof.
Well, it doesn't seem so.
I tell you, this is the end. The end. We'll all be indicted. A grand jury.
Put the blame on your foreman. Get hold of him and fix him up.
But I've already sent him out of the city. Don't you see? He's gone. I had to get him away so he couldn't be questioned on that other building, the one that collapsed.
Well, we've got to think fast on this. We'll have until tomorrow morning. Then they'll be storming the doors of our offices. They'll want to know how I could have passed the building on my inspection.
You can blame a subordinate for that, can't you, Merkel?
No, I'm responsible for everything that's inspected.
We've got to find some way. We've got to.
Seems to me there were water pipes in the Filbert building.
Did you see them? Did you?
Well, no. You know how I make the inspections for your jobs.
This exposure coming right after that collapse. Merkel, what's to be done?
Think. We've got to think. Now, calm is the word, Hudson. Between the two of us, we can figure a story that will be accepted.
I might phone the Clarion, ask their source of information.
Then what?
And then let me see. Thank them for informing me of something I didn't know.
Yes?
Then I'd have to install the system as it was supposed to be. That will cost me a fortune. Tearing out all the ceilings, half the walls, pipelines, outlets. 15 stories. Cost a fortune.
Money's nothing right now, Hudson. We're trying to stay out of jail. I wish we could reach the foreman on that job. Don't you know where to locate him? Maybe long distance.
I have no idea where he is, Merkel. Not the slightest idea. I paid him and told him to skip and stay away.
Alibi. Fall guy. Let me think.
While you're thinking, I'm going to have a drink. I need it. Want one?
No, thanks, Hudson.
Confounded fool. Should have known better than to go that far.
Why haven't the other papers tried to get interviews?
I had a few calls, and I had the phone cut off for the night. I mustn't talk till I know what to say. This headline struck me like a bombshell.
What's that?
The door. I won't go. I won't answer it. I can't see anyone yet.
You better find out who that is anyway, Hudson.
No.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll have a look out the window.
I don't care who it is. I won't see them.
What's a telegraph boy?
Telegraph messenger?
Yes.
Well, I'll get it.
It might be important.
Calm yourself. You're getting yourself into a bad shape. There's a way out of this. There's always a way.
Telegram from Mr. Hudson.
Oh, very well.
Sign here, please.
All right. There you are.
Who's that from, Hudson?
I'll know when I've opened it.
Anything bearing on this problem?
It might be. It's from the night man at the Filbert building.
Yeah? What does it say?
He has important information for me. He asked me to come and see him as soon as possible.
He does? What's he know?
I don't know. Tried to reach me on the phone. Couldn't do it. Come along, Merkel. We'll go and see him at once.
Building isn't half bad to look at, is it?
Of course not. I can leave the car right here at this time of the night. Come on in with me.
Okay, Hudson. I hope that watchman has something to make this trip downtown worthwhile.
The place isn't renting as it should.
That's no worry of yours, is it?
No. Bank's carrying the paper on it. No worry of mine.
Funny thing.
What's funny, Merkel?
Front door's wide open. That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do.
Well, none of our affair. Come on inside.
Where's the watchman?
Hello. Is there anyone here?
Don't answer.
Might be odd. Why is he here looking for me?
Well, maybe he's in the basement. Or maybe ringing his boxes.
Hello, Morris. Where are you?
Hudson.
What is it? What is it, Merkel? What's the matter?
Look. We left that door open behind us. It's closed now.
Who closed it?
Hello. Where are you, Morris?
Someone had to close that door. It was braced open. Oh, I wish this corridor had some lights on.
Merkel, I feel something due to happen. I know it.
There's a light in the elevator down the corridor. Maybe the watchman fell asleep there.
Maybe we should leave.
Come on, we'll take a look at the elevator.
I don't like this, Merkel. I tell you, I don't like it.
Dark here.
Yes, but there's the elevator right ahead.
Yeah.
Hello.
No answer.
Building this size at night, vacant. It's creepy. Merkel, look. The elevator.
What? Good heavens, a man on the floor.
Dead. Morris is dead.
Who did this?
We'll be accused. We're here. We'll be accused of the murder. Oh, wait. Let go of my arm. I'm getting out of here. Let me go, Merkel. I won't stay here any longer. This is more than I bargained for.
We don't know that he's dead. We're going to have a look at him.
Don't touch him. Don't touch him, Merkel.
Take it easy. Well, this man isn't dead.
No. Not dead? Are you sure?
Certain. Pulse is steady enough. There's no marks on him. See his breathing? So he's just fallen asleep. Maybe he's drinking.
That's different. Maybe that's it, huh?
Quite likely.
That's why he didn't answer me.
You're covered, both of you. That mask.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Hey, wait, listen to me.
The Green Hornet.
Oh, no. No, don't tell me. Don't say that, Merkel. Not him.
Your friend is right, Hudson.
What do you want? What are you doing here, Hornet?
Settling a few old scores, that's all, with both of you. You, Merkel, are the worst. That's why you're getting the worst punishment.
Me? No.
You neglected your inspection. This building has no fire protection. That's why I brought you both here.
Wait, Hornet, let me explain.
Close that door, Hudson.
Let me...
Close the door you're at.
Yes, I am. There, now, what do you want?
Now, we're going up.
Up? Where?
To the 8th floor.
For what?
I said up. Pull the lever and be quick.
Put that gun away. I did what you asked.
You better keep right on doing that. You two have gone too far.
What are you going to do?
You'll find that out soon enough, Markel. Too soon. Here's where we get out.
I opened the door. Don't jab me with that gun.
Straight across the hall. You'll find the door of that office open and the lights on. There we are. This is a nice, cozy little place. Very well suited for the purpose.
What's this room for?
They put a lot of waste paper and Excelsior in here, Hudson. Highly inflammable material. Perhaps if you knew who I was, you'd realize my motive for what I'm going to do. There are a lot of people who've paid in pain and with their lives for the racket you two have carried on. Now it's your turn to pay.
Oh, no.
Markel, you get the works like this.
No.
It's gas, Markel.
Oh, what have you done to him?
That fixes him.
Yes.
If the sprinkler system in this place worked, Hudson, you'd have nothing to worry about. The fire that's being started in the corridor wouldn't follow the trail of oil along the floor and beneath that door until it hit this room. If it did, the sprinklers in this room would automatically open with the heat and extinguish the blaze.
Fire? No, not fire. Don't. You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. The fire has already started, you see, Hudson.
There's smoke coming through the door. I see it.
Of course there's smoke.
Let me out. I'll die.
You'd like to save your life, eh? I told you that Merkel was going to get the worst. He's a public servant. He has a public trust, and he betrayed that trust. He won't have a chance.
But my life.
There's a full confession of your racket on that table. There's a pen beside it. Sign that. It tells all there is to tell.
Confession?
You've not much time to make up your mind. The smoke is getting thick.
This means jail. I can't sign that. I can't.
That's up to you.
Now, wait. Don't shoot. Don't shoot me yet.
I don't propose to be trapped in this building. It's a fire trap.
I'll sign it. This smoke. This smoke.
Hurry.
There.
Thank you, rat. Now you can have the same as Merkel.
You double-crossing.
You had this coming. That'll hold them both. All right, Kato, good enough. Don't mind starting any more smoke bombs. We've got to get the name of Britt Reed beyond any suspicion.
Yes, Mr. Ed.
Set fire to some of that stuff, just enough to start the sprinklers working.
Very well.
They'll think when they recover that the Hornet intended for them both to die, but that the sprinkler system did work and saved their lives.
Yes, sir.
Then the story will go out that the Hornet was misled by the Clarion and his murder plans failed.
That's right.
Stand back. Fire's going pretty good.
Maybe too good.
Oh, wait. Better have the fire extinguisher ready just in case. Never mind. There goes the sprinkler. Now to get out of here. We have his full confession involving most of the rats who worked with him. He'll pay in full, Kato, for what he's done. Even though the sprinklers in this building are all right.
Yes, sir.
Let's get out.
The next day, in the Sentinel office, Ed Lai came into Britt Reed's office with a grin from one ear to the other.
Don't flicker. Oh, Mr. Reed.
Hello, Larry.
Here he is, Mr. Reed, bright and
I
smiling.
understand that you were fit to be tied last night.
Boy, was I. Holy smokes, when I thought the Clarion had scooped just because you didn't want to publish that story about the Filbert building till you looked it over, I was sore. But what a laugh.
The Clarion stole it.
Yes.
Because they had a spy in our office. That was the reason I planted the story, Larry. The Clarion won't have much more to do with anyone who works for the Sentinel. And the spy, incidentally, is known and will be fired.
Great.
Well, what's the news on the street?
Well, the Clarion has plenty of trouble for running that story about no fire sprinklers in the Filbert place. And to prove them a fake, the sprinkler saved a couple of lives last night.
In the Filbert building?
Yeah. The Hornet read the Clarion, concocted a scheme to pay off Hudson and Merkel. Thought he burned them.
Rather drastic.
Yes. Only they came through. The sprinklers put the fire out. Merkel and Hudson gave the cops a clue, though. The Hornet is a friend or relative of someone who was hurt in the collapse of that place yesterday.
Oh, the Hornet has supplied more than that, Larry. Now I do have a headline for you. This came in the morning mail.
What is it?
A confession signed by Hudson.
Confession?
And wow, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail.
Names, dates, places.
Everything we already knew but couldn't prove.
This is good for an extra.
Sure it is.
The Green Hornet's compliment.
He intended to ruin the name of the men after they were dead.
But this is even better. Now they can go to jail. It's an extra
What are
boy.
you waiting for? Get it going. I know it's good for an extra. I saved it for you to write.
Green Hornet fails in murder try. Newspaper story misleads Green Hornet. Read all about the building racket. Confession delivered by Hornet. Green Hornet still in ours. That's the Extra paper.
Just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated.
Extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Gas House Ending. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. Joseph Dryden, secretary to Dr. Herman Wiley, president of the American Defense Foundation, delivered the registered letter to his superior.
It's from Dr. Hayward, sir. Will you please sign this receipt? The postman's waiting in my office.
Certainly, Joseph. Let me have it. There you are. And, Joseph, please see that I'm not disturbed during the next hour.
Very well, Doctor. I'll close the door behind me.
That night, Joseph Dryden went to a house on the outskirts of the city, where he met in secret with a man named Julian Carey. He handed Carey a sheet of paper on which were written a long series of meaningless words.
And, Julian, that's a copy of the letter Dr. Hayward sent to Dr. Wiley. I went into his office and took it from his safe after he left.
You what?
Don't worry. The original's back in place again.
Doc Wiley's not wise to you yet, is he?
Oh, he never will be, Julian.
Joey, if this foundation you work for goes in for developing defense weapons for this government, how come the government doesn't supervise its work? Or take the outfit over?
Because the board members believe in what they call free enterprise. The fools. They think there's too much politics and red tape working for the government directly, so they do things on their own. When they decide one of the defense items is perfect, they'll donate it to the government.
But they haven't developed one that's perfect yet, huh?
Maybe this time they have. I listened in on Wiley's phone while he told Britt Reed that Hayward's project was near completion.
Well, let's find out if it is or not. I'll get out my code book, and we'll work on this letter. Well, Joey boy, you're at the end of the first trail. Hayward's done it. His project is finished. At least the paper stages of it are.
Oh, my superiors will be happy to hear that.
Yes, and I'm happy too, Joey boy. Tell them to have the money ready Monday night. Now, according to this letter, Hayward and his papers arrived by plane from Arizona on Monday afternoon. He'll be alone, he says, so this job will be easier.
When Dryden left the house, Carey made a phone call.
Hello, Patty. Julie. Let me speak to Pete McCone. Oh, Pete, I want you to look around for a Cadillac to use at the airport next Monday. Oh, this will be a soft touch. I'll tell you about it later when I see you.
Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was one of the men who had endowed the American Defense Foundation. When word was received by the board members of the successful conclusion to Dr. James Hayward's experiments, Reed, as the youngest and most active member, was selected to fly to Arizona and outline the board's plan for protecting the secret.
Dr. Hayward, the Foundation, as usual, wants to carry on independent of government or local protective agencies, at least until your papers have been checked and double-checked.
Yes, I know all that, Britt. I suppose you're to act as my bodyguard or some such nonsense on our trip east?
No, Doctor. The board's plan is not as simple as that.
Well, I don't like the theatrical shenanigans they go in for.
Theatrical or not, Doctor, believe me, they have their basis in necessity.
I think you're wrong, Reed, but
Go ahead. Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Well, Doctor, first of all, I'll change your notes and plans into a newly devised code. I have the code with me. Now, when I've transcribed your papers, I'll send the code book back to the Foundation by mail. When you leave on Sunday evening, you will not carry the papers with you.
What?
That's right. The board thinks it'll be safer if you carry nothing of importance on your person. No one will expect I might have them, so I'll take them with me when I leave. There may be no peril to security.
Rick Reed, because his single-engine plane would take longer to complete the trip, left Arizona alone on Sunday afternoon. As his plane headed eastward, he carried a packet strapped around his chest, inside his shirt. The packet contained the coded plans developed by Dr. James Hayward. Dr. James Hayward, with a 14-hour flight schedule, was on an airliner when he took off at 11 o'clock the same night. He carried a leather portfolio and some papers in his pocket. There was nothing of importance in any of them. On Monday afternoon, gangster Pete McCone, dressed in a chauffeur's uniform, entered the airport terminal. When Dr. James Hayward left the plane, McCone approached him.
Dr. Hayward?
Yes.
I'm from the American Defense Foundation, Doctor. Did you receive Dr. Wiley's message?
Yes, I have it right here in my hand. He said he'd have a car waiting for me. Where is it?
Over to the side, Doctor. Dr. Wiley said not to wait in the parking lot.
Very well. You lead the way.
Are you comfortable back there, Doctor?
Quite comfortable, thank you. Does this car belong to... Chauffeur, wait.
What's the matter?
There's Dr. Wiley coming from the administration building. Chauffeur, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me? Stop the car. I said Dr. Wiley...
Shut up, Joe. Don't stay there and keep quiet.
Pete jammed on the brakes and turned, kneeling on the seat with a gun in his hand.
Now, you keep quiet or I'll...
Give me that gun. You're not Dr. Wiley's chauffeur. You're not.
I am not what? Now you'll keep quiet, huh?
A few miles from the airport, in a wooded area, Pete McCone stopped the car. He left the driver's seat and entered the rear of the car. There, disregarding the moans of the badly wounded scientist, he removed all papers from the man's clothing and took the portfolio which Dr. Hayward had carried. "10 minutes later, and 20 minutes before police would find Dr. Hayward in the stolen car, Pete McCone, now in a residential area, hailed a passing taxicab.
Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Michael Axford was among the first reporters to reach the hospital where Dr. Hayward had been taken. There were few details about the shooting, and Dr. Wiley, who was there with policemen and detectives, kept an air of mystery when he spoke of the incident. Axford called Gunnigan, his city editor.
And the chances are against the doctors pulling through. Now, Gunnigan, when I get some more details here, I'm going into the city and learn what I can at that American Defense Foundation. There may be something there.
Pete McCone, after making certain he had not been followed, went to Julian Carey's home. While he told his story, Carey pawed through the papers and the portfolio Pete had taken from the wounded physicist.
Well, Pete, it looks as if you've messed up this deal completely. There's nothing in these papers.
Well, I took everything the guy was carrying.
And we've been crossed up some way, because there's no baggage claim check with his plane ticket. I better call Joe Dryden. Okay, Joey boy, call me as soon as you get time. He can't talk. Dr. Wiley's just come into the office with a bunch of detectives and reporters on his tail. They're trying to get Wiley to tell them something about Hayward.
Oh, that's it, eh? Well, maybe you'll know more when he calls again.
Well, I hope so. I want to earn that money they offered us.
When Brick Reed landed his plane and placed it in his private hangar, he started through the administration building toward a taxi stand. The cries of a newsboy caught his attention.
Hayward.
Hey, let me have one of those.
Here you are, sir.
Yeah, keep the change.
Thanks.
Read all about it,
Great guns. Hayward's been shot. Poor fellow.
Taxi, mister?
Oh, yeah. Get me to the city in a hurry, driver. To the Midtown building.
You bet.
Brick Reed entered the offices of the American Defense Foundation to find Michael Axford with Joseph Dryden.
And I don't care what you told those other reporters. You must have some idea. Oh, Reed, when did you get back into town?
Half an hour ago. I saw the paper and came here directly. Dryden, is Dr. Wiley in?
Yes, but he's seeing no more newspapermen, Mr. Reed. All the other reporters have gone, but your man Axford...
Don't call me your man, you panty waist. All I want is some facts. Someone around here must have them.
Well, I'll see what I can learn, Axford. You phone the paper and give Gunnigan whatever you have.
All right. But look at here, Mr. Dryden, if that's your name. I don't like your attitude toward the press.
I'm upset. I'm sorry. All this hullabaloo... Dr. Hayward's not dead.
Joseph, have those... Oh, Reed.
Dr. Wiley, I came here directly from the airport.
Well, come in here. I will see you.
Hold on, Reed.
Axford took his departure as Reed entered Dr. Wiley's office. Reed removed the packet from inside his coat and handed it to the doctor.
Here are Hayward's papers, Dr. Wiley.
Oh.
I haven't left my person since I took off from Arizona.
I'm so relieved. Reed, it's a terrible thing that's happened to Hayward. But it would have been worse had he been carrying these plans. Worse for our country, I mean, if they had been stolen.
Yes, I agree with you. And so will Dr. Hayward, if and when he recovers. For once, the board members' theatrical security measures have borne fruit.
Theatrical?
Yeah, that's what Dr. Hayward called them when I suggested I carry the plans rather than have him do it.
Yes, he's been skeptical of such measures up to now, but I think he'll change.
I hope he'll have the chance. Doctor, place these papers in that safe of yours. I'll call the members of the board and we'll hold a meeting tonight.
Regarding these plans of Hayward?
Yes. In view of what's happened, I think this is one time they'll agree to turn plans over to government without first conducting experiments. You're sure they'll be all right in the safe here?
Positive. I'm the only one who knows the combination. And except for the board members and the man who installed the safe, I'm the only one who knows it's here.
Well, nevertheless, I'd keep someone on guard duty here tonight.
Certainly. I'll call it agency at once. But wait till I put this away first.
Dr. Wiley slid back a wall panel, opened the safe, and placed the papers inside. When the safe was closed, Reed suddenly turned and headed for the door to the outer office.
I think I hear someone... Oh. Dryden, was that you at the door?
At the door, Mr. Reed? I've been here at my desk. Is something wrong?
No. No, I must be imagining things.
What's the trouble, Reed?
Nothing, Doctor. Hearing about Hayward has me on edge, I think.
Reed, I'll call the members of the board now and ask if they can attend a meeting here at 9 o'clock tonight.
Good. Have you a dinner engagement, Doctor?
No.
Then suppose you dine with me. We'll go to the hospital to see Dr. Hayward, have dinner, and come back here later.
Well, splendid. I'll meet you at 6 o'clock after I've arranged for the guard and the meeting tonight.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, once Thanksgiving Day rolls around, we're into the holiday season. The season I'm sure you like best of all, because it brings so much fun and excitement. And at happy holiday gatherings with your relatives and friends, delicious sparkling Orange Crush fits in naturally, because naturally it tastes better. Better than any other orange drink. It's that natural, fresh fruit flavor that makes the big difference. Orange Crush is flavored with the pure natural juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. And it makes the good things you eat with it taste better, too. Tell Mom to stock up on Orange Crush for the happy occasions ahead. It'll go so well with the party menu she's probably planning now. And for hurry-up snacks when friends drop in, delicious Orange Crush is just the thing. It's simply great with holiday cookies, with fruitcake and nut breads, too. It's the world's favorite orange drink. And when you serve it to your friends, they'll appreciate your giving them the best. So be sure there's plenty of Orange Crush on hand for the holiday season. You can get it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange, say Orange Crush, 'cause there's no other drink so good. No other orange drink in the world has that natural, fresh fruit flavor. That's ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Naturally, it tastes better. Now back to the Green Hornet. Immediately after office hours, Dryden hurried to Julian Carey's home. While Carey and Pete McCone listened, Dryden told what he had heard while eavesdropping.
And there's a guard there now. But the papers are in the safe, and my superiors want them more than anything in the world.
You have the combination to the safe. Give it to Pete.
I have it on paper in my pocket. Here you are, Pete.
Okay. Let me have the key to your office, too.
Key?
Yeah. You don't think I'm going to break in and have the guard come at me shooting, do you?
No.
Well, then give him the key.
All right. Here's the key. Oh, I'm afraid they'll suspect me after this.
The guard on duty in the office of the American Defense Foundation tensed as he heard the door to Dr. Wiley's office open. He started to reach for his gun, but Pete McCone, his gun ready, shot first.
Oh! Too bad you're slow on the draw, bud. But a guy's got to do things like this when he's making a business call.
Yes? This is Julie. Pete, how'd you make out? You have? Then bring them here until we get word from Joey.
Britt Reed and Dr. Wiley returned to the Foundation office at 8 o'clock. The first sight that greeted their eyes was the body of the guard dead on the floor.
Oh, my heavens. Reed, he's been murdered.
Yes, he's dead, all right. The body's still warm. I'll call the police.
Oh, wait. Let me look inside first.
Wiley led the way into the inner office.
There's nothing disturbed in here.
Open the safe, anyway.
Yes. Reed, they've been stolen. The papers are gone, but that's not possible.
Isn't it? Doctor, who else has the combination to this safe?
No one. No one at all.
Are you sure? There's not a copy of it anywhere?
No. Wait, I take that back. I have the combination written on a slip of paper, but that's hidden in a secret compartment in my desk.
You thought the papers were hidden in a paneled wall safe. You also thought that no one knew of Hayward's project in Arizona, or that he was flying back here with the plans. But someone knew. Someone had to know.
But who? Only...
Wait. What about that secretary of yours, Dryden?
Oh, he knows absolutely nothing, Reed.
Are you sure of that? Before you call the police, call Dryden. See if he's at home.
Yes, certainly. Reed, his phone number's there on the pad of my desk. Get it for me, will you, please? I'm too upset to recall it.
Oh, certainly. Let me see. D's. Yeah, Dryden, 918 Yarmouth. Trafalgar, 9970.
Yes, that's it.
Here, I'll dial it for you, Doctor.
Thank you. Joseph, is that you? How long have you been home? Oh, all evening, you say? Yes, something is wrong, something terribly wrong. A man has been murdered in this office.
While Dr. Wiley talked, a suddenly grim and resolute Britt Reed withdrew quietly from the office. With no word of explanation, he left the office and hurried to the lobby of the building. There he placed a telephone call to Kato, his valet and confidant, the first man ever to know that Reed was the Green Hornet.
Kato, meet me as soon as possible with the Black Beauty and everything else. I'm at the Midtown building. I'll meet you in that alley on Bond Street off Water. You remember the place? Yeah, that's it. It's dark now and that section's deserted. No, I'll tell you when I see you. Hurry.
Reed left the building and hailed a taxi. He left at a short distance from his meeting place with Kato.
Here you are, Cabby.
Thanks, mister.
He waited 10 minutes in the alley at Bond and Water Street. Then the Black Beauty appeared, and he entered.
Kato, we're going to Yarmouth Street, somewhere near the number 918.
What there, Mr. Britt?
A young man who was still on the telephone about 15 minutes ago. A man who may still be there, or may be gone by now. I want to find out.
Why? What'd he do?
Britt told him of the day's events, the 2 shootings and the robbery of the defense plans.
And this fellow Dryden was outside the door when I spoke to Wiley. I feel sure of it.
You think he'll hear what you say about the papers, and then maybe come back and steal them?
It's an outside chance. Turn right here, Kato. Yes, if he's involved, he may be ready with an alibi for the police. I doubt that he'll be prepared for a visit from the Green Hornet. This is a quiet neighborhood. Let me see. Yeah, there. That house in the corner. That's 918. I'll wait till I place my mask on. Kato.
What is it, Mr. Britt? That man who come from house?
Yes, it's Dryden. He's walking to that parked car. He's starting.
We follow him, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Wait a few seconds and then take after him.
The Green Hornet and Kato in the Black Beauty followed the speeding car in front of them. Dryden at the wheel drove through back streets and then headed for the outskirts. Kato, by careful maneuvering, remained inconspicuous in the background. Finally, Dryden stopped his car. So did the Black Beauty beneath overhanging trees a block away.
He's going into that large house with the trees in front, Kato.
Was that where we go to, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Get your gas gun ready and mask yourself. I'm all set. Come on. Here's my special key. We'll go in this side door. All set? Come on.
Inside the house, Joseph Dryden, pacing nervously, was talking to Julian Carey and Pete McCone, unaware that 2 figures were listening in the adjoining hallway.
I couldn't stay at home. When the doctor called me, that was suspicious enough. So I got in touch with my bosses and told them to bring the money here.
You probably have the cops here, too. They'll be looking for you for sure now.
You dope. Why didn't you stay and give them the alibi you had?
Why? Julian told me early tonight that I'd be on the spot right away. I hoped I mightn't be. But you had to kill that guard.
He would have got me first if I hadn't fired.
And why are you worried about murder, Joey boy? You didn't care if Pete killed Hayward, did you?
I didn't think about it beforehand. I thought he'd get the papers and never involve me.
Well, Hayward wanted to make trouble, too. That's why I had to let him have it.
What time are those commie bosses of yours coming with the money, Joey? We don't hand over these plans till we get the dough on the line.
Well, they'll be here soon, very soon. They said...
Hey, who's that?
On the front door. Pete, see who it is.
Okay.
Don't pull a gun until you look and see who's there.
Don't worry about me.
Pete stepped into the hallway and started for the front door. As he passed, a figure leaped from the darkness, crashing a gun down on his head. As Pete fell, Kato, who had struck him, bent and sprayed the gas gun in his face. Meanwhile, the Green Hornet tiptoed to a spot outside the room. After a minute's silence, Dryden's voice was heard.
He's taking a long time. I'd better see if it's my comrades. Well, maybe Pete took the money himself. Pete, who is that at the door? Who are you?
The Green Hornet, that's who.
The Green Hornet leaped over Dryden's fallen body and entered the room, gun pointed.
You, get your hands high.
Green Hornet?
Yes, I said keep those hands high.
You can't kid me, Hornet. That's a gas gun you use. What's the idea of coming here? Give me that gun.
Try to get the jump, would you?
Yeah.
Let's see you jump. No, my arm. You're breaking it. I'll break your jaw. You'll need some gas, too.
As Carey fell to the floor, knocked out, Kato entered.
Got him, too.
Yes. Here's the drape tiebacks to tie up the 3 of them. I want to write all the information we heard and leave it for the police. Then we'll telephone.
The Green Hornet wrote a long note for the police, while Kato tied Dryden, Pete, and Julian Carey.
Now for the big call. Police headquarters, please. The commissioner's office. Commissioner, this is the Green Hornet. I have the man who killed a guard tonight at the American Defense Foundation. He's the one who shot Dr. Haywood. All right, Commissioner. Goodbye. Perfect timing. Must be the men with money, Dryden's bosses. Shall we welcome them?
Welcome very big.
Do you want to see Mr. Dryden?
Yes, but I cannot see
Step
you.
inside, quickly.
Come quickly, Georgie.
But yes, now, hello.
Yes, look, welcome to the gas house. Here.
No.
Gas for you, too. They show surprised. Now we tie them?
Don't bother. There come police cars. We'll run out the rear door and get to the Black Beauty. Let's go.
Axford, in Reed's office next morning, was telling of the scene he witnessed when he arrived with headquarter detectives and federal officers the previous night.
And Reed, when I got there, this fella Dryden was spilling out everything to the cops that got there first.
He was a red agent, huh?
He sure was. Planted in the foundation to do just what he did, steal information.
Well, what about this Julian Carey?
He's just a no-good murdering crook playing both sides of the street. Pete McCone was his man, but he'll belong to no man now but the executioner. They proved that the gun he had was the one that killed the guard and shot Dr. Hayward.
Gunnigan tells me Hayward's getting better and has already identified McCone.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm glad to hear the leaders of the spy ring walked into the trap.
With $50,000 on them, too. They were going to pay for those papers that Carey had, the ones that were stolen from the foundation. Do you know what was in those papers, Reed?
No, that seems to be a secret. But they were important, else none of the things you witnessed could have happened.
Well, I guess you're right. But a secret as big as that in the papers was, what happened to the Green Hornet? Reed, I wish you could tell me that.
Set electricity, paper, spy ring bared, murder pinned on McCone. Read all about it. Dryden tells all. Green Hornet crosses red spies. Set electricity, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Murder and Espionage. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Extra, Senator Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Triple Cross. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. When Tommy Barra, king of the racketeers, was released from federal prison, Michael Axford was happy.
I was sore when he was jailed for only 2 years on an income tax charge, but now they found he lied in his application for citizenship, and they're going to try to deport him. That's good.
Brick Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, showed no elation.
It's not good, Axford. The galling part is that his deportation will have no effect on the crime situation. His rackets are so well organized, they'll continue without him.
Brick Reed was right. That same evening, Tommy Barra met in secret with 2 of the top men in his empire of crime. They were Django Kimmins and Willie McLean. Barra was speaking.
And my lawyer says I can't beat the deportation rat. So I'm going to make a move my headquarters to Europe, run things from there. Django, you'll stay here in front for me.
Like when you were in Leavenworth. Huh, Tommy?
Yeah. As for you, Willie, you'll take Django's place.
Okay, Tommy.
Now, Django, you hop a plane tomorrow and see the boys all over the country. Tell them about the new setup.
Sure.
Tell them they got to kick in $100,000 apiece for me. I want $1 million cash for a going-away present.
How'll you sneak the money out, Tommy?
I have ways, Willie. Django.
Yeah?
Bring me up to date on the territories while you're in them. Get me lists of who's running what places, how much they're netting, who we're paying off. I want everything.
Willie McLean left the meeting and went to his midtown office, a cover for his criminal dealings. There, his lieutenant, Joe Rucker, heard an account of the meeting. He laughed.
That's great, Willie. Here's a chance to do what we planned for a long time.
Yeah. We bump off Tommy and Django and take control of the combine ourselves. But first, Joe, we wait till Django comes back with the $900,000 from the other boys.
For that much dough, I can wait a couple of weeks.
As they were leaving the office later, they stopped in the room adjoining McLean's. There, Pop Selden, who worked nights after the day force was gone, had finished his records on the day's financial dealings.
Everything's on that paper I gave you, Mr. McLean. Bookmaking money, policy slips, all the rest.
Good. How the nag's running these days, Pop?
Oh, not too good. I'll have to borrow some more money from you soon if you let me.
Nothing doing, Pop. I pay you enough. You ought to be glad I give you a job without trying to put the arm on me. Lay off the horses. You ought to know being in the racket, it's a sucker's game. I'll see you. Come on, Joe.
Pop Selden watched the 2 men walk along the office corridor to the front door of the office.
Sucker's game, huh? Well, I'll show you who's the sucker once you get that money you talked about tonight. You forget that people can hear and see through keyholes. Even old horse players.
Django Kimmins made his round of the racket territories, collected tribute for Tommy Barra, and returned within 2 weeks. The night of his return, he and the Racket King greeted Willie McLean and Joe Rucker when McLean came to Django's house, carrying a bag supposed to contain his $100,000 contribution to Barra's fund.
Put your money in the pot, Willie. It'll go with the rest of the dough in those 2 suitcases over in the corner.
Sure, Tommy. Open the bag, Joe.
Yeah. Here you are, Willie. Take it.
Hey, what's that you're taking? Tommy, it's a machine gun, Duck!
Yeah, for you, Tommy.
Oh, you rat.
Tommy Barra, clutching his chest, crashed against the desk chair and fell to the floor. Willie turned to fire the gun at Django, but Django, caught unprepared, still was alert enough to try escape. Without thought, he dived headfirst through the window, glass and all.
The crazy fool, he went right through the window.
Get out the way. Let me get a shot at him.
There he goes, running toward the left, heading for the road. You got him, Willie. You caught him with that gun.
I'll take care of him. Get the suitcases. Hit him again. Come along. We'll get him outside.
I have the money, Willie.
Come on. Get to the car.
Joe carried the 2 suitcases, and Willie cradled the Tommy gun in his arm as they ran through the doorway. As they disappeared, Tommy Barra, holding his chest in agony, crawled along the floor to where the telephone cord draped from a desk. He pulled it, and the telephone fell beside him. Striving, he placed a finger in the dial and made a complete turn.
May I help you?
Get me a doctor. I'm shot.
Willie McLean ran outside after Django Kimmons, who was reeling along the road about 50 yards away. But McLean saw a car approaching the wounded man and turned, running to where Joe Rucker now sat at the wheel of the car.
Get out of here fast. We can't stay here now.
Police Commissioner Higgins and Britt Reed were at the club when Higgins received word that Tommy Barra and Django Kimmons had been shot and were now in Ardvale County Hospital. When they arrived there, Michael Axford was already on the scene.
I came out from cops' headquarters with the detectives. And Reed, I already phoned the paper.
In what room is Barra?
The operating room. You can't see him. But come with me. I'll take you to where they have Kimmons.
When Axford led Higgins and Reed into the ward, they found detectives as well as a doctor and nurses surrounding Django Kimmons' bed. The gangster was trying to speak, and finally, just as Higgins reached the bedside, Django managed to gasp a few words.
It was... Will...
Oh, nurse.
Let me see him. He's dead.
At that moment, Willie McLean and Joe Rucker hurried into the hallway leading to McLean's office. In the room next to McLean's, Pop Selden, about to leave, turned off the light. When he heard McLean and Joe coming along the corridor towards McLean's office, Pop drew back into the darkness. He heard them enter the adjoining office. Then, stealthily, he tiptoed to the connecting door and lowered himself to his knees by the keyhole and placed one eye against it. In the next room, Willie McLean pressed his thumb against a spot on the wall molding.
Now slide back the wall panel. Joe, lug those suitcases over here.
Okay. Here you are.
Give me the first case. There. Now the other.
Yeah.
That does it.
Maybe we should have put the Tommy gun in there with that money instead of throwing it into Ardvale Creek like we did.
Listen, there's only one thing to do with a gun that's hot. Get rid of it. Now we better hurry and set her alibi. Hey, what's that?
It's in the next room, Pop Selden's room.
The two racketeers hurried across the room and opened the door to Pop's office. The lights were on now, and he seemed occupied with a pile of papers on a nearby desk.
Hey, Pop, what are you doing here this time of night?
Why, it's only 10:30, Mr. McLean. I usually work much later than this. I was just checking on the horse parlor figures.
Well, listen. I wasn't in there. Joe and I haven't been in the office all night. Do you get what I mean?
Yes, Mr. McLean. I think so.
You better be sure you do. Especially if the cops ask about us. Here. Here's $100. Maybe that'll help matters.
Thanks, Mr. McLean. This is great. I have a sleeper in the 5th race tomorrow. Macaroni boy, you ought to put
Never
something...
mind trying to tap me. Get back to work. Only remember what I told you.
Pop Selden watched the two men leave his office and heard them leave by the rear delivery door. Then he looked at the $100 bill Willie McLean had given him.
It's nice of him to give you to me, wasn't it, huh?
Well, little $100 bill, after tonight I'll be using you to light my dollar cigars.
He opened the door and entered McLean's office where the lights were still on. He walked directly to the far wall and touched a place in the molding. Part of the wall slid back, revealing the two valises. He removed the valises, then left the office and walked down the same rear stairway the racketeers had taken. His wife was waiting in an automobile parked nearby.
Yeah. There it is, Mom. Enough to keep us going at Santa Anita and Belmont for life. I took out $1,000 for myself. You take these suitcases, check them in the railroad station, and stay at the Raymond Hotel till you hear from me. That's a good girl.
Selden returned to the office unseen just as the telephone started to ring. After a moment's hesitancy, he answered it.
Hello? I know Mr. McLean's not here. He hasn't been in at night in a few days. No, I don't know where he is. Who's calling? I said who? That must have been the police. Oh, well, I did what Mr. McLean asked me to do anyway.
Back at Ardvale Hospital in an anteroom, Police Commissioner Higgins put the receiver back on the hook and spoke to Brick Reed and Michael Axford, who stood beside him.
That was McLean's office. He wasn't there. Hasn't been there in days, the man said.
Who was it that answered the phone?
Huh? Reed, I neglected to ask. I think I'd better leave this investigating to the detectives.
We've had men out for a couple of hours now. They should have some line on McLean.
Reed, you keep talking as if Willie McLean had been positively identified. You don't even know that Django Kimmons was trying to save Willie before he died.
Yeah, but Willie McLean's is the one name that's closely associated with Tommy Barra and Django Kimmons.
But you still can't prove that Django Kimmons meant Willie McLean with those words he said.
No, but we'll try. Let's get back to Barra's ward and see how he's doing.
The nurse's report was terse.
He has a 50-50 chance to pull through, but he's still unconscious. And even if he weren't, I couldn't allow him to speak now.
Late that night, detectives located Willie McLean and Joe Rucker with a number of friends having pre-dawn breakfast in a popular all-night restaurant delicatessen. Michael Axford came into Britt Reed's office late the next afternoon.
Reed, your guess about McLean didn't hold up. They questioned him for more than 12 hours, and they were checking on him meantime. They finally had to let him go. His alibi stood up.
Yeah, the alibis of gangsters like McLean always seem to stand up. But perhaps alibis will mean nothing now. Maybe we'll know the truth about the shooting very shortly.
How?
Commissioner Higgins just phoned. Tommy Barra's out of his coma. The doctors are going to allow the police to question Barra any minute now.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hi, fellas and gals. Gosh, but this story is exciting, isn't it? Makes you feel kind of tense. So how about relaxing over a drink of delicious Orange Crush? You know, it's natural for you to want Orange Crush when you crave refreshment, 'cause naturally it tastes better. That's a fact. I'll tell you why. Orange Crush is flavored with the natural juices of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally it tastes better. Yes, Orange Crush is different from other orange drinks. None of them can match its tangy, fresh fruit, natural flavor. No wonder Orange Crush tastes so much better with wholesome after-school snacks. A frosty cold drink of sparkling Orange Crush and a toasted cheese sandwich, hot off the grill, make the grandest combination. And both of them are so good for you. Yes, Orange Crush, made from nutritious, fresh oranges, is good for you as well as delicious. Tell that to Mom. Tell her to keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. Tell her to get Orange Crush at her grocer's in the 6-bottle handy pack. And when you're out with the gang, ask for Orange Crush at refreshment counters wherever you happen to be. be sure to ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush, 'cause naturally it tastes better. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink. Now back to the Green Hornet. Tommy Barra, when he came to, was tight-lipped, even though he knew death might be near. He looked with cold eyes at Commissioner Higgins and the detectives around his bed.
You're wasting your time. I don't know who shot me. If I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But I don't know. So leave me alone. Get out, eh?
That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed was repeating for Kato the events surrounding the gang shootings. Kato, Reed's valet and confidant, was the first person ever to know that Reed was the Green Hornet. Kato listened to Reed and said,
So police find nothing, huh?
Nothing to implicate McLean or anyone else. But judging by what's happened, they may find themselves with a big gang war on their hands if Barra recovers.
Oh, you think he know who shoot him?
Certainly. He'll wait to recover and then take things into his own hands. The Green Hornet must prevent that happening if possible.
I get mask, key, and gas guns now. We go to McLean home right away.
Not to his home, Kato. At least not until I've looked over that elaborate office of his. That's where we'll go now.
The two men entered Reed's bedroom, gathered together the Green Hornet equipment from its hiding place, then prepared to leave. The Green Hornet and Kato, who was also masked, used a special key to enter the rear door of McLean's office building and eventually to gain admittance to his offices. They spent hours searching desks and cabinets in the various offices and found nothing. They were in the accounting office of Pop Selden when they heard the rear door that they had used open and close.
Put the light out. That's it. Someone's coming, Kato. Get your gas gun ready. We can see through this crack in the door.
I have gun ready, Mr. Britt. Oh, look. They come this way, down corridor.
Yeah, that one on the right is Willie McLean. The other, if I recall my faces, is Joe Rucker.
Golly, they come here.
Yeah, quiet.
Yeah, maybe that horse came in today. That dog's probably still running. Go on in.
They go into office next to this.
Put on your flashlight again. There's the door that leads to the office where they are. We'll go over there. Perhaps we'll hear something.
Inside McLean's office, the racketeer pressed the molding and the wall panel began to slide back.
We better get these suitcases out before the cops who are tailing us get wise we gave them the slip.
Willie, look. There's nothing in there. The suitcases are gone. The cops must have found them.
Nah, if they did, we'd be sweating under the lights down in headquarters now. There'd be cops in this office now taking over.
But, Willie, they're gone and almost 1 million smackers with them. Who took them if the cops didn't? Only you and I know about this hiding place.
What a dope. What an egghead.
Oh, me?
Now, me. Letting him work in there while we were talking. Hiding that dough while he could hear.
Hey, who you talking about?
Pop, that's who. Pop Selden was here when we left last night, Joe.
Yeah.
The cops were here all day today. If they didn't find the money, then he did. We're going out to his place right now.
Do you know where he lives?
I ought. I paid the mortgage on his house, didn't I? It's a white stucco deal way off by itself in that new development out on County Line Avenue, the corner of Oakmont. Come on.
Get that two-bit top. Good working over.
Kato, there they go, out the rear door again. Did you hear all they said?
Oh, sure did. Make head spin. They say somebody maybe take $1 million.
Yeah, they also gave themselves away about Tommy Barra's shooting. Right now, let's get the entire story before calling the police.
We go to a place where they go?
Yes, Pop Selden's, County Line in Oakmont. Give them a few minutes start, Kato. And in the Black Beauty, we'll get there minutes before they do.
Pop Selden, for a man who had stolen almost $1 million from gangsters he knew to be murderers, was surprisingly at ease. He sat in his living room studying the horse racing form sheets for the following day, unaware that two men had entered silently through the window of one of the adjoining bedrooms. But he became alert a short time later when he heard a car stop outside his house, and the doorbell rang clamorously.
Well, this sounds like the showdown. I hope I keep my nerve. Yeah, just a minute.
Where's... Willie, he's here.
Hello, Mr. Rucker. Hello, Mr. McLean. Come in.
I'm coming in, all right.
Get back into that room, Pop.
Lay off
Don't mind
me.
that stuff. Did you take them? Did you?
The suitcases with the money in them? Yes.
Willie, did you hear him? He stands there cool as you please and says he took...
Oh, you double-crossing...
Just a minute, Mr. McLean. It's not going to do you any good to start making threats or doing anything rash.
Listen to him.
I'm not going to make threats. I'm going to kill you.
No, I don't think you will, Mr. McLean, unless you want to go to the electric chair. If you do anything to me, you will, I assure you.
The nerve of the guy talking like that. Give him the works, Willie.
Where'll I find out where the dough is? Pop, we're not kidding. We want to get that money we need it to leave the country.
Afraid of Tommy Barra, are you? Well, I don't blame you. You should have finished him off when you shot him.
I said we want that money. Where is it?
I only used $1,000 today. I bet 500 of it on Macaroni Boy. He won. Paid $28.60 to win.
Shut up, you old fool.
Kill me with that gun, and the police will have you by tomorrow. They'll know where to look for the Tommy gun you used on Barra and Kimmins. What? In Arfdale Creek, below the bridge.
Willie, he knows where we threw it.
Sure, he knows everything. Peeping and snooping it. But wait. How will the cops know if we kill you?
Because someone else knows. Someone you don't know. If I die or disappear, that person will go to the police at once. You'll be finished. I gave that person a note telling everything. Not only about the killing of Django Kimmins, but about others that I heard you talk about. The note also tells about how you cover up your narcotic and policy and bookmaking business, where you bank the money you take in.
That's enough. You mean you have that all set to pull on me if anything happens to you?
Yes, that's right. So you'd better let me live. Tommy Barra will take care of you anyhow.
Who'd have thought this old goat would pull a play like this? Come on, Pop, cut the kid and tell us where the dough is.
No. I'll only say this. It's where you'll never find it.
We'll search the place. I'll start over here in this room.
Well, that's your bedroom, I tell you.
Keep him quiet, Joe.
I will.
Suppose you keep quiet, too, with gas.
Oh.
Willie, what's the matter? What are you gagging about? Why don't you... What? The Green Hornet.
I'll take that gun.
No, you don't.
I use gas. Watch out.
There.
You gave it to him so close he'll be out for the night. Tie him and the other fellow up. I'll go inside.
We'll do right away.
Hey, what's happened? The Green Hornet.
Yes. Your pals Willie and Joe are unconscious. I took care of them.
You did? What is your partner doing? Tying them up?
Yes. So they'll not be able to follow me to where you put the money. I'm going after it now.
The money?
Yeah. The near $1 million in the suitcases. That's what I want. Now I know where it is. You gave yourself away today, Pop.
Oh, you lie. You don't know anything about the money. You don't know about it.
Both men tied.
Then let's get out of here. Pop, I'm afraid I'll have to gas you, too.
Oh, don't use that gun.
Well, he not get much gas that time.
I didn't want him to get much. Come on, Kato. We'll hide in that closet.
Pop Selden recovered in about 10 minutes. He rose to his feet dazedly, and then, seeing the two unconscious men near him, recalled what had happened.
No, he must have been lying. I must find out.
He reeled into the living room and grabbed the telephone.
Hello? Mrs. Selden, please. See, Aggie, those suitcases I gave you, what did you do with them? Still checked at the railroad station? No, I don't need any money from them. But I think we'd better get them if they're still there. I'm afraid they may not be. No, I can't tell you now. I'll meet you on the 30th Street side in half an hour. We'll see together.
Without donning his hat or coat, the distraught man hurried from the house. As he drove away from the house, the Green Hornet, who had left the closet after Selden's departure, went to the telephone.
Commissioner Higgins' office, please. Commissioner, this is the Green Hornet. Get police to dredge Ardvale Creek beneath the county bridge for the gun that killed Django Kimmons. The men who did the job are at a house on Oakmont and County Line ready for the police. One of them is Willie McLean. Yes, there's $1 million in the locker section of the railroad station. Yeah, that's right, $1 million. It'll be picked up by Mrs. Selden unless you stop her.
Axford, in Reed's office the next morning, was telling of the crowning events of the previous night.
And the Green Hornet gassed them and escaped. The police found a little less than $900,000 in the bags. Selden told how he had taken a few thousand out of the suitcase. But the payoff was the information that was in one case.
You mean there was more than money?
Yes, page after page about every big racketeer and crooked official in this country. And the stuff that Selden put in the letter for his wife to give the cops had everything about the local setup.
Oh, what about Tommy Barra?
Well, the report had been made out for him to use, but he'll never use it in jail. He's not going to be deported now, at least not until after he serves time for the things they can prove against him. That'll be 1,000,000 years from now.
And Commissioner Higgins tells me the money, because of its source, may be turned over to charity. He says no one can rightfully claim it.
Well, they'll probably let Pop Selden off light, too. There's no one to press charges against him.
He'll never try to stray from the beaten path again. But then his beaten path led to the racetrack.
That's enough punishment, playing the horses. Reed, out of the whole shebang, only the Green Hornet got away. That one. Oh, I wish I could put my hand on that one.
I'll shake with you on that, Axford. Shake.
Sentinel Extra paper, Tommy Barra Empire falls, Racket King jailed, read all about it, McLean and Rucker indicted for murder, Green Hornet fingers mob, Sentinel Extra paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Sealing on Crime. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He confronts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Shipment for Korea. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, assigned star reporter Ed Lowry to write a series of articles about the Valley Drug Company in West Farmington, 300 miles from the city.
Lowry, tell the story of that one company, and the wonderful work it's done with the so-called miracle drugs and antibiotics. Perhaps it'll give the public some idea of what Valley and similar organizations are doing to preserve life in this country and in Korea.
I'll do my best, Chief, especially about Korea.
Yes, but cover every phase of their work and its effects. Ed Gray, Valley's public relations chief, will give you all the assistance you need. Just write the story as you see it.
What about pictures, Chief?
Well, spend 3 days at the plant. I'll send Clicker Benny to West Farmington on the last day to take the pictures you set up for her. Drive up there early tomorrow morning.
Lowry, when he arrived at the public relation offices of Valley Drug Company next day, was greeted by an intense young man wearing dark shell-rimmed glasses.
I was just leaving, Mr. Lowry, but I'm glad you finally arrived here. Mr. Gray is expecting you. I'm Glenn Damon, his new assistant.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Damon. Is Mr. Gray busy now?
No, that's his office over there. Go right in. I'll see you later, Mr. Lowry.
You bet. Thanks, Damon.
Glenn Damon went from the office to a bungalow-type dwelling a few miles away. There in his home, he made a long-distance call to the city and finally was connected with a Mr. Mark Luzerne.
Comrade, I've just learned that the shipment will be made 3 nights from now. About midnight, as usual. It will include everything. No, you'd better send some of your men here for last-minute instructions. About 10 o'clock at the same place, the Chinese restaurant on the Valley Road. Goodbye.
That evening, foreign agent Mark Luzerne met in secret with racketeers Sully Kilduff and Buck Grove.
And my friends, the shipment will be made by truck from the Valley Drug Company to the airport in this city.
There's a big market in Europe for this penicillin and streptomycin, huh?
Oh, yes, the biggest. And our agents sell them for the highest prices and get paid in American dollars.
Oh, even you guys like those, huh? Now, look, I don't like hijacking stuff meant for soldiers.
But a buck's a buck, and that's all we care about, eh?
Yeah. Now, all we have to do is hijack the load, switch trucks, and get it to the warehouse, huh?
That is all, Mr. Grove. I shall arrange with the comrades to pick up the shipment there and transfer it out of this country. Oh, we have ways of doing that.
But what about this guy I'm to meet in West Farmington?
Oh, Comrade Damon, yes. Let me tell you. You will go to the Chinese restaurant on the Valley Road at 10 o'clock.
Clicker Binney, the vivacious and charming girl photographer of the Daily Sentinel, arrived in West Farmington on the last day of Ed Lowry's assignment. She spent the day at the Valley Drug Plant, taking pictures to go with his story. It was late that night when she finished. She went to Lowry.
Ed, before we leave town, let's have dinner. I'm famished.
The eternal female. Okay, baby. You powder your nose and I'll check out of this place. We'll eat on the way back to the city.
Oh, Ed, I can't wait that long. I'll die of starvation.
No, you'll not. The place I have in mind is only a few miles out of town on the Valley Road. It's Chinese and the food's real good. You go along now, and I'll meet you in Gray's office in half an hour.
About an hour later, Lowry parked his car next to the Chinese restaurant.
Here you go, Clicker.
He and Clicker were crossing the parking lot as another car pulled out of line and headed for the road. The face of the man at the wheel was discernible for a moment, and Lowry waved in greeting.
Hi there, Damon. I guess that wasn't Damon.
You mean that mouse I met in Gray's office today?
Yeah. I thought for a minute he was driving that car. I must have been wrong.
Well, Damon wears glasses. That man didn't wear any.
Yeah, I know. Well, here we are. Entree, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you, Garçon. You're the most... Oh!
Hey, why don't you watch me? Oh, sorry, lady. Didn't see you coming in.
Oh, that's quite all right. You only broke a few ribs.
You ought to keep your eyes open.
Why, that big ape takes off without seeing if you're all right. Are you?
Oh, sure. I was only kidding about being hurt.
Well, let's go in and go to work on the egg roll. I'll run interference for you.
3 hours after leaving West Farmington, Buck Grove turned his car off the Valley Road onto a narrow path that led into underbrush. He stopped and left his car about 50 feet from the road, carrying a flashlight as he walked. 5 men stepped from behind a clump of bushes, followed by Sully Kilduff, who spoke first.
Buck, keep the light plate on the ground. Yeah, that's it. What's the score with the truck?
I left at midnight. It's on the road now, doing a straight 30. I passed it about 50 miles back. Be along in an hour or so.
What'd this guy Damon tell you about it?
All we have to know. There's a driver and guard on the front seat and a guard inside the truck.
Only 3, eh? Well, we have 7. That'll be easy, huh, boys?
Yeah, sure.
We'll work fast. Our truck's back there among the trees, Buck. If we take over the drug load, we'll bring it back here and put the stuff in our truck.
Oh. We'll better get ready then. Boys, you all have your gloves on, huh?
Yeah.
You have your false faces ready?
Right. Sure.
Then put them on. Here's one for you, Buck.
Hey, clown's face, huh? What are you wearing, Sully?
This. An old witch. Look at the one Peter's wearing. A monkey.
It was after 3 o'clock in the morning when the white truck of the Valley Drug Company loomed into sight like some huge ghost. The crook's car lurched from the underbrush into the center of the road and stopped abruptly in the path of the larger vehicle. 3 masked men leaped from the car, their flaming guns aimed at the driver and guard. The driver hit, lost control of the truck, and the guard's answering shots went wild. Then the hijacker's bullets reached their mark, and the guard slumped from his seat beside the wounded driver. The truck crashed against a tree. The guard in the rear of the truck was thrown by the impact. As he scrambled to regain his feet, the other masked men, led by Buck Grove, clambered into the truck through the tail door. The guard fired.
He got me. Give it to him.
As Buck Grove fell to the road dead, the men with him fired point blank at the guard.
That takes care of him.
Sully Kilduff came running from the front of the truck where one of his men was climbing into the driver's seat.
What happened back here? Where's...
That's Buck Sully. He's dead.
Dead? Yeah, yes. Well, that's too bad, but we haven't time to bother about him now. Get him over into the bushes. 2 of you go back and get our truck out here. We'll load it fast as we can, then get moving. Step on it.
Ed Lowry and Clicker Binney had left the Chinese restaurant an hour after midnight. They had been driving at a steady pace about 4 hours when the car's headlights revealed off the road ahead a truck smashed against a tree. Lowry brought his car to a stop and played his spotlight on the wrecked vehicle.
Say, that's one of the Valley drug trucks. You stay here, Clicker.
Wait! You're not leaving me in the car. I'm coming with you.
Lowry walked to the truck and climbed onto the driver's seat.
There's no one here, but there's blood all over it.
Ed.
Huh?
Oh, Ed.
Clicker!
Clicker Benny stood in the glare of the headlights, her eyes open wide in fascinated terror as she stared at a ditch a short distance away.
Clicker, what are you looking at? What's the matter?
Ed, there's a body over there in the ditch. See? Right there.
Well, let's take a look. Hey, what?
Oh, Ed. That face.
Take it easy, Clicker. It's a false face. Wow, it scared me. Wait till I remove it. There. Clicker, this man is dead. He's been shot.
Ed, I've seen that man before.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Clicker. Back at that restaurant tonight. He's the one who almost knocked you down.
Yes, that's who it is. But what in the world? Ed, do you hear that?
Holy mackerel, it's someone groaning. Yeah, he's over here in the bushes. Clicker, get my flashlight from the car, eh?
Clicker hurried to the car and returned to the underbrush. The flashlight revealed Lowry kneeling beside one of three men who lay on the ground wounded. Lowry and Clicker bandaged the wounded men. They drove them to a hospital in the nearest town and then notified the state police. Lowry remained to get the wounded men's stories. Clicker returned to the scene of the hijacking with state troopers and took pictures. When they returned to the city at noon that day, the Daily Sentinel was on the street with Lowry's story.
The Selectry Army drug shipment hijacked $1 million. Oh, here you are, sir. Read all about it. Empty truck found. Police without clues. Here you are, sir. The Selectry Sentinel.
That afternoon, Michael Axford was in Brick Reed's office when the dead hijacker was identified by fingerprints and Clicker Binney's photographs.
Buck Grove and Sully Kilduff were partners, Reed. That means it was Sully Kilduff's gang that did the job. You'll see.
But Sully Kilduff had an alibi and was released by the police.
Reed, it's a pity. But maybe the cops will find out something in West Farmington. They say the tip about the shipment must have come from someone on the inside. And they're going to start questioning people on that end.
But reports from West Farmington later that day added nothing to police knowledge. Lowry and Clicker Binney, talking to Reed in the city room, were still blaming themselves.
If we'd only known who Buck Grove was when he bumped into Clicker, we might have followed him. But I don't suppose we would have either. That's just second-guessing.
We'd have had reason to follow him if we knew a drug shipment was being made. And if we'd seen him with someone from the drug company. Say, Ed, I just thought... Suppose that fellow you waved at was Glenn Damon. And suppose he... But you'd better tell Mr. Reed.
Lowry, recalling the incidents of the night before, told how he had greeted the man he thought was Glenn Damon. Reed was immediately concerned.
Lowry, you should have mentioned this before.
Well, it never occurred to me, boss. I thought last night that I was mistaken and, well, just let it go at that.
Why did you think you were mistaken? Why couldn't the man you saw have been Damon?
Well, Damon wears glasses. The fellow we saw didn't. What's more, when I yelled to him, he paid no attention.
If he'd been meeting secretly with a crook like Grove, he wouldn't give himself away by acknowledging your greeting, in case the matter ever did come up in the future.
Say, that's right.
Anyway, I think it's something the investigators in West Farmington should know. If you don't object, I'll put a call through and tell them what you've told me.
Oh, we don't object, Chief. You go ahead and do it. Maybe we have something.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hi, fellas and girls. Have you noticed that current of excitement that's in the air these days? You can always sense it at this time of year. It's part of the holiday season. And at happy holiday gatherings with your relatives and friends, delicious sparkling Orange Crush fits in naturally. 'Cause naturally, it tastes better. Better than any other orange drink. It's that natural fresh fruit flavor that makes the big difference. Orange Crush is flavored with the pure natural juice of fresh tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. And it makes the good things you eat with it taste better, too. Tell Mom to stock up on Orange Crush for the happy occasions ahead. It'll go so well with the party menu she's probably planning now. And for hurry-up snacks when friends drop in, delicious Orange Crush is just the thing. It's simply great with holiday cookies, with fruitcake and nut breads, too. It's the world's favorite orange drink. And when you serve it to your friends, they'll appreciate your giving them the best. So be sure there's plenty of Orange Crush on hand for the holiday season. You can get it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange, say Orange Crush. 'Cause there's no other drink so good. No other orange drink in the world has that natural, fresh fruit flavor. That's ORANGECRUSH, Orange Crush. Naturally, it tastes better. Now back to the Green Hornet. Investigators on the case in West Farmington immediately picked up Glenn Damon and questioned him at length. He also denied everything. He claimed he'd been at home all evening and had not been in the restaurant where it was said he was seen. He went willingly with authorities to the restaurant and faced the Chinese proprietor. The Chinese studied Damon, then said,
Not sure me ever see him. But then it's hard for Chinese to tell.
Why?
Because to Chinese eyes, all white men look alike.
Britt Reed was at home later that evening when a long-distance call advised him that Glenn Damon, for the time being at least, was in the clear. When Reed heard what the Chinese had said, he hung up with a wry smile.
Well, that's a switch.
Kato, Reed's valet and confidant, and the first person ever to know that Reed was the Green Hornet, had been told of all angles in the hijacking case. He received Reed's account of the phone call with interest.
Look like police going to have hard time to find good clue in this matter.
Yeah, the police are handicapped by working within the law.
So Green Hornet do different way, huh?
Yes. I planned earlier today to check on Sully Kilduff because he's so obviously a suspect, and because he has an alibi. I'd planned to visit him even before I received that phone call from Farmington. I passed by Kilduff's apartment house on my way home and found out where his apartment's located. I think I have the layout figured. Shall we leave?
The two men entered Reed's bedroom, changed into dark clothes, and took gas guns and masks.
Let's go, Kato. Turn into this alley, Kato. Now, stop here. This spot is perfect.
This is house where Mr. Kilduff live?
Yes, on the third floor. Right to the right of the fire escape, you see?
Oh, I see.
That's the window where Kilduff should appear after I've done my act with him. You know what to do then.
Yes, I go away, then come back and wait at other end of alley.
That's right. Let's hope we'll have somewhere definite to go after that. I'll go now and let myself in through that delivery entrance.
You have special key?
Right here. Watch carefully now. I'll see you later.
Sully Kilduff remained in his apartment after being questioned by police, aware they might be watching him and anxious to receive word from Mark Luzerne concerning payment for the job Kilduff and his men had done. He was playing solitaire and puffing nervously at a cigarette when he heard a noise in his kitchen. He slammed the cards down, opened the table drawer, and removed a revolver. Then he rose from his chair and, gun in hand, went into the kitchen.
Who's there? Is anybody in here?
He used his free hand to press the light switch. As the light went on, he heard a movement behind him. He turned, but stopped as he felt the gun against his back.
Freeze, Sully. Drop that gun behind you. You hear me?
All right. There's my gun.
Now keep your back to me and walk forward 6 paces. That's it. Now I'll get your gun. Okay, Sully, turn around.
What is... For the Green Hornet?
Yeah, I'm not going to be here long, Sully. Your goose is cooked one way or another. I just want to make sure I know where you are while I take over.
What's this you're talking about? You'll take over what?
You can't guess? Buck's death made a certain party nervous. Very nervous. He didn't figure on that.
What are you talking about? Who didn't figure on what?
He didn't figure that Buck Grove would get himself killed and give the cops a lead. You were a sucker to leave Buck's body where the cops could find it. They'll take you over in their own sweet time, Sully, as soon as he starts talking. They're playing cat and mouse with him now, and he can't stand it much longer. They'll crack down hard in the morning.
I don't know what it is you're talking about. But who is this guy? Who?
You know as well as I do. The weakest link in the chain. A good thing he told me before the police really make him talk. I'll have everything to myself before they act. Cops like crooks shouldn't try to be clever.
Cut the double talk. What is it you're trying to tell me?
I'm telling you that you're going to sleep for a while. I have things to do. I want to make sure you don't interfere.
Now keep back. Don't use that gun.
You sound like Damon.
Damon! You... Oh, wait!
No, here's some gas.
Sully Kilduff fell to the floor, overcome by the Green Hornet's gas gun. The Green Hornet smiled.
You'll come to in about 10 minutes, Sully. I'm sure from your expression Damon is in this. Here's hoping you took the cue.
The Green Hornet turned, went into the next room, and walked to the window. He opened it wide. Then returned to the room and let himself into a closet. Minutes later, Sully Kilduff rose groggily to his feet. Then, his memory returned, he hurried into the next room. He saw the open window and ran to it. He saw no one on the fire escape. But below in the alley, he saw a long black automobile beginning to move.
The Hornet, just getting away. Maybe there's time. Winchester Towers, give me penthouse A. Hello, Lucerne. Sully Kilduff. I know you told me never to call, but this is important. That stooge of yours, Damon. The cops are on him. He's ready to spill everything. I know because I know. Meet me at the warehouse in an hour, ready to move the stuff. You gotta, because if you don't, maybe it'll be gone. The Green Hornet's gone after it. Yeah, the Green Hornet, Damon must have told him. He's maybe on his way to the warehouse now. I'm not sure. My boys are there, and they'll take care of him if he does. But I'm worried about getting the clear on this. And if you want to be, meet me. 1 hour. Those commies. I shouldn't have got mixed up with them.
Kilduff walked into the hallway, picked up his hat and coat, donned them, and hurried from his apartment. The Green Hornet emerged from the closet nearby and hurried to the telephone. He rang the private number of Police Commissioner Higgins, his friend, and one of the 3 persons in the city who knew Reed was the Green Hornet.
Commissioner, this is the Green Hornet. Do you want to break the case of that stolen drug shipment? Well, then listen. Sully Kilduff called a man named Luzerne at the Winchester Tower.
A short time later, at the far end of the alley behind Kilduff's apartment, the Green Hornet entered the Black Beauty, which had stopped there but a few minutes earlier.
Let's get away from here, Kato, and go home.
Home, Mr. Britt? You mean you not learn anything?
I've learned all I needed to know. I told it to Commissioner Higgins over the telephone. From now on, he'll handle the rest.
Sully Kilduff had hurried to the warehouse where his gang was in hiding with a stolen shipment of antibiotics. He was surprised when his men told him the Green Hornet had not put in an appearance there.
Yeah, that's funny. The way he talked, I thought he'd... Well, get ready for him. If he doesn't show, we'll be rid of the stuff anyway, and we'll get our dough from Luzerne. Cover the doors, boys. We're expecting company soon. Now, that's the signal I told Luzerne to give. Open the door.
Yeah. Where is Killer? Ah, there you are.
Come in, Luzerne. Your boys are with you, too, huh?
Yes.
Get inside quick, you guys.
Kilduff, what is this you were trying to tell me on the telephone?
Stuff I learned from the Green Hornet. He came to my place just before I called.
Detectives had followed Luzerne from the Winchester Towers. They had advised police headquarters when Luzerne met a gang of men who waited in a truck. Now the detectives watched the warehouse door close.
And I always thought that place was deserted.
Well, it sure isn't deserted now. Get on the radio, Tom. Tell the boys at headquarters to send us everything they have.
Michael Axford, who had been on late duty at police headquarters, was in one of the squad cars that stopped near the warehouse 5 minutes later. When the police started to bang on the doors of the warehouse, Sully Kilduff and his men went for their guns.
It's the Green Hornet, boys. He must have a gang with him. Get ready to give him the works.
Open up! Police! Open up in there!
Police! Sully, it's the police!
Machine guns. They're shooting in the door with machine guns.
I was a fool to come here.
Comrades, we are trapped.
Start shooting, boys. Don't let them in. Watch out.
Police swarmed through the doors. The crook's gunfire was ineffectual against the rain of fire that poured from the police Tommy guns. Sally Kilduff was among the first to fall, painfully wounded.
Shot! Boys, hold it! They'll kill us all! Give up! Hold your fire! We give up! Comrades, throw your guns down! We give up!
Round up these fellows. Put cuffs on them. Then check those crates back there. All right, you. Hold out your hands. You're under arrest.
Axford was in Britt Reed's office next morning, regaling Reed, Lowry, and Clicker Binney with his account of the raid.
And sure enough, the crates were those stolen from that truck, filled with penicillin and other stuff they wore.
The shipment's already in a plane headed for Korea. I took pictures of it this morning.
They arrested Glenn Damon in West Farmington. He's spouting words like Old Faithful spouts water.
Yes, I know. The wire services sent in his confession. He was a Red sympathizer working for Mark Luzerne. He worked his way into Valley Drug Company just to get information about shipments like the one that was stolen.
But recovered, I'm happy to say.
Chief, you had that Damon pegged right. He did meet with Buck Grove that night we were at the restaurant. It was he I yelled at.
But what's this about the Green Hornet being responsible for those fellas being together where they were caught?
I'm the one who knows about that.
You do, Axford?
Sure I do. I was in Commissioner Higgins' office when that villain called and squealed on his partners.
You think the Green Hornet was a partner of Luzerne and Kilduff?
Certainly. He gets to be a partner of every crook. Then he turns on them and gets them caught by the police while he goes on doing the things he does. He's some double-crosser, that Green Hornet. Isn't he, Reed?
What's that?
Never mind. There's no sense talking to you. You weren't even in on that finale last night. What would you know about the Green Hornet?
Street, paper, drug shipment recovered, wounded troops to get aid. Read all about it. Damon confessions, traps Luzerne, killed up, indicted from murder. Sentinel X Street, paper.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel again. Always several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated, created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Gas House Ending. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. X-Tree, Sentinel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of Unknown Assassin. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor, sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle. The exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. Lamar Kazan, assistant to Professor Barton, noted scientist, sat at his desk in a small office just off the laboratory at the State University. The desk lamp cast a limited circle of light over the notes upon which he was intently working so intently that he failed to hear the door behind him softly open and close. Suddenly sensing someone in the room, he swung around and peered into the shadows.
Who's there? What are... You? Why have you come here? Speak, man. Say something. That gun. Why are you pointing it at me? Oh, you figure I'm not playing the game your way, is that it? Well, you're right. I've made my decision against you and your kind. Now, put down that gun. I know you're bluffing. Now, get out of here before...
Professor Barton's assistant murdered. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Right here you are, lady. Set the Lex Street, Pittsburgh.
Early the following morning, Brick Reed was awakened by the insistent ringing of the telephone.
Hello.
Hello, Reed. This is Mike Axford. You know that Kazan murder that happened late yesterday?
Of course. What about it?
Reed, we got something really hot, that we have. You better hop right down to the office.
You and your something really hot line. I've heard that before. I'll see you later in the day.
Oh, hold on, Reed. Supper and steaks. Don't hang up. I tell you, this is mighty important.
Well, let me talk to Miss Case.
Sure. Wait a minute, Reed. Hello, Mr. Reed.
Good morning, Miss Case. What's bothering Axford?
Well, do you recall the story on Lamar Kazan that was printed in the Sentinel last night?
Yes. The investigation shows that he was raised and schooled in this country, was Professor Barton's most outstanding pupil, later became his trusted assistant, and was killed in his own office early last night by an unknown assassin.
That's right. But one more fact has just come to light.
What?
Well, there's 1 year of his life unaccounted for, Mr. Reed. From the fall of 1946 to the fall of 1947.
Oh, yes. During that period, he was in a sanitarium somewhere because of a nervous breakdown, I understand.
Well, that's what everybody, including Professor Barton, knows, Mr. Reed.
So what?
Well, just this. A girl, an Army whack home on leave, is here at the office. And she has definitely recognized Kazan from a picture in last night's papers.
Well, what about it?
Well, she claims she met Kazan as an interrogator for the Russians in East Berlin. In other words, he was working for communist Russia at the time.
What? Keep that girl there, Miss Case. I'll be over right away.
A short time later, Mike Axford was standing at Miss Case's desk when Brick Reed entered.
Well, here's Reed now, Casey.
Yes. Strange to say, I recognize him, even if I am only his secretary, Michael. Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Good morning. Is that girl still here?
Yes, sir. She's waiting in your office.
Yeah, Reed. And what do you think? She's a female soldier. A sergeant, no less.
She's a sergeant in the whack, Axford, not a female soldier, as you call her.
Sure, you don't have to tell me, Casey. I had an uncle once whose wife was a general.
A general?
Sure, a general nuisance.
You'll be a major accident if you don't stop telling corny jokes around here.
Take it easy, you two. Come on, Miss Case. We'll go inside and talk to the girl.
Very well, Mr. Reed. Michael, Mr. Reed told me to come into the office.
Sure he did. Now go on in, Casey. I don't mind if Reed wants you in there.
Quiet.
Oh, you must be Mr. Reed.
That's right.
This is Sergeant Betty Kenton, Mr. Reed.
I came here this morning to tell what I know about Lamar Kazan.
I'm quite interested. Sit down, Miss Case. You too, Axford.
Thank you.
I've recently come back on furlough from duty in West Berlin, where I'm secretary to one of the top officers at U.S. headquarters there.
Go on.
I was assigned to the job there in the spring of 1947. One evening, not long after I went on duty there, another whack and I went sightseeing in Berlin. We unknowingly entered the Russian zone and were taken into custody. The following morning, we were taken into an office of their secret police to be questioned. The other girl was so frightened, I did all the talking.
Sergeant Kenton, my name is Kazan, Lamar Kazan. When I heard that you two Americans had been taken into custody, I requested that I be the one to question you.
You speak like an American yourself, Mr. Kazan.
I'm a naturalized citizen of the United States.
I don't understand. Why
That
are
doesn't matter now. I'm a Russian by birth.
In other words, you prefer communism to the freedom you enjoyed in our country. I don't admire your type, Mr. Kazan.
Sorry?
If you have questions to ask, I might as well say that all we'll tell you are the names, rank, and the Army serial numbers.
I'll not waste time asking questions. Frankly, there are two of our men who've been picked up in the Western Zone. I'll try to arrange your transfer back to the American Zone in exchange for those two men. I'm sure the transfer will go through by this afternoon.
Then you were actually transferred without being questioned?
Yes, much to my surprise. Lamar Kazan didn't deserve to die. At least that's the way I feel about it.
Well, why do you think as you do, Sergeant Kenton?
Well, a short time after I arrived in this city, Mr. Kazan approached me in a restaurant. I was shocked when I recognized him, but he asked me to let him explain.
Go ahead.
Kazan told me of his childhood, boyhood, and college days here in America. He was proud to live here, proud to be a citizen.
If he was proud to be an American, how come he was working with the Russians, like you said?
Quiet, Axford. Continue, Sergeant.
I learned that his parents were born in Russia and came to the United States when he was very young.
Go on.
His parents went to Russia to visit relatives just before Russia went into the war. Shortly after, when the war started, they were not allowed to leave.
How awful.
Meantime, Kazan's reputation as a young scientist spread. One day in the summer of 1946, a man came to see Kazan at his office in the university.
I'm Frank Rittman. I made certain Professor Barton was out before I came in to see you, Kazan. What I have to say is confidential. I came here to tell you that your country needs your services. Your real country, Russia.
So that's it. Get out of here and stay out.
You'd better listen to what I have to say.
I've heard enough. This gun will keep you here while I phone the authorities.
Now, wait. You want to send your parents to their death?
What do you mean by that?
Put that gun away and listen to me.
All right, I'm listening.
The fact that your parents are naturalized citizens of this country doesn't mean a thing. They'll just disappear. And investigations by the American government will amount to nothing.
What do you want me to do?
You're coming to your senses now, Kazan. In a day or so, I will return and tell you our plans for you. Until then, you'll keep this to yourself. Remember, not a word to anyone.
So Kazan was forced to pretend his nerves were shattered. He asked for and received a leave of absence, presumably to enter a sanatorium to recover.
But instead, they smuggled him out of the country and sent him to Russia. Is that it?
Yes. He was indoctrinated in the ways of communism in the Russian zone of Berlin.
Holy crow, what do you think of that?
Well, what about his returning here?
Kazan told me that by chance he found out his parents were already dead, and the communists had no further hold on him. He asked to be sent back here as a communist agent. He was to resume work as Professor Barton's assistant for the purpose of getting further information for the communists. He helped the other whack and me because his sympathies actually were with America.
You mean he had no intention of spying for the Communist Party?
Yes, that's right. He intended instead to get all the information he could about the communists here and turn it over to the FBI. He waited too long. I'm sure the communists murdered him.
Why haven't you gone to the FBI with your story?
Oh, I intend to, Mr. Reed. But I thought the Daily Sentinel, as a crusading newspaper, should have the facts right away. Because I feel that Kazan was a real American at heart.
Well, I'm glad you did come with your story.
I'll be in the city for a few days. I'd like to see the murderers caught before I leave.
Say, Mr. Sergeant Kenton, I was wondering if...
What are you wondering, Mr. Axford?
Well, I was wondering if maybe I could talk to you some more. You see, I was thinking you might think of something that just might give me a clue. Now, if I could take you to dinner or something...
Of course. I don't know anyone in this city, and I'd enjoy having company at dinner, even if I can't give you much help, Mr. Axford.
Oh.
That's a good idea, Axford. I assure you, Sergeant Kenton, you'll be safe with Mike Axford.
I'm sure I shall, Mr. Reed. I'll run along now. I'm at the City Hotel. Stop by about 6, Mr. Axford. Meantime, I'll try to think of something more that may help you find Kazan's murderer.
That same morning, Rittman, the foreign agent, was at a certain basement hideout when his working partner entered.
Rittman.
What is it, Marco?
You remember the army whack Kazan was meeting?
Yes, what about her?
She's at the Daily Sentinel right now, probably shooting off her mouth.
At the Sentinel newspaper office,
That's right. Now, if Kazan told her about it, she may start a hunt for us.
Yes, Kazan fooled us for a while by letting us think he was using her to get information. Too bad we didn't suspect him sooner.
I don't like the looks of things. We gotta do something.
We'll keep under cover until this afternoon. Then we'll carry out the plan I have in mind.
That evening, Mike Axford entered the outer office where Lenore Case was still working.
Well, Michael, well, that was a quick dinner. What, isn't 7 o'clock yet?
Sure, and it turned out to be no dinner at all. That it did, Casey.
Oh, back so soon, Axford? What happened?
Reed, when I went to the hotel to meet Miss Kenton, the clerk told me she left earlier with 2 men. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, it's quite clear, Michael. She stood you up.
Now, listen, Reed. Remember what she said in here this morning when I asked her to go with me?
Well, what am I supposed to remember?
She said she don't know anyone in this city. That's what. That's why she'd go out to dinner with me.
Yes. Yes, she did say that, Axford.
I phoned Sarge at headquarters and told him what I thought. But he laughed at me. He said I was sore about being stood up by a date.
Well, just what do you think about it, Axford?
Reed, I'm not as dumb as I look. To my way of thinking, those 2 guys she went out with weren't friends at all. That whack was being kidnapped by a couple of commie spies. That's what I think. And what's more, if we don't find her, she's liable to be murdered.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Well, fellas and girls, here it is another weekend. That means more time for fun and play, more time to enjoy yourself. And you know what goes really great with a happy time like that? It's delicious Orange Crush. It's made for your enjoyment. Enjoy Orange Crush when the gang comes over. It's wonderful with snacks. It's the most refreshing drink in the world, so peppy and sparkling and tangy. That tangy fresh fruit Orange Crush flavor sets it apart from any other drink you've ever tasted. You see, Orange Crush is made with real oranges, fresh, juicy, tree-ripened oranges from sunny California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring or coloring. That luscious golden Orange Crush goodness all comes from nature. Orange Crush is good for you, just as it's good to drink. That means you can drink all you want. So tell Mom to get plenty. Tell her to get it from her grocer in 6-bottle handy packs. And tell her the whole family is sure to like Orange Crush. No other drink has the same delightful fresh fruit flavor. That's why it's important to ask for it by name. Never say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush. There's all the difference in the world. You'll recognize wonderful Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps flavor in. So always ask for and be sure to get the genuine Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Mike Axford voiced his suspicions to Britt Reed and Lenore Case. Then he left the office with the intention of persuading the police to start a search for Whack Sergeant Kenton. After he left, Britt and Miss Case stood before an open file case in Reed's office, going through its contents.
For once, Miss Case, I think Axford hit close to the truth in regard to Miss Kenton. Wait. That's the confidential material I want.
It pays to be a newspaper publisher. Lots of confidential items are available in such a case.
Yes. This report on Professor Barton's work, for instance.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
I'll take this information to the apartment with me. I think Kato and I'll have some work to do tonight.
You mean you'll go out as the Green Hornet?
Yes. We must find Miss Kenton, and the sooner the better.
A short time later, Britt Reed was at his apartment, talking to Kato, his Filipino valet, and one of the few trusted people who knew Britt's identity as the elusive Green Hornet.
Professor Barton's a very clever man, a great scientist, Kato. A man like that's always a focal point for foreign agents.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. With this old clipping you bring home, say you report a certain plan stolen, dated back to 1947.
Yes, that clipping doesn't say what the plans represented. I had a confidential report at the time, though, that they were plans of an atomic weapon. Of course, as we know now, those plans evidently found their way to the communists.
You bring up many points which make me think you have definite idea about whole case, Mr. Britt.
I have, Kato. I agree with Mike Axford, too, that Miss Kenton was not with friends when she left her hotel.
Wax Sergeant in great danger, perhaps.
Yes, but the authorities are skeptical about Axford's story. Therefore, if quick action is to be taken, it's up to the Green Hornet.
When we start, Mr. Britt?
Right now. We'll start with a quick look into Kazan's files. Come on, we'll have to work fast.
Professor Barton was in his laboratory, gazing intently at the drawing on the table before him. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a muffled sound. The professor stared a moment toward the door that led into Kazan's office. Then, picking up a flashlight, he walked over and opened the door.
Who's there? The mouse man, the Green Hornet.
Right. The clumsy of me to knock a book off the desk.
Why are you here? Oh, you've been going through the files, I see. How did you get in here?
Through that window, Professor. And I'm leaving the same way. Good night.
Wait, come back. I'll phone the police. No telling what that criminal was after, or what he might have taken. I should have... Hello, police headquarters. This is Professor Barton. I just surprised the Green Hornet in the office of my murdered assistant. Yes, a few moments ago. He got away. That's right. And in my opinion, if you catch the Green Hornet, you'll have the man who assassinated Lamar Kazan.
Shortly after leaving Kazan's office, Britt Reed stopped the Black Beauty in the shadows on a side street.
Oh, this secluded place. But why you want to stop here, Mr. Britt?
Well, there was nothing in Kazan's files. Evidently, the police got there first. But I picked up a small telephone pad, Kato. I want to look through it under the dashboard light.
Not many numbers there.
I didn't expect to get anything from the numbers anyway. I just thought maybe he might... Hey, look here, Kato. See?
A strange word written on back cover. C-O-M-E-R-G-E. Commerge. Not make sense, Mr. Britt.
It certainly doesn't mean anything as a word in any language.
Maybe a code word.
Yeah, that's possible. Hey, wait, Kato. I noticed there are 7 letters.
Oh, that's right. But
it just came to me that most phone numbers in town have 5 digits. The first 2 letters, the C and the O, might stand for the exchange for the purpose of dialing.
Well, that's logical, Mr. Britt. Well, maybe C and O stand for Cornwall Exchange.
Yes. Then the other 5 letters could represent the numbers on the phone dial. We'll stop near a drugstore. I'll take off my mask, then go into the phone booth and try to decipher it.
A short time later, Britt stood in a drugstore phone booth. He checked with the alphabet on the dial and found that the code word Commerge became CO63743.
I'll dial that number and ask for Rittman. Miss Kenton mentioned him as the agent who went to Kazan.
Hello.
Let me talk to Rittman.
Wait a minute. It's for you, Rittman.
Who is it, the boss?
It doesn't sound like him. But it must be one of our agents. Otherwise, how would he be able to call this unlisted number without the code word?
If that's so, give me the phone. Hello, this is Rittman.
I have some dope you could use for a price, Rittman.
Who are you?
The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. How did you find...
Skip the questions. If you want to make a deal, say so. If not, maybe the FBI would be interested.
Wait. How do I know you aren't pulling a trick?
Don't make me laugh. Am I in any position to pull tricks and the cops and the FBI are after me? I could mail what I have to them, of course, if you aren't...
No. You're right. You're a hunted criminal who thinks only of getting money. If you have something worthwhile, perhaps we'll pay you for it.
Now you're talking sense. Where shall I come with what I have to sell you?
Come here to this place. It's an old house at 1st Street and East Avenue. Come to the side door which leads into the basement. The door will be unlocked. Just walk right in.
I'll be there shortly. So long.
Goodbye.
Hey, Rittman, are you going crazy? I just heard you tell the Green Hornet to come here and walk right in.
I know what I'm doing, Marco. We'll sit and wait with drawn guns. As soon as that door opens, we'll both shoot. Then we'll clean out the files, go to a new hideout, and call the police. They'll come here and find the Green Hornet. Dead.
And what about the whack in the other room?
We'll kill her, too, before we leave here.
Meanwhile, Professor Barton also received a phone call.
Professor Barton speaking.
This is Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you, Mr. Reed?
Well, we received information this afternoon about a Mr. Rittman, who is known to have had dealings with your assistant, Lamar Kazan. Now, did you ever hear Kazan mention such a man?
No, I never did. Rittman, huh?
Uh-huh.
What connection could he have had with Mr. Kazan, do you know?
Well, between you and me, Professor, it's thought that Rittman might have murdered Kazan. Also, Rittman is said to be a communist spy.
A communist spy?
Yes. Confidentially, his hideout is known, and it's my opinion he'll be picked up shortly. I've been given to understand his phone has already been tapped. Well, I'm sorry you can't give me any information, Professor, about Rittman's association with Kazan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed. It's rather startling to hear that a communist agent may have killed my assistant. I certainly hope he's apprehended as soon as possible.
I'm sure he will be, Professor. Thank you for talking to me. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
At their hideout, Marco and Rittman sat with guns pointed at the door through which the Green Hornet was expected to enter. Marco became impatient.
That Hornet is sure taking his time.
So what? We can wait.
Hey, someone's coming now.
Take good aim and shoot as soon as he opens that door.
Marco.
Hey, look what we did. We killed the professor.
He didn't have a chance, did he, Rittman?
Rittman, the Green Hornet, behind us.
Yes, and you're both covered.
You double-crossing sneak, you came in through a back window.
That's right, Tommy. I suspected a trap when you told me the door would be unlocked and to walk right in.
He's to blame for us shooting Barton.
Yeah, too bad. Your boss, Professor Barton, was coming to warn you and to take away all the incriminating papers you have.
Coming to warn us of what?
That the police are coming here to get you, Rittman, for the murder of Lamar Kazan.
That's a lie. I didn't murder Kazan. Professor Barton killed him.
Why, sure. Kazan found out the professor was really the head of our communist cell. So Barton had to get rid of Kazan.
We have to get our stuff together and get out of here, Marco. The Hornet can't be a witness against us. They want him, too.
Yeah, but the whack, the Kenton girl, she knows everything now.
I forgot about her. I'll attend to her right now.
Hold on, Rittman.
Hey, I'll gun him, Rittman.
You not try it. Take it, Rittman.
Let go of my arm. I'll get you both.
Hold it, Marco.
Gas gun.
Oh, you all right, Mr. Britt?
Yes, kiddo. Barton is badly hurt. Those two commies thought they killed him, but he's still alive.
What of girl?
Well, I think she's uncomfortable but safe in the other room. You go in quickly and take the gag from her mouth so she'll be able to make a racket when the police arrive. I tipped them off to come here.
I go now. Take away gag.
Good. Yeah, she'll be a witness against these commie killers.
Wait! Don't leave me here like this. Come back.
Is she able to make noise now?
Yeah, and that's probably the police. We'll leave through the back window. Hurry. Let's get out of here.
Help! Help!
This is the place.
As Britt and Kato headed toward home, Kato asked,
What make you suspect Professor, Mr. Britt?
Well, Miss Case mentioned this morning that Professor Barton knew Kazan was in a sanitarium the year he was really in East Berlin. It seemed to me that being so close to Kazan, Barton would know the location of the sanitarium and visit or at least write to his assistant.
Well, that's so.
Also, Kazan was found sitting in his chair facing the door. 2 bullet wounds in his chest from very close range.
Yes, I read that in Sentinel.
Well, as a point of psychology, it seemed to me that the assassin must have been someone Kazan knew very well, someone whom he thought was bluffing. Otherwise, the natural thing to have done would have been to leap from the chair and put up a fight. I figured Barton to be the logical suspect.
With psychology and private information of Britt Reed, big help to Green Hornet.
I'll step on it, Kato. I need my sleep.
Professor Barton indicted for Kazan murder, spy ring broken. Read all about it, Green Hornet involved. Set the Lex Street,
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Wednesday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled The Microfilm of Death. And now, till Wednesday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Black car of the Green Hornet slid through the darkened back streets of the city like a purring shadow. It was after midnight, and behind the wheel, the Green Hornet himself expertly maneuvered the long, gleaming car. He smiled beneath the grim black mask that covered his features. Then he spoke to the figure beside him.
Hope you're not superstitious, Kato.
Well, superstition not good for logical thinking, Mr. Britt. So I'm not superstitious.
Good. We're in back of the museum now.
Do you have ways to get inside?
Yes, the curator's office is at the back. The receiving room where they do the unpacking of museum pieces is just beyond. It won't be difficult to get in there. I'll stop here.
Come on, Kato.
I'm coming.
Here's the door. It'll be easy to open.
I understand museum protected by burglar alarm. Well, how will we get by that?
I was here today at a meeting with the curator. While I stood talking in the doorway on the way out, I managed to disengage a certain wire that runs up to the door jamb. I had a feeling I might want to get back in. I'll get the door open. The skeleton gate should do the trick.
Will they have guard in museum?
Yes, but he's in the museum proper. He won't come into the back unless he has a reason to. Let's go in. Give me the flashlight and then follow me.
Well, here, light.
Come on. There's the door to the receiving room. There's what we want to see.
Why we come to look at mummy case, Mr. Britt?
I'll tell you later. It was unboxed today. It doesn't look as though it's been disturbed. Yeah.
What do you think of?
I'd like to have a look inside, Kato.
The mummy cases usually seal hermetically. It must be easy to open.
Look here, Kato.
What you have on your hand?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a bit of rubber cement. I rested my hand along this edge of the case.
Well, ancient people not use rubber cement.
I know. Get me a small chisel from that workbench over there, Kato.
Oh, yes, sir.
Hurry, Kato.
Here, chisel.
We'll soon find out how well sealed this is.
Well, look, the lid ready to come up easily.
It's loose enough to lift. Come on, help me lift it open.
Look out. It's Big Black Cat. It's gone over behind packing boxes.
The cat business can wait. Kato, look in the mummy case.
Body of man. Mummy not there.
Well, he hasn't been dead long. Kato, that's the body of Gerald Loomis, assistant to Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist who... The guard coming through the museum.
Put out light. We leave quick.
Come on, hurry.
Who's in there? Hey, come back! Hey, our sir, read all about it. Famous mummy missing. Hey, our sir, Green Hornet hunted his killer, searched the registry.
Well, here, extra paper, Mr. Britt.
What paper is it?
We're Daily Sentinel.
Oh, good. Gunnigan got a lead on the others for the news. Well, it didn't take them long. We've been here at the apartment only a short time. Let's see. Oh, so they're blaming the Hornet for the murder. Eh?
Well, guards see us as we leave.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Kato?
You not tell me what it's all about yet.
I'll tell you now. It all started when the Daily Sentinel helped finance an expedition headed by Dr. Kingston, the archaeologist.
Oh, I remember that.
With permission of certain governments, he set out months ago to locate the tomb of King Melican, who was said to have ruled long before King Tut, but whose tomb was never found. You see, Kingston was connected with the army, and during the war found certain parchments which led him to believe he could find the tomb.
Oh, I read about that.
Well, the expedition was successful. And yesterday afternoon, those most concerned gathered with reporters in the receiving room at the museum to review the unpacking of the mummy case. It was a proud moment for Dr. Kingston when the mummy case was finally unpacked.
The mummy case containing King Melican, who ruled about 6,000 years ago.
Holy crow. It don't seem possible.
It's a matter of record, actually.
It will be a great exhibit for the museum, Mr. Reed. As curator here, I wish to congratulate both Dr. Kingston and the Daily Sentinel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norwich. The discovery is Dr. Kingston's. The Daily Sentinel only made it possible.
Dr. Kingston, do you intend to open the mummy case today? Oh, this is the assistant curator, Howard Washburn. Dr. Kingston and Mr. Reed.
How do you do,
Mr. Reed? How do you do?
Now, to answer your question, Mr. Washburn, I prefer to delay opening the mummy case until my friend and assistant, Dr. Gerald Loomis, is present.
Why ain't he here now, Dr. Kingston?
Gentlemen, so that you'll understand, let me explain something. Gerald has been very close to all this for months.
Some of the legends connected with King Melican became almost true to him. In Melican's day, the people worshipped the black cat.
Can you beat that? Must have been a pack of heathen.
Quiet, Axford. Go on, Dr. Kingston. When we opened the tomb, 2 large black cat figures were guarding it.
Is it true, Dr. Kingston, that there's a fabulous ruby set in a gold crown that was buried on the mummy?
That's part of the legend. We'll know when we see the mummy. But to get back to Gerald Loomis, he became rather superstitious about the black cat, so that this morning when he received a package containing a small figure of a black cat with a printed note saying, "Revenge for Melican," it unnerved him considerably.
Did you go to the police?
Yes, of course. I decided it was the work of a crank or prankster, and the police were inclined to agree. But Gerald wasn't convinced. He stayed away today, but promised to come tomorrow. This information about the threat is off the record, of course.
Certainly, Doctor. Now, who could have done a thing like that, I wonder?
Well, that's hard to say, actually. Gerald said he felt something would go wrong when the mummy was uncovered, but wanted to be there just to see.
So you'll open the mummy case tomorrow, then?
Yes, without fail, gentlemen. I'm sure Gerald will be here, and I'm sure all your papers will want the story. So I'm inviting all your reporters to be present.
And it was after the hearing about the threat to Loomis and his fear of being present when the case would be opened that made me determined to go to the museum ahead of time and open it. And you know the result, Kato.
Then body and mummy case is that of Dr. Gerald Loomis, who received Black Cat as threat?
Exactly. How he got there, what happened to the mummy, and who is responsible is a mystery. A mystery that I'm going to solve one way or another.
Morning, Casey. Reading yet?
Oh, yes, he is, Michael. He's asking for you.
Casey, what do you think about them black cats and all? Believe me, it gives me the creeps, doesn't it?
Don't be superstitious, Michael.
That's what they told that Loomis guy. And look what it got him.
It's a mystery, all right, but there's some logical explanation.
Okay, I'm waiting. Explain it to me.
Oh, go away. I'm busy. But anyway, wasn't the Green Hornet seen leaving the museum room where the body was found?
He was. Of course, the cops think he's behind the whole thing because of some ruby or something the dummy had on him.
Mummy is the word.
Sure. Mum's the word. He won't tell us all.
Oh, look, don't try to be funny. You said the ruby was on a dummy. You meant to say mummy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know how that Hornet got mixed up with them black cats and all, but he's at the bottom of the whole thing, says I.
Well, it's very simple. He found out about the black cat legend and used it to play on the superstitious nature of Hornet.
There, no. Maybe you got something there. Casey, sometimes you really talk sense.
Oh, thanks.
But what would the Hornet want with the guy that's been dead for 6,000 years, I'd like to know.
You said yourself it was because of the famous Melican ruby, didn't you?
Sure. But why didn't he just snatch the ruby and beat it instead of taking the mummy, too, and then killing poor Loomis?
If I could answer that, I'd join the police department, Michael. Anyway, I think it's about time to...
Here's Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans. Good morning, gents.
Morning, Axford. Miss Casey, is Mr. Reed in?
Yes, Dr. Kingston. Just a moment, please.
Yes, Miss Kate.
Mr. Reed, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans are here to see you.
Have them come right in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed says to go right in, please.
Thank you. Come, Inspector.
I'll go along with you, Inspector.
Well, Dr. Kingston and Inspector Evans, glad to see both of you.
I'm here too, Reed.
Yes, what we have to say is off the record, Mr. Reed. So if Mike Axford might like to leave...
Oh, don't mind me, Inspector. Talk right up.
Goodbye, Axford. See me later.
Huh? Oh, sure. I was just leaving. So long, Inspector.
Axford's quite a chap.
Perhaps we'd better tell Mr. Reed why we're here, Inspector.
Oh, yes, of course.
New developments, Inspector Evans?
Yes. Of course, your paper has played up the findings of Dr. Kingston's expedition to some extent.
Well, that's right. Since the Daily Sentinel financed it, we followed its progress closely.
Naturally. We know that the Green Hornet is mixed up in the murder of Loomis and the disappearance of the mummy. But we believe someone connected with the project must have been working with him.
That sounds logical.
The mummy, as such, is of value only to the museum. So we figure the motive for the crime was to gain possession of the gem, which was said to have been buried with the mummy.
You refer to the Melcham ruby, of course.
Yes. If there really is such a stone.
That's a matter of legend, Inspector. The mummy case was shipped unopened right to the museum.
So you've told me before, Dr. Kingston. We're checking everyone connected with the case, Mr. Reed. But in the meantime, the Black Cat, or perhaps we should say the Green Hornet, has reached out again.
Well, what do you mean?
Although Dr. Kingston takes the matter rather lightly, 2 more small black cat figurines have been received.
Really? By whom?
One by the curator of the museum, Mr. Norwich, and the other by Dr. Kingston himself.
Inspector Evans and Dr. Kingston had entered Britt Reed's office for a discussion. And finally, the inspector told Britt that 2 more threats had been received. One by the curator of the museum, and the other by Dr. Kingston. Britt thought for a moment, then spoke.
How does the curator react to the black cat figurine he received?
He seemed a little nervous about it. Of course, a printed note similar to the first one was received with each figurine.
Mm-hmm. Revenge for Melcham. I believe those were the words, weren't they?
Exactly. It was said that if ever the mummy case of Melcham were opened, the sacred black cat would come to life and take revenge.
Oh, that's very interesting, Doctor. Who outside of yourself knew of the prophecy in the parchment?
The curator of the museum, Loomis, my assistant, and I were the only ones who were interested enough to delve into the prophecies of the parchment.
I see. Inspector, have you started a search for the missing mummy?
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed. I had men from headquarters turn that museum receiving room upside down, looking into every empty box and crate, but we found no trace of it.
Of course, a mummy is shaped like a body, but is not flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
Well, that's a very interesting point, Dr. Kingston. By the way, do you have any idea what would have taken your assistant, Gerald Loomis, to the museum, especially after he was too nervous to attend the opening of the packing case yesterday?
It could have been morbid curiosity on his part. A sort of a hypnotic state of mind to draw him there, induced by the wording of that note and the little black cat figurine.
Well, I don't believe that. Such a supposition is almost an admission that the black cat legend is true.
People in Millicom's time believed it.
Personally, I like cats, black or otherwise. Oh, what are you going to do about the threats to the curator and Dr. Kingston?
Mr. Norwich is at his office at the museum. We have a plainclothesman posted outside the office entrance. The museum itself has been closed to the public for the time being.
And what about you, Dr. Kingston?
I can take care of myself. We know the Green Hornet was after the ruby and did away with Gerald Loomis.
I've already said we don't believe the Hornet was working alone, Doctor.
I know, Inspector. But I believe he planned it. Perhaps with the help of someone like... there's someone who might have learned the contents of the parchment.
Like Washburn, the assistant of Norwich, for instance?
Could be. I know little about Howard Washburn.
We'll have him picked up for questioning this afternoon. Well, I guess we'll be on our way, Mr. Reed.
I'm glad you came in.
Listen, Sergeant Burke, I've waited all afternoon for you to bring in that assistant curator, Washburn. And now you come in here.
Wait till you hear. We were waiting around that museum for him to show up. I wandered into the receiving room to get a look at that mummy case.
Well?
Wait till you hear this. I heard a whining and scratching coming from inside it. I called Norwich and Cassidy. We opened the mummy case. Glory be.
What did you find?
A black cat jumped out. And there inside that mummy case was Washburn, dead as a doornail.
sit here in the living room and do a bit of thinking. I'd like some coffee.
Oh, yes, sir. I bring it right in.
Perhaps if I could recall some of our conversation today in the office. Let's see now. Kingston made an observation about the body.
Of course, the mummy is shaped like a body, but it's not as flexible. It would be difficult either to take away or to hide.
He's right about that. The mummy would be stiff. To hide it in a hurry there in the museum. He had definite ideas about the crime, even threw a hint at Evans.
But I believe the whole planet, perhaps with the help of someone like someone who might have learned the contents of the body. Like Washburn, the citizen of Norwich, for instance.
Now Washburn has become one of the murder victims. I wonder... Hello? Oh, it's you, Axford. Yes, I heard about Washburn, if that's what you mean.
Oh, you did? Well, ain't the arranged cops are all set up about it. They're really laid fast to catch that murdered Green Hornet.
Well, what are they planning to do?
Kingston suggested that him and Norris go to the museum site and stay on the inside alone. Then the cops will be marched out of sight on the road outside. They'll have the burglar alarm connected up in case anyone tries to get in.
But the killer might be hiding on the inside already.
No, the cops went through the museum with a fine-tooth comb a while ago.
What about the night guard?
Oh, him. He got scared and quit. I'm going to go along with Silas to see what happens. If anything does happen, I'll let you know, Reed.
Good.
See you later. So long.
Bye. Kato, the Green Hornet's going to the museum to try to prevent another murder and to catch the Black Cat killer. Come on. Kato, you're sure this little gadget you invented will actually prevent the burglar alarm from sounding? How does it work?
Oh, yes, sir. You place that small cylinder on windowsill. It set up powerful magnetic field for distance a few feet. The magnetic field reach wires of alarm around window and cause flow of electricity to stop until cylinder removed.
Fine. We'll leave the Black Beauty here in the shadows and go around to one of the side windows of the museum. Let's go.
They're lighting Office of Curator Norwich.
Yes. Norwich and Dr. Kingston are probably there. Police must be parked near the office entrance and also at the main entrance to the museum, so we'll have to move cautiously. Let's get started. This wide ledge just under the windows comes in handy. Here goes. I've got the window unlatched. Now to see if your invention really works. I'll raise the window. Ah, there. I'm going in, and then I'll pull you up, Kato.
I'll be ready.
Okay, come on. Good. We'll leave the window open.
What do we do first?
The Egyptian exhibit is across from here on the other side of this big display hall. There are a lot of mummy cases and mummies on display there. I want to look them over. Come on.
What do you expect to find there?
The logical place to hide a mummy would be among a lot of mummies, Kato.
Well, that's true.
Use your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
There they are. The door over there leads to the receiving room.
Well, light shine on the door.
Okay. Now we'll look over these mummies. Kato.
You find something?
Yes. I'm sure I found a missing mummy in this case.
Oh, yes. The wrapping around top of head looked newer than the rest.
That's right. But notice how expertly it's been rewrapped. Now we'll go into the receiving room.
Something happened in the receiving room.
The killer. Come on.
Green Hornet. You're in with that killer. It's Mr. Norwich, the curator. He'd been stabbed by killer. He fainted.
Nothing but a superficial wound, Kato. Never mind him. Let's get the mummy case open. Quick.
there a man in mummy case?
Yes. It's Dr. Kingston. Help me get him out.
Yes, sir.
Get some water from that sink over there. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Here, water. Is he dead?
No. He got a nasty blow in the head. But he must have stabbed Norwich in the struggle, and that weakened the blow.
But then Dr. Kingston tried to kill Curator?
No. The Black Cat killer is Norwich, the curator. Kingston must have carried a knife for protection.
Why had idea you suspect Dr. Kingston?
I did until I saw the wrapping on that mummy. Only an expert could have done it so well, such as the curator or his assistant. Norwich's hands are covered with cat scratches, and he finally gave himself away by putting Kingston in the mummy case.
Will we leave now?
Well, first we'll bring the mummy back in here. Then I'll leave a note for the police. Kingston's testimony will do the rest. Let's get busy. When we leave and remove your little gadget, the alarm will bring the police in for the catch.
Hey, Inspector, the killer's getting in. Come on.
Hurry, Sergeant.
Wait for me. Here come the rest of the boys. Okay, men, bust in the door. Come on, boys, now. Now, what's this is the office. The receiving room's through there. One of you boys shut off that bell. Okay. Glory be.
Look there. Kingston and Norwich both lying on the floor.
Kingston, are you all right?
What happened here?
Hey, there, look here. Here's an all pinned on Norwich.
Bring it here. I'll take it.
Here it is. What'd you say?
Norwich beat me to the ruby. He's the killer you want. Since I can't have the ruby, I'll see that he doesn't have it either. Signed, the Green Hornet.
It's a trick. He's trying to put the blame on Norwich.
Oh, no, it's true. Norwich is the killer. He came at me with that chisel there on the floor. I stabbed his arm. He struck me, and then I remember him putting me in the mummy case. That's all I remember.
Hey, Inspector, the mummy's back in the case.
Well, what do you know? Yes, the wrapping's been removed from the head and then put back. Newer than the rest of the wrapping. It took an expert to do that, though.
Meaning Norwich?
Possibly. We'll get the truth from him before we're finished. Now, that heavy chisel is a murder weapon used on the other two. Take it for fingerprinting, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. He must have kept it hid somewhere. We looked all over the museum.
Hey, Sarge, look here.
What's that you got?
Well, see for yourself. It was on Norwich's desk.
Some sheets of paper from the museum heading on them. Put a spring on the top one.
What is it?
It says, Revenge for Milliken.
Norwich was going to pin that to Kingston's body, I guess. Didn't get a chance to tear the heading off. We'll match that paper with the other notes. Also the printing. That'll clinch the case. Take them away, boys.
Holy crow. That revenge stuff really worked after all. Imagine the Green Hornet doing a job for a guy that's been dead 6,000 years. I guess he's the one who put that dummy back in the case, eh, Sarge?
Mummy's the word, Ashford.
Huh? Oh, sure. I won't tell a soul, Sarge.
Shut it up, you dope.
That's right, Street. West Ball, Norwich, successive stolen ruby, returned Green Hornets and balls. Read all about it. Green Hornet still employed. That's the letter, Street. Let's go!
VintageRadioshows.com.
Extra, extra, Sentinel extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of the Cigarette Filters. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink, that taste better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. In his office at the Daily Sentinel, Brick Reed, young publisher, was talking to Mike Axford, one of his reporters.
I wonder what's keeping Miss Case. She never stays out this long for lunch.
Oh, you never can tell about women, Reed. They're always doing things you never expect them to do. Oh, just because Casey never...
Hello.
Is this Mr. Reed?
Yes, I'm Britt Reed.
I'm Jean Harvey, a friend of Lenore Case.
Oh, well, I suggest you call later, Miss Harvey. Miss Case hasn't returned from lunch. Or perhaps you'd like to leave a message.
You don't understand, Mr. Reed. I'm calling to tell you Lenore was struck by an automobile. She's in the city hospital.
Oh, great Scott. Is she badly hurt?
She'll soon be all right. It's just a few bruises and shock. But I thought I'd better let you know right away.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad you did, Miss Harvey. I'll go to the hospital at once. Goodbye.
What is it, Reed?
Miss Case, she's been hit by a car. She's in the hospital.
Great saints.
Come on. We'll go over to the hospital and see her.
Meanwhile, an expensive car left the curb in front of the city hospital and sped toward the residential section of the city. A young man was at the wheel. A young woman who sat beside him was talking in an exasperated voice.
You were foolish, Paul, for stopping to take that girl to the hospital. The car struck her only a glancing blow. We should have gone on.
Have some sense, Alexis. We can't afford to mix with the police right now. If we hadn't stopped, someone might have set the police on my trail as a hit-and-run driver.
You know well enough we couldn't be traced through false license plates you have on this car. And telling her that you'd call back later to see how she's getting along was very foolish. And dangerous, Paul.
Alexis, I do what I think is best. Who knows? Perhaps striking up an acquaintance with that girl may be of help to me in what we have to do.
You certainly take the oddest way to strike up an acquaintance. Frankly, I don't like this, Paul. And I don't see how that girl can be of any help.
When the time comes, Alexis, I'll tell you. I'll go back to the hospital tonight to see how she is. Then perhaps I can arrange my plans.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Axford stood beside Miss Case in the hospital room.
Well, Miss Case, you gave us quite a scare.
Oh, I'm all right. Really, Mr. Reed. Just a few bruises. I wanted to leave, but the doctor thinks I should stay at least until morning.
Well, of course. Don't you think of leaving until they're sure there are no internal injuries.
Say, Casey, you mean to say you haven't any broken bones or anything like that?
Oh, no, I'm positive, Michael. It's nice of you both to be so concerned.
I was coming over this way anyway, so being curious, I stopped in with Reed.
Don't you believe in Miss Case? But tell me, what happened? Who ran you down?
Well, it was really my fault. I was in a hurry to reach the office, so I stepped off the curb without looking. The driver did his best to stop, but, well, he did manage to swerve enough so that I received only a glancing blow from the fender. Just enough to knock me down.
One of those hit-and-run guys, no doubt.
Oh, no, Axford. A man and woman were in the car. They stopped immediately. The driver, a young, handsome chap, Well, he is. Anyway, he picked me up and put me in his car and brought me here. I really didn't want to be taken to the hospital, but, well, he insisted.
He did the right thing.
Yes, he told the doctor I was to have every care. And he said he'd come back tonight to see how I'm getting along.
Maybe that's why you decided you ought to stay here a while.
Oh, Michael.
Any objections, Mike?
Who? Me object? If Casey wants to wait for some lug to come to see her, it's okay with me.
Well, since you agree with the doctor that it's best for me to stay, Michael, I'm sure it's all right.
Well, if there's anything you want, let me know, Miss Case. And I'll drop in on the way home to check on you. Come on, Axford. Miss Case needs rest, and there's work to do at the office.
Early that evening, the young man, Paul, was preparing to leave his apartment to visit Lenore Case at the hospital.
Paul, I see you're determined to see that girl again. Why not leave well enough alone?
That girl is going to help us, Alexis.
In what way?
The high command of our party is sending me plans for sabotage in 5 key cities of this country. The plans will come through the contact we've established here.
You mean through Mr. Lucas, the owner of the bookshop on North Street?
Exactly. But Lucas managed to send word that his place is being watched. We dare not go there tomorrow night.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I didn't want to alarm you, but I must get those plans before they fall into the hands of the American authorities. We dare not go to Lucas now, and anyone he might send may be followed. And if we're suspected, any mail or packages coming to us will be intercepted.
But what has that girl to do with all this? Why do you bother with her?
She may be able to help us. Remember, I told you Lucas said his place is being watched.
Then the authorities are beginning to suspect Mr. Lucas. Paul, what about us? Do you think they suspect us?
I don't think they know yet. But Lucas says someone has been watching the shop. The girl in the hospital told us today she is Lenore Case, secretary of a newspaper publisher. Her identity wouldn't be questioned if she went to the bookshop for us.
So that's your plan.
Yes.
But how will you get her to go after the book containing the plans?
I have a way. You always said I had a way with women, Alex.
And you always say attractive girls do not have much brains, Paul. But I suggest you watch your step with Miss Lenore Case.
That evening, Britt Reed stopped in at the hospital to see Miss Case.
Hello, Miss Case. How are you this evening?
I feel all right now, Mr. Reed. I'll be at the office in the morning.
No, I want you to take the day off tomorrow and rest. You've had quite a shock.
Frankly, I'm enjoying all this. See all the beautiful flowers?
Yes, I noticed them when I came in.
Paul Galva, the driver of the car that hit me, brought them in a while ago.
Oh, he must be a nice chap.
Well, yes. He asked me to go to dinner with him tomorrow night. Well, he said he felt it was only fair to do something for me after what's happened. Well, do you think it's all right for me to go with him?
Well, of course, if you want to. In fact, I'm sure you already accepted his invitation.
That's right.
We'll have a good time. Well, someone certainly messed up the ashtray here. Hey, what are these? They look like small strips of crepe paper.
Oh, those. Well, I noticed Mr. Galva smoked filter-tip cigarettes, and, well, every time he finished one, he tore open the filter and pulled out those little strips. Sort of a nervous habit, I think.
Oh? Well, I'll go along to my apartment now. Let me know tomorrow how you feel.
All right. I'll call the office in case you do want me to come in for something.
You just rest tomorrow and enjoy your dinner date. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night.
Late the following afternoon, Paul Galva entered the hideout apartment where Alexis was waiting. She was startled by the expression on his face, and she hastened to question him.
Paul, what's wrong?
Sarny is here, in this city.
Sarny? Oh, no.
Yes. As a Polish underground counter spy, he has dogged us every step of the way. But I did not expect him here.
He'll ruin everything. He's not the type to play a waiting game like the others. He'll not only prevent us from getting the plans, but he may denounce us to the American authorities.
We'll go through with the arrangements for tonight. Sarny knows how we work, but I'm determined he'll not stop us now.
Paul, how do you know he's here?
I saw him, but he did not see me. I kept out of sight. I shadowed him most of the afternoon.
You've thought of a way out for us?
Yes. I found out where he lives. He parks his car in the alley. I'll go there and wait for him after dark. This time, Sarny must be put out of our way. Then later, with the help of the case girl, we'll get the plans we want.
That same evening, Mike Axford was in the press room at police headquarters.
Well, Sarge, looks like sitting around here is just a waste of time this evening.
Yep. Things are quiet tonight.
Where's Cassidy? Haven't seen him around.
Well, he's doing a plainclothes job over on North Street with a federal man. They're watching a small bookshop.
What for, I'd like to know.
Well, some guy named Sarny tipped him off that a couple of commie agents are dealing through their place. A tall young fella and a blonde woman.
Yeah. Why don't you move in and grab the book dealer?
They want to catch the others with the goods, Mike. They're bigger game than the dealer. So he'll be grabbed later.
Hey, Sarge, there's been a murder in an alley on the east side.
News at last.
A murder, huh? Who's the victim, do you know?
Yeah, some fellow named Sarny, but the killer got away.
enjoyed the dinner very much, Mr. Galva.
It was a great pleasure to have your company, Miss Case. Would you mind if I stop at the drugstore just ahead to phone my sister before taking you home? There's an important message I forgot to give her.
Not at all. I'll wait in the car.
By the way, would you mind doing a slight favor for me while you're waiting?
Well, I'll be glad to. What is it?
Well, just beyond here in the middle of the block, there's a small bookshop. I'm to stop there to pick up a book I ordered. While I'm phoning, we'll save time if you go get it for me. Just ask for the book ordered by Paul Galva. Tell him it's called The Last Plan, in case he's forgotten.
I'll get it for you. I'll be back in a few minutes.
A few moments later, Lenore was in the bookshop and had asked for the book.
Here is the book for Mr. Galva.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, miss.
Just a minute, young lady.
Well, what do you want? Aren't you Officer Cassidy?
I am.
I thought I recognized you. I'm Lenore Case, Britt Reed's secretary at the Daily Sentinel. I met you through Michael Axford.
Oh, sure, Miss Case. You know, with that blonde hair, I thought for a minute I was catching one of the people we're watching for.
Watching for? What? I don't understand.
Well, now, just between us, we're looking for a couple of commie spies.
Spies?
Mm-hmm. A blonde woman and a tall, reddish blonde young fellow. Of course, nobody would take you for a spy, ma'am.
Well, I should hope not. Well, if you don't mind, I'll run along. There's someone waiting for me.
Sure, go ahead. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night.
I appreciate what you did for me, Miss Case. Getting the book, I mean.
You're welcome. It was nothing.
Well, you haven't said much since you came back to the car, and I noticed the way you stare at me and frown. Why do you do that?
For no reason.
I was watching. I saw a man talk to you as you left the shop.
He was a policeman. They're watching for two communist agents, a blonde woman and a tall, blonde young man.
Go on.
It's nothing.
What do you think?
Perhaps you'd better take me home now.
Alexis was right. You do use your brains. You're suspicious of something. Tell me what.
Oh, well, it's foolish, but... Well, your sister is blonde. You're tall and young.
With dark hair.
But your eyebrows and complexion... Your hair could be...
A wig, perhaps? All right, so it is. What? You're suspicious, and it would do no good to try to keep the truth from you.
You're one of the spies they want. You used me to get that book for you. It must mean something. Well, I'm not going to let you get away with
Quiet,
it.
you'll do nothing. I have a gun in my pocket, and I can drive like this with one hand. Now you'll have to come with me. You've served your purpose. We'll decide what to do with you when we reach our destination.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, once Thanksgiving Day rolls around, we're into the holiday season. The season I'm sure you like best of all, because it brings so much fun and excitement. And at happy holiday gatherings with your relatives and friends, delicious sparkling Orange Crush fits in naturally. Because naturally, it tastes better than any other orange drink. It's that natural fresh fruit flavor that makes the big difference. Orange Crush is flavored with the pure natural juice of fresh tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. And it makes the good things you eat with it taste better, too. Tell Mom to stock up on Orange Crush for the happy occasions ahead. It'll go so well with the party menus she's probably planning now. And for hurry-up snacks when friends drop in, delicious Orange Crush is just the thing. It's simply great with holiday cookies, with fruitcake and nut breads, too. It's the world's favorite orange drink. And when you serve it to your friends, they'll appreciate your giving them the best. So be sure there's plenty of Orange Crush on hand for the holiday season. You can get it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange, say Orange Crush. Because there's no other drink so good. No other orange drink in the world has that natural, fresh fruit flavor. That's ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Naturally, it tastes better. Now, back to the Green Hornet. Later that night, Brick Reed sat in the living room of his apartment talking to Kato, his faithful Filipino valet, and one of the few persons who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
Miss Case had a very narrow escape yesterday.
Oh, that's right. It's good car swerve in time.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Reed's apartment.
This is Axford, Kato. Let me speak to Reed.
Oh, yes, Mr. Axford. For you, Mr. Brett.
Hello, Axford.
Reed, I thought you might like to know I phoned in a scoop on a murder a while ago.
Murder, huh? Who's the victim?
A fella named Sarney. Ever hear of him?
No, not that I remember.
By the way, Casey must be feeling okay now. Cassidy met her coming out of a bookshop on North Street tonight. He thought at first she was a spy. Can you beat that?
Well, why should he think that?
Well, 'twas this way, Reed. Cassidy's helping watch that book joint, hoping to catch a couple of commie spies, a man and a woman. For a minute, he thought Cassie was one of them. The womanized, that is.
Oh, I understand now. But about that murder, Axford, have they any idea who did it?
Nope, but whoever did it waited in an alley for some time before the victim showed up.
How do they know that?
Well, there were a lot of cigarette stuff with the filter ends torn apart lying around the ground. The killer must have been nervous and smoked a lot while he waited.
Hold on, Axford. You mean he smoked filter-tipped cigarettes and then opened the filter and unrolled the small strips of crepe paper inside the filters?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Never mind. Keep on that case, Axford, and get all the details.
Okay, Reed. So long.
Goodbye. Cato, we're taking the Black Beauty.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty. If Miss Case isn't in trouble right now, she soon will be. I think she has a date right now with a killer and a spy. Get the masks and gas gun.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Brick Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, the streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Brick Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We are on North Street now, Mr. Britt. A bookshop in next block.
We'll slow down and put out the lights.
Oh, look, two men walking cross street toward bookshop.
Yeah, Cassidy the cop with someone else. They must have decided to pick up the book dealer.
Maybe they get dealer to tell where to find spies. Then there's no need for Green Hornet.
Stop here. By the time they get that dealer to talk, the commie agents will have skipped out. They'll learn he was picked up, don't worry.
What you do?
I believe Miss Case is in great danger, and we must find that spy she's with. That dealer is our best bet.
Well, that's too late now.
No, it isn't. I'll walk down toward the shop. You drive the Black Beauty slowly down this side of the street.
You try to take him from police?
Yes. I'll surprise them when they come out. There's squad cars down the street. You have the door of this car open and be right there at the curb when I need you for a quick getaway.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. But if they follow in squad car...
I want them to, Cato. Also, they'll put out a call for reinforcements. I hope to be able to lead them to the killer's hideout in time for them to catch the spies they're after. Be careful, Cato. We must get that book dealer.
A few moments later, the two policemen came from the bookshop with the dealer.
Move along, you. The car's down the street.
But you have no right. I've done nothing.
You'll have your chance to talk at headquarters. They'll... Hey, that car creeping along at the curb.
Reach, both of you. Don't turn around. You book dealer, get in that car at the curb, quick.
Yes, of course.
Don't move, coppers, or I'll shoot.
You won't get away with this.
I have gotten away with it. I'm backing toward the car. Don't make a move, or I'll let you have it. Step on it.
Hey, it's the Green Hornet! He's getting away!
So you're the Green Hornet. Yes, now I see you're masked.
What of it?
I'm thankful you came in time. I didn't know Paul Galva had you working for him.
There's a lot you don't know, mister.
Where are you taking me?
I could take you to my hideout, but I think it's better to take you directly to Paul Galva's place.
Yes, that's better.
I've never been to his place. We held our meetings elsewhere. You'll have to direct us there.
How do I know this isn't a trick?
Don't be a sap. Do you think I'm working for the cops?
No. No, that couldn't be. They're after you. Stop someplace and I'll phone Paul and we're on the way.
There's no time for that. If you don't want my help, we'll take you back and dump you out where the cops will find you.
No, don't do that. I'll take you to Paul's apartment. Continue straight ahead.
In the hideout apartment, Lenore Case played for time, hoping that in some way she could get away or get help.
Paul, in spite of knowing what I do, well, maybe it really doesn't make any difference.
Oh, what kind of talk is that she's giving you? She's in our way.
Quiet, Alexis. You would have helped to us, Miss Case.
I still don't see how that book helped. I'm curious.
You women are curious even when you're in danger.
But, Paul, I don't feel a bit that I'm in danger when I'm with you. Of course, I know you're an agent, but maybe I could even forget that.
Hey, what goes on here? Evidently there's more between you two than I thought. Paul Galva, the man who kills Sarney 1 minute, then takes you to dinner the next, falls now for a smooth-talking blonde who could have him sent to the chair. Now I know why he delayed getting rid of you, you
Stop,
brazen...
Alexis, stop it.
Paul, did you really kill someone?
Sometimes such a thing is necessary in our work.
Go ahead, you fool. Tell her everything.
No need to be jealous, Alexis. Miss Case, since you're curious, I'll show you about the book. See here. See? As in most books, this first page is blank. But by chemical treatment, certain important plans will be brought out in great detail.
That's very clever, Paul. Let me see it closer.
Here. But be careful. Don't spot that page.
Paul, you're a fool.
You're very clever, Paul.
Leave that. Stop her. She's ruining the plan.
You're darn right I am.
Stop that. Stop it.
Oh, stop her. Just give me that.
Oh, playful, huh?
Oh, I'll rip that hair out by the roots.
Stop this. Stop it. There.
Let me at her.
I wish he would.
Alexis, go sit down. I'll handle this. Well, Miss Case, you were putting on an act, huh?
Why not? We in America hate your kind.
Alexis, use my handkerchief to tie her hands behind her back. Hurry.
It's time you came to your senses. I'll tie her all right.
Let me go. Oh, that's too tight.
Stand still. Now gag her with your scarf, Alexis.
Of course, she talks too much.
Get away. Help! Help!
Take her into your room and lock her in the closet, Alexis. I'll try to piece together the page she has torn.
A few moments later, Alexis returned to the living room.
He's locked in the closet, Paul. Later you must get rid of her.
That's the signal. It must be Lucas. I hope he wasn't followed.
Quick, let us in.
Who's with you?
You'll know him. Close the door.
What? Why did you bring this masked man here?
But I thought you knew him. He's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? And he holds a gun. Lucas, what does this mean?
He saved me from the police. I thought you sent him.
I've heard of him. The police want him. He's a criminal. One of the greatest.
I'm in the right company.
He does anything for money. Paul, use him to get rid of the girl. Pay him well, and we'll have no further worry. You will do a job for us, won't you?
For a price? But hurry, I haven't much time.
Here's my wallet. It contains several $1,000s. They're yours if you get rid of a certain person for us.
Give me the dough.
There.
Good. Now, where's the one you mentioned?
In the closet in the other room. Get rid of her. She is dangerous to us, and she will be to you, too, if she lives to tell you we're here. She tried to destroy certain plans. Look there. She tore them to pieces.
I'll take those pieces of paper. I can use them.
Stop! You can't take those.
Paul, he's tricked us. Shoot him!
Take it, Commie.
Gas!
You fooled me into getting you here. If I had a gun, I'd...
Shut up, you.
Stay away from me. I'm a woman. You can't hear
You're
a
a
woman.
dirty commie. Spy along with the others. Here's something for you, Blondie.
No!
Out of reach, Miss Case. I'll take away the gag. There.
Oh, am I glad to see you. Are they...
They're all out cold. I'll untie you now. There. They paid me to get rid of you. Here's the cash. Send it to a charity.
They had a plan.
Here are the torn pieces. Give them to the police when they get here.
Open up! Get your door!
Oh, they're here now. How did you find out about all this?
Torn filters from filtered cigarettes, Miss Case. So long. I'm leaving.
people lying around.
Oh, Michael. Michael, you got here just in time. Those are spies, and they paid the Green Hornet to take me away and kill me. He heard you all at the door, and he left through the window in there. He went down the fire escape.
All right, boy.
Quickly and briefly, Miss Case explained all that had happened. Then Axford said,
Glory be. And to think that Green Hornet actually had you in his clutches, Casey.
Sure, you must have been scared to death.
Well, it's difficult to say just how I felt at the moment.
But wait till Reed hears about this. His eyes will pop when we tell him Casey and I were in on catching spies, and how we helped get the plans, showing how the commies expected to sabotage certain utilities in 5 big cities. What's more, Reed will sure be surprised to hear we scared off that spalpeen, the Green Hornet.
Sentinel X-ray paper, commie spy ring broken, secretary saved from Green Hornet. Read all about it. Sentinel X-ray paper!
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Shipment for Korea. And now till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. X-Tree, Sentinel X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Brick Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Brick Reed in the thrilling adventure of Election Boomerang. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. Delicious Orange Crush is made with real fresh oranges, with all its wonderful fresh fruit flavor, sealed in that sun-proof Orange Crush brown bottle, the exclusive brown bottle that keeps light out, keeps flavor in. Always look for that exclusive brown bottle and enjoy the one and only Orange Crush. Political czar Craig Redland's candidate for the top local office, county commissioner, was James McLean. McLean's opponent, able and honest, was Edward Gilmer, a strong favorite to win the election. McLean's campaign manager, Charlie Rogers, was gloomy, but Craig Redland reassured him.
Oh, Charlie, don't worry. McLean will win easily.
Boss, this is one time you're wrong. He hasn't a chance.
Don't kid yourself. The Green Hornet will elect him.
The Green Hornet? What are you talking about?
Charlie, 2 days from now, the Green Hornet's going to come out against McLean and in favor of Gilmer. He'll bomb our campaign headquarters.
What?
He'll try to intimidate editors and backers of McLean. And he'll threaten to kill McLean. And me.
Great day, boss. You mean he's actually going to do those things?
No, not actually, but the public will think it's the Green Hornet who's doing them. Instead, it'll be some of my boys who'll cause all the trouble, making the voters think it's the Green Hornet. You give McLean an awful time.
I think I see what you have in mind. You create sympathy for McLean by having the Green Hornet persecute him, eh?
Yes, and I'll implicate Gilmer with the Hornet while I do it. They'll resent a criminal like the Green Hornet working on Gilmer's side. So, in protest, they'll elect McLean.
That's terrific, boss.
Yes, I think it is myself. And Charlie, with McLean in office, I'll milk $1 million out of the county treasury. I'll be riding the gravy train.
You'll need a good man to handle the Green Hornet angle, though. Who's it going to be?
Well, Pete Sterling, who else? He'll be here at midnight tonight. I'll go over all my plans with him. Tell him exactly what to do. Yes, sir. Pete Sterling's the man. So that's how it is, Pete. I've had fake masks and seals made, and you'll fix your souped-up car to look like the Black Beauty.
When do you want me to start?
Day after tomorrow. Or, I should say the night after tomorrow. I'll be ready, Pete.
Sure.
4 persons shared the knowledge that Brick Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was the Green Hornet. They were Reed's father, his valet Kato, Police Commissioner Higgins, and Reed's secretary, lovely Lenore Case. There was a puzzled frown on Miss Case's face when she entered Reed's private office 2 mornings later, holding a special delivery letter which had arrived just a few minutes before.
Mr. Reed, this wasn't marked personal, so I opened it. But I haven't read it yet because, well, I saw the way it was signed first. Look at it, Mr. Reed, the signature part first.
Great Scott, that looks like...
Yes, sir. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Wait till I read this. Well...
What is it, Mr. Reed? The work of some crank?
I suppose so. You'd have an idea from the wording that I'm supposed to think it's legitimate.
Really?
Now, here, you read it yourself, Miss Case. It congratulates me because the Sentinel's backing Edward Gilmer for county commissioner. It tells me also that the Green Hornet will punish Jim McLean for opposing Gilmer.
Reed, there you are. Hi, Casey.
Good morning, Michael.
Axford, what's the idea?
Busting in like this? Well, Casey wasn't outside to let me in. And besides, what I've got to tell you is too important to wait.
All right. What is it that's so important?
It's the Green Hornet, Reed, that's what. He's just thrown himself kerplop right into the middle of the election campaign.
He has? How?
Well, my assignment this morning was just the usual one of stopping by McLean's and Gilmer's headquarters to learn what might be stirring. Well, things sure were stirring at Gilmer's place.
Don't tell me the Green Hornet was there.
No, but they received a letter from the scallywag. He called McLean a few names and told him to pull out and leave the election clear for Gilmer. Because if McLean didn't quit, it said, he'd end up dead or in the hospital.
Well, did the Green Hornet give a reason for his threat?
But he didn't have to. It's as plain as the nose in your face what the reason is. Gilmer and the Green Hornet are in cahoots. They want to rob the public, and they're afraid McLean will get elected.
Michael, that's absurd. Why, Edward Gilmer's an honest man. Yeah. Pardon me. Mr. Reed's office? Oh, yes, Commissioner. He's right here. It's Commissioner Higgins.
Oh, thank you, Miss Case. Hello, Commissioner. Yes, I did. Axford just told me about the letter McLean received. That's probably the work of some crackpot. This is the season for them before election.
The Green Hornet's no crackpot. He's a menace and menace.
You have the letter in your office, huh? No, thank you. I don't care to see it. I received a supposed Green Hornet letter myself this morning.
Glory be, Casey, you didn't tell me that.
It just came in.
I'll show it to you when I meet you at dinner tonight. Let's dine at the Gourmet, shall we? It's directly opposite McLean's headquarters. We'll drop in and see McLean after we've eaten.
At dinner that evening, Reed and Commissioner Higgins were discussing the letters which both knew were false. But Higgins was troubled.
Sure we know they're fakes, Reed. But neither of us is in a position to tell why we know.
Oh, forget about the matter, Commissioner.
Well, I can't. I've had Boss Redland, Charlie Rogers, and McLean himself on my neck all day. The other newspapers in town, too. Reed, they haven't passed off the Hornet angle with a few lines as the Sentinel did. They take the matter seriously.
Yeah, so does Axford.
Well, he's like most people, Reed. Opposition editors included. It never occurs to him that the public and the country usually benefit when the Green Hornet goes into action. To Axford, as to everyone else, the Green Hornet is a criminal.
What's that? Sounds like an earthquake. Came from outside nearby. Hey, look at the people in here. They're in a panic.
Don't run. Stay right where you are. Nothing's happened here. Don't crowd the doorway. Remain inside here. Don't get panicked.
I'll see what it is, Reed. There are flames outside.
Higgins saw the panic in the street and the flames leaping from the building that housed James McLean's headquarters. He ran back to where Reed had finally calmed the diners. Then together they hurried outside. Higgins sought out a policeman who gave him information.
It was a bomb, Commissioner. Thrown in the McLean place by the Green Hornet.
Did you hear that, Reed? Officer, are you sure?
Yes, sir. He got away, the murdering hound. He shot one of our men who tried to stop him. They killed him.
Killed a policeman?
Yes, sir. Patrolman Ludlow. The Green Hornet shot him down in cold blood.
Within a matter of minutes, network and local radio programs were interrupted by bulletins announcing the explosion and murder. Later that evening, commentators gave additional information of the tragedy that had suddenly caused the city to become a seething cauldron of public indignation.
Police announced that in addition to Patrolman Ludlow, 3 other persons were killed and 8 wounded by the Green Hornet's murderous foray into the McLean Midtown headquarters. Never in the city's history has such...
Political boss Craig Redland snapped off his radio set and, ashen-faced, turned to McLean's campaign manager, Charlie Rogers.
Oh, it gets worse and worse, Charlie.
Pete must have been crazy, boss. Shooting down a policeman of all persons.
Yeah, Pete should be here at any minute. We'll find out what happens when he gets here.
When Pete Sterling arrived later, he had no sense of guilt.
It was the cop's fault. When I threw the bomb, he came running from nowhere shooting at me. I shot back. He missed. I didn't.
I suppose there was nothing else you could do.
Well, I got away, didn't I? The cops think it was the Green Hornet who did it, don't they? So what's the beef?
You killed 3 of our party workers.
So they were unlucky. The boss will send them flowers.
Yes, I'll send them flowers. Pete, whether you meant to or not, you fouled up my plans. But you did get results.
Sure I did. So what's going to be different?
Well, I'll decide tomorrow, after we have the complete reaction to what happened this evening.
Okay.
I'll call you tomorrow night, Pete. And from now on, all our contacts will be by phone.
What are you going to do, boss?
You read the papers tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to police headquarters in the morning and see the commissioner. Now, Commissioner, I received this letter from the Green Hornet this morning threatening my life. He says he'll kill me if I don't make McLean quit the race.
I read the letter, Mr. Redland.
Well, I demand that you arrest Gilmer, Commissioner. He and the Green Hornet have plans to take over the county treasury if McLean quits. And if they do, they'll steal the people blind.
Those are your thoughts, Mr. Redland. All I'm concerned with now is trying to catch a mass murderer. We're convinced that the killer last night wasn't really the Green Hornet. The car wasn't the same as his. Nor are the seals on your letter the same as those on the Green Hornet letters in our file.
Now, see here, Commissioner. You've heard witnesses who saw the bombing and murder last night. They agree it was the Green Hornet who committed both.
Yes,
Now,
but...
hear me out. In this letter I received, the Green Hornet admits it was he who did those things last night. He threatens my life.
I'll give you a 24-hour-a-day police guard, Mr. Redland. Mr. McLean will get the same.
Oh, but Gilmer will be free to meet secretly with his partner, the Green Hornet, You refuse to arrest him and get to the bottom of this matter.
Higgins, after a trying session with Redland, left headquarters and hurried to Brick Reed's office. where he, the young publisher, and Miss Case talked in privacy.
Reed, I don't mind telling you I'm in a tight spot. I can't come out and say positively that I know the Green Hornet's not involved.
I realize that. Commissioner, the more I think of what's happened, and the more I think of Redland's actions in past years, the more I'm inclined to believe this entire situation was created to cause Gilmer's withdrawal, so McLean can win in a walkover.
Hey, you may have something there. Redland showed absolutely no concern about the persons who were murdered last night. His entire talk was about the political aspects and the outrage against McLean.
Well, that's the way his statement to the newspapers read, too. He seemed more concerned with having Mr. Gilmer withdraw from the race.
He wanted me to arrest Gilmer.
Which would almost certainly cause Gilmer to resign or be removed from his ticket.
Right. But your surmise about Redland could be wrong. You realize that, Reed?
Of course I do. I'd like to find out if it is, though. I intend to. Miss Case, look up Redland's telephone numbers. Call him at his home, his office, or wherever he may be.
While Miss Case made a series of telephone calls trying to locate Craig Redland, Brick Reed talked in low tones with Commissioner Higgins. Finally, Miss Case completed her efforts.
That was Mr. Redland's home again, Mr. Reed. He hasn't returned yet, and I can't locate him anywhere else.
Oh, who's that on the other end of the phone now?
Mr. Rogers, he said his name was.
Oh, that's McLean's campaign manager.
Mr. Rogers said he was expecting to hear from Mr. Redland, and he'll have Mr. Redland call you when he gets in.
Good. I'll wait till I hear from him.
Mr. Reed's office? Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Reed's been expecting your call. Just a moment, please. Mr. Redland.
Thanks. Mr. Redland, it's very important that I talk with you. I'm sorry, it's nothing I can discuss on the phone. Oh, I see. Well, that'll be all right.
Hey, Reed, did you hear the...
Quiet, Michael. Mr. Reed's talking.
Well, I'll drive out to your place then, Mr. Redland. I'll be there about 8:30. Goodbye.
Reed, Gilmer's finished. McLean's going to be elected.
You're sure of that, Axford?
Positive. People are phoning and sending telegrams, all demanding him to withdraw. Him being a pal of the Green Hornets is something decent people can't stand. Reed, where are you going?
I'm leaving for the night. Good night, Axford. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Say, Reed, don't you want me to go with you to see Redland? I know how to handle these interviews.
No, Axford, I'll do this alone. Suppose you go to police headquarters. If I need your help, I'll call you there.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Hi, fellas and gals. Isn't this an exciting story? But let's take time out to relax a minute. And say, when it comes to relaxing, you know what's really great? It's a drink of ice-cold, delicious Orange Crush. That delightful, tangy Orange Crush flavor is so wonderfully refreshing. You can taste the sunny, ripened goodness of fresh California oranges. Orange Crush is made from real oranges. Yes, the finest, juiciest tree-ripened oranges in all California. There's nothing artificial about Orange Crush. No artificial flavoring, no artificial coloring. That golden, fresh fruit Orange Crush goodness is nature's, and nature's alone. That's why you can drink all you want of delicious Orange Crush. It's good for you, really nourishing. And that's something you want to tell your mom. Tell her you like Orange Crush. Tell her to keep the refrigerator stocked up with Orange Crush all the time. She can pick it up at her grocer's in a 6-bottle handy pack. And let me tell you something important. Whenever you or Mom go to buy Orange Crush, make sure you get the real thing. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush. There's no other drink so good, no other drink in the whole world with the same luscious, fresh fruit flavor. You'll recognize Orange Crush by its famous crinkly brown bottle, the sunproof bottle that keeps sunlight out and keeps the flavor in. So always ask for and be sure you get genuine Orange Crush. That's ORANGECRUSH, Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. At 8 o'clock, Brick Reed prepared to leave his apartment with Kato, his faithful confidant.
Let me check. I have my mask in this pocket. My gas gun in this. Kato, do you have my dark raincoat in the car?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. Put it there like you say.
Then let's set out for Redland's place.
Mr. Britt, if you think maybe Green Hornet going to do things later, or perhaps we use Black Beauty.
No, Kato, we'll forget it tonight. First of all, there may be no reason to assume the Green Hornet role this evening. Secondly, I want you to drive me directly to the door of Redland's house. And regardless of what happens, I want you to drive away from there later.
Oh, very well, Mr. Britt. Somebody downstairs.
Oh, don't bother pressing the button, Kato. Oh, that's Commissioner Higgins. He'll be waiting outside for me.
Commissioner Higgins, whose car was parked a short distance away from the house, was waiting in front of the apartment building when Reed emerged. The conversation between the two men was brief. Higgins concluded.
And 5 minutes after you get to Redland's place, I'll arrange to drive up and talk to the policeman I've placed on guard in front of the main entrance to the grounds.
Oh, that'll be perfect. I hope you don't mind doing this, Commissioner.
Reed, I've never been more concerned in solving a crime in all my life. I'll do anything to get at the truth.
I feel the same way.
I'll keep the officer on guard in conversation till after your car departs. I'll meet you or Kato in case you stay on at Redland's, the place we agreed. Good luck, Reed.
Yeah, for both of us, Commissioner. All right, Kato.
"5 minutes after Britt Reed entered the main gate to the palatial home of Craig Redland and went on to the front door, another car stopped near the policeman on duty there. Commissioner Higgins parked the car and walked over to the patrolman.
Good evening, officer.
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
Anything been stirring around here? Thought I'd make a first-hand inspection of the situation.
Inside the house, Britt Reed had wasted no time in getting to the point, a point that had Craig Redland's face flushed. While Charlie Rogers stood beside Redland and listened, Reed repeated the theories he had outlined to Commissioner Higgins earlier that day, and ended.
And Redland, because I want to see justice in every sense of the word, I refuse to use the Daily Sentinel columns to demand Edward Gilmer's withdrawal from the race.
You mean to say you don't believe the Green Hornet did this thing last night?
That's my belief, yes. I told you why. I went to police headquarters and went over the evidence they have there. For one thing, in all the crimes he's been accused of, the Green Hornet has never resorted to murder.
Well, there's always a first time. The way you talk, Reed, you'd think I staged that incident last night.
Did I sound that way?
You most certainly did.
Well, Mr. Redland, I wanted to tell you face to face why the Daily Sentinel didn't publish your statement today. We're opposed to libel. Good night again.
Well, now, wait a second. Charlie will see you to your car.
Charlie Rogers escorted Reed to his automobile and watched it disappear down the landscape path that led to the main gate. Masked by giant cedar trees that fringed the path, Kato slowed the car halfway to the gate.
Will they not see us now from house, Mr. Britt? You jump out, I go on. Watch out, don't bump tree.
Coat and hat are in place.
Here it goes. Reed leaped nimbly from the car and sprinted in among the trees. Kato looked back to where Reed had arranged his topcoat and hat so that a man seemed to be sitting in the back seat.
That looked very good.
Outside the estate, Commissioner Higgins had maneuvered the policeman on guard to a spot about 10 yards from the gate. As Kato drove the car onto the road and turned in a direction away from the men, Higgins waved at the silhouette in the rear seat of the car.
Hi there, Reed. Good to see you.
He turned nonchalantly to the policeman.
That was Britt Reed, publisher of the Sentinel.
Oh, Reed, huh?
As I was saying, officer, when your 12-to-8 relief comes on duty, I'd like to speak.
At that moment, Britt Reed, in the mask of the Green Hornet and wearing a dark raincoat, used his special key to gain admittance to the Redland house by way of a side door. He heard Redland's voice in the study, and stealthily he made his way along the dimly lit hall and entered the room next to the study. He hurried across the dark and empty room and placed his ear against the sliding doors that separated the two rooms. In his study, an angry and nervous Craig Redland checked over a series of addresses before him. Then he returned to the outburst he had started after Charlie Rogers had returned from seeing Reed to his car.
Smug look on Reed's face made me want to hit him right in the jaw.
He's a smarter fella than most people give him credit for being, boss. He guessed right off the bat that it wasn't the Green Hornet last night.
Higgins was much the same way. You know I'd like to have Pete take care of both of those smart guys.
Well, why don't you, boss? And make it look as if the Green Hornet did the job.
Yes, perhaps that's what I'll do. But first I'll see if I can make this Green Hornet plan of mine go over.
Why do you want these lists of our ward and precinct headquarters?
Because I'm about to call Pete Sterling. Tell him to have those places blown to kingdom come. There'll be a note from the Green Hornet left at each of the bombed places. And they'll include Gilmer for sure. Charlie, hand me the phone. Here you are, boy. Thanks. I'll settle this thing once and for all. Who do they think they're playing with? Kids? Huh. Yes, Pete. Now listen. Were all your men there? Then where are they? Well, give me the addresses. 1085 Intervale Avenue. Remember that, Charlie.
I have it, boy.
Now, Pete, you and your boys are going into high gear tonight. I want some of the McLean headquarters blown up. Charlie will bring your men to the addresses of the places. And he'll also bring them Green Hornet notes to be left near the places they bomb. Oh, Charlie, get me blank letterheads and Green Hornet seals from the desk.
Right away, boy.
Now, Pete, get in touch with your boys. Tell them Charlie will give them instructions. He'll leave here in a few minutes. You, I want you to come here within an hour. Right. Now, listen. You have that gun you used on the cop last night. All right, bring it along with you. Don't ask questions. Just do as I say. Goodbye.
Here you are, boys. Are you going to write the Green Hornet notes now?
Yes. Take them with a list of addresses to the hideout. I'll call you there after Pete gets here.
What's he going to do here?
I'm not telling you, Charlie. But I promise you this. It'll make Britt Reed and Commissioner Higgins look like fools.
The Green Hornet had heard everything that was said. He made his way to the rear door of the house. When the sound of Roger's departing car had faded, he let himself out the door, plunged into the underbrush, and ran out onto a back road, heading for the place where he'd arranged to meet Kato and Commissioner Higgins. Britt Reed, without the Green Hornet's mask and carrying his black raincoat, arrived at the spot where Commissioner Higgins and Kato waited, cars parked near to each other.
Reed, you've come sooner than I expected. Did you learn anything?
Everything, Commissioner. Listen.
Reed repeated all he had heard. Higgins was astounded.
Why, Reed, this means the entire case is right in our hands, all sewed up.
Yes. This Pete Sterling, who's due at Redland's place, is bringing the gun he used last night.
But why?
Well, that's something you must learn for yourself, Commissioner. Kato and I are returning home, but I left the rear door of Redland's house open. Now, if you summon your police here and enter without Redland's hearing you, chances are you'll learn whatever else there is to know.
This is a good thing. I'm very glad for sake of Green Hornet.
And for Edward Gilmer's sake, too, Kato.
What's the address where Rogers is heading?
1085 Intervale Avenue.
Way on the outskirts. I'll call headquarters and tell them to get men out there, ready to take over the place after Rogers gets there. Then I'll have a squad come here, and we'll work our way into the Redland house.
Pete Sterling entered the study with Redland after the latter had admitted him to the house.
Well, I'm here with the old rascal, boss. What do you want me to do with it?
Shoot me.
Sure. Huh? What did you say?
I said shoot me. In the shoulder, Pete. That's the gun you shot the cop with last night, isn't it?
Yeah. But why shoot you with it? I don't get it.
You don't have to. But the police and newspapers will. And that's what I want. It'll convince Commissioner Higgins that the Green Hornet shot me.
How will it do that?
Because you'll wipe your fingerprints from the gun and leave it behind. I'll say the Green Hornet dropped it as he fled.
Then what?
The police will examine the gun. They'll find that the bullet which killed the policeman came from this same gun.
Hey, that's a good idea. But I still see no reason to shoot you.
Well, I do. I think Higgins has a faint idea that this whole thing's a frame-up. And if he has, he'll lose it quickly when he learns that I've been shot by the Green Hornet.
I don't think we'll lose them, Redland.
Higgins!
The cops, look at them. Drop that gun, Pete. On my side.
Now, don't shoot me! Don't shoot!
That's funny. I thought that's what you wanted. No, Redland, we'll save you and Pete for the electric chair. We know everything.
Everything?
Yes. Take care of that fellow on the floor, Sergeant. Then call an ambulance. Have 3 men go to the hospital with him.
Yes, sir.
Redland, suppose you come along quietly. You'll be happy, I'm sure, to meet the fake Green Hornet and his gang who'll be waiting for us at headquarters.
Fake Green Hornet?
Yes. We received a radio message a few minutes ago that your gang and Charlie Rogers had been arrested.
That's right. It came over the police radio, the squad car that brought me here with the cops from headquarters. They found his gang and a car that was fake to look like the Hornets. And fake seals, too. They found everything but the real Hornet himself.
Just how did you learn all these things, Commissioner?
I received the information most mysteriously. From a voice that said he was the real Green Hornet. I took the tip he gave me and... well, he must have been smarter than you thought, Redland.
Yes.
Where's Britt Reed? Didn't he come here tonight?
Reed! He left here more than an hour ago. It was his riding me that caused me to attempt these things tonight. He's the so-and-so who got me into this mess.
Did he know? That's funny. I thought Higgins said it was the Green Hornet.
Central Street, Pittsburgh, Redland confesses Sterling held for murder. Read all about it. McLean out of county race. Green Hornet cleared. Central Street, Pittsburgh.
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at this same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange, say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled The Proof of Treason. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Extra, extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of A Friday Night in the Mountains. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, Get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. Brick Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, had invited Michael Axford and Police Commissioner Higgins to spend the weekend with him at his mountain lodge, 150 miles north of the city. Leaving the village of Carleyville, they drove more than 5 miles through country completely unpopulated, except for a single gasoline station. As the car started up a steep rise, Reed nodded toward a house set back off the road on the crest of a hill.
You see, Axford, we're not as far from civilization as you think. When we pass that house above, we'll be only 15 minutes from my place.
Well, I'm glad you told me. I was beginning to think we were near the North Pole.
Isn't that Professor Mannheim's house up there?
Yes, that's it, Commissioner. That was an interesting visit we had with him last summer, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was.
Mannheim, you said? Is he the German scientist the Nazis put in jail because he was against them? And the one the Reds tried to kidnap so he'd work for them?
That's right, Axford. He came to the United States and took out citizenship papers. He's working on an experiment for our government now.
No kidding. Oh, way up here he's doing that?
Yes, he lives in that house with his housekeeper. And a couple of men.
Couple of men? Who?
Government agents, Axford. Security men to protect him while he finishes the work he's doing.
That's confidential information, Axford. The people in these parts don't know of it.
You don't have to worry that I'll ever mention it. I can't imagine why he needs guards, though. No spies could ever find a way up this... Say, Reed, do you think maybe the professor recognizes your car?
No. Why?
Somebody's waving a handkerchief at us from that corner window on the second floor.
That's not a handkerchief, Axford, and no one's waving it.
It's a cloth of some kind, dust cloth probably, hanging across the windowsill.
Ah, sure, right. I'd better get my eyes examined. Hey, that's an imposing-looking house, isn't it, when you look at it straight on? That big turret up there on top makes it look like a castle.
A short time after Reed's car had passed the residence of Professor Mannheim, another car moving slowly neared the place. There were 2 passengers in the front seat, a man and a woman. The man who was driving peered casually through the window.
You know, Helena, making this trip day after day has become a bore. Is this the way we serve the cause, driving around daily for months to gaze at the window that never... Helena!
Yeah, Carl, I see it. A white cloth hanging from the window.
The signal. After all this time, the signal we have been waiting for.
Watch out where you're going. Turn when we get to the bottom of the hill. We drive back to our hideout and tell our freak comrade Hagen.
The freak comrade Duke Hagen, known in the carnival world as the Human Pretzel, had specialized in an act which saw him throw his arm and leg joints out of place and contort his slim body into unhuman postures. Now, after a term in prison for collecting insurance on a fraudulent accident claim, he was working for the agents of a foreign power. He received Carl's information with enthusiasm.
We put on our act tonight, huh? We take over that professor and his guards, do we? Great. I'll start limbering up now. I'll throw out this right arm.
Stop it, it makes me sick.
Come, dear, come. We go up to the barn now and remove the hay from that wreck of an automobile we ought to use.
After dinner, Britt Reed spoke to his lodge guests, Commissioner Higgins and Michael Axford.
Cato's driving me to Carleyville in about 20 minutes. I have some things to order at the general store. Care to come along?
Not me, Reed. This is Friday. I'm going to use your television and watch the Packy Jackadelli Joe Jim Johnson fight. Should be a corker.
I'll go along with you, Reed. While we're on our way to Carleyville, perhaps we may be able to see Professor Mannheim.
Hey, that's a good idea. Oh, but we'd better check with him first. There might be new security regulations about that. You better make sure we'll be welcome.
All right. I'll use your phone. Call him now. Hello, operator. 695, please.
Professor Gustav Mannheim was alone when his telephone rang.
Gretchen must be busy in the kitchen. I'll answer the phone myself. Hello?
This is Mannheim. Who is this? Who? Oh, my good friend. Commissioner, I didn't recognize your voice immediately. I'm sorry. You are with your good friend, Mr. Reed? Wunderbar. You must come tonight, by all means. No. I'm happy to say that today I completed a certain project of which you know, huh? I'm free now to enjoy limitless talk and company. No, it will not be too late. No. You come by and we touch glasses and talk.
A few minutes later, Professor Mannheim, his face wreathed in smiles, hurried from the study and went to one of the two security agents who sat inside the main door of the house reading.
Mr. Meredith, I hope you do not mind. I've just now spoken on the telephone with a friend of mine who's nearby.
Yes?
I've asked him to visit me here tonight.
Agent Meredith, when told who the visitors were to be, gave his approval for their coming. Then Mannheim went to the dining room, where Gretchen Wessel, his housekeeper, was staring through the window.
Gretchen, will I tell you what it... Gretchen, what is it you're looking at outside?
Nothing. I just at the moon shines bright tonight. I look at it.
Ah, yes, I see. A cold but beautiful sight, is it not? Gretchen, what's the matter? What do you see now?
Oh, Professor, look. The automobile that comes up the hill. It goes from one side of the road to the other like some crazy machine.
Ah, he's hit the tree. How terrible.
But there are others in the car. Professor, we must help them.
Yeah, come, we hurry.
Agents Meredith and Johnson had heard the crash in front of the house. Together with Mannheim and Gretchen, they ran to where an automobile, its radiator smashed, rested against a tree. Standing beside the car were a man and woman. They were unhurt, but the woman was sobbing, and the man had his arms around her in a gesture of consolation. The attention of the four persons from the house, however, was centered on the man who sprawled from the front seat of the car, his body contorted horribly and his head hanging downward.
How terrible it is. Professor, Herr Meredith, do not let him lie there like that.
Say, Johnson, this fellow's back seems to be broken.
Not be careful. It's dangerous to move the man in such condition.
We know, Professor. But we've been taught to handle cases like this. Say, Johnson, get your arms under his back.
Right. There. I have him.
His legs out of joint, too. Now ease him to the ground. Slow.
All right now.
What are you doing?
You two, let go of that man. My gun is pointed at you. Turn slowly with your hands in the air.
What's the meaning?
Make one false move and I kill you both.
Give me that gun. Give it.
Stay where you are, Professor. There is a gun against your back.
I stand still. I don't understand.
This accident was fate?
What do you think?
That fellow we were helping. Look at him.
Yeah, all straightened out now.
Why, you were not hurt.
I put on a good act, huh?
Take the guns from those two federal men.
Sure.
You know who we are, huh? We walked right into this.
I'll take that gun, mister. There. Yeah, you walked right into it, like we planned for almost a year.
Yeah. What's behind all this?
Are you kidding? I'll take your wallet and badge, too. Thanks. We were waiting for the professor to finish his work. Well, he finished today, and...
Keep quiet, you. We'll do the talking. Take that other one's gun.
All right.
We can't stay out here. Gretchen, lead the way.
Gretchen!
So that's it. You cued these rats through this, huh, Gretchen?
These are my comrades. Always I have been in contact with them, waiting for this day. Now they have come, and the waiting has not been in vain. Follow me, comrades.
Inside the house, Carl kept Professor Mannheim and the security agents covered, while his wife and Hagen bound the wrists and ankles of the three men. When this was done, Carl said,
Helena, Gretchen, you wait a few minutes. Hagen and I must return to the road and move the car to a spot where it will not be seen.
I suppose you faked the wreck of the car, too, huh?
But certainly. That radiator was smashed in an accident many months ago. Come, Hagen.
When the two men returned from hiding the car in Mannheim's garage, they placed Professor Mannheim in one room and the security agents, Meredith and Johnson, in another. Meredith spoke to Carl while Helena stood by.
I suppose your comrade Gretchen has told you all there is to know about the situation here.
You are right. She has kept us advised of everything the professor has been doing.
She did that in Germany, too?
Well, not to us. In Germany, she made reports on him to her superiors there. Poor foolish Mannheim had hired her because she was supposedly so anti-communist.
Well, she's told you everything. Then she's advised you that she doesn't know where the papers on Mannheim's experiment are kept.
Yes, she has told us that.
But she has also told us that the papers are somewhere in this house, awaiting the messengers who will come from Washington tomorrow.
The professor certainly told her everything.
Except the most important one.
Huh? What is that?
She hasn't told you that Mannheim has no idea where his papers are. He turned over everything to us after his work was completed.
You're telling us that you two men know where they are?
We do know, but we're not telling you.
And nothing you try will make us tell. What's more, you'll never find where they are.
They're in the laboratory somewhere, aren't they?
Look there, why don't you?
Helena, pay no attention to these men. They are government agents, and they try to be clever. They lie about Mannheim not knowing. They try to keep us from making him tell us. What is that?
Oh, it must be the front door chimes.
Is it more of your comrades to join you now that you're in control here?
Helena, quick. Look out the window over there. See who it is, and don't let them see you.
I look, Carl. There are two men at the door. Another racing an automobile out on the road.
Who can they be? Helena, go into the room where Hagen and Gretchen are with Mannheim. Tell Gretchen to
Here
come.
I am, comrade. You hear the bell?
There are men at the door, Gretchen. Do you know who they may be?
No. Perhaps it is the messengers from Washington who have come before time. Comrade Helena, let me look out that window. I see.
Be careful.
In the moonlight, I recognize them.
Who are they?
One is the police commissioner Hagan from the city.
What would he be doing here?
The man with him is Britt Reed, who owns the newspaper.
Carl, Reed has a lodge a few miles from here, near our place. You know it.
They are friends of the professor. They come here last summer to see.
Gretchen, you go downstairs and answer the door. And tell him this. Say that the professor is not at home.
We'll continue our story in just a moment.
Make mine Orange Crush. It tastes better naturally.
Yes, naturally, Orange Crush tastes better. It's flavored with pure natural orange juice from tree-ripened Valencia oranges.
It tastes so fresh. And the way it sparkles. My youngsters love Orange Crush.
Say, fellas and girls, you'll love Orange Crush, too. So tell your mom you want it. See that the refrigerator is always stocked up with delicious, refreshing Orange Crush. It's such a treat when you come home from school, tuckered out and thirsty. Orange Crush is great with after-school snacks of sandwiches and cookies. And it's the drink to have on hand when the gang comes over, too. It's the world's leading orange drink. You'll be proud to serve it. There's just no other drink in the world so good as Orange Crush.
It tastes better naturally. That fresh orange juice flavor is wonderful.
It's the natural flavor of luscious Valencia oranges, the finest, juiciest oranges grown in sunny California. So naturally, Orange Crush tastes better. Tell Mom to pick up a 6-bottle handy pack of Orange Crush at her grocer's. Ask for Orange Crush at refreshment counters wherever you happen to be. And always ask for it by name. Don't just say orange. Say, I want Orange Crush. 'Cause it tastes better naturally. That's Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Now back to the Green Hornet. Outside the house, Britt Reed, after pressing the door chimes for a 4th time, turned to Commissioner Higgins.
Well, that's strange. Surely someone in there has heard me ring. I wonder why they don't
I
answer.
think I hear someone coming down the stairs inside now, Reed. Wait a second.
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Wessel.
Oh, hello. Commissioner Higgins, is it not? And they're Reed.
That's right. How have you been?
Good, but I am sorry, gentlemen. Professor Mannheim is not at home. He will not be home soon. He has gone away.
Gone away? When did this happen?
Yesterday. That is when yesterday.
Yeah, but Commissioner Higgins spoke to the professor on the telephone less than an hour ago.
What?
He asked us to drop in and see him.
Well, that is, I mean, I didn't...
Gretchen, I have heard the conversation. You do not lie too well. You may go.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I will explain this to you. But first, here are my credentials. I am Thomas Meredith, a security agent on duty here.
Oh, really?
These are your credentials, Mr. Meredith, you say?
Yes, yes. You see, Professor Mannheim left with my partner a very few minutes ago. They are catching a train in Carleyville to make connections for Washington. The professor was summoned there quite unexpectedly.
Yes, so it would seem. He told
that
me
he'd be here when you came. I know that, but Gretchen didn't. She knows that visitors are usually discouraged here, especially at night, and that accounts for her story. You understand, of course.
No, I can't say that I do.
We understand, Mr. Meredith. We'll be here over the weekend. If the professor returns during that time, ask him to give me a ring, will you please?
Oh, gladly. You are...
Mr. Reed. Britt Reed. You'll know where to reach me.
Yes, Mr. Reed. Good night. Oh, good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night.
Come on, Carl. They have gone.
Wait. Now, come. We'll go back to the professor and start to work on him. He'll tell us what we want to know. We'll make him.
Reed and Commissioner Higgins had ordered Kato to drive them away from the vicinity of the Mannheim house immediately. Now the car came to a stop at the foot of the hill near the crossroads.
Commissioner, something's definitely out of line back in that house.
Yes, don't I know it. That man wasn't Agent Meredith. We met Meredith last summer when we visited the professor, remember?
Certainly.
That man had an accent. And that housekeeper, Mrs. Wessel, she was obviously upset and lying.
So is he. There isn't a train out of Carleyville between 5 p.m. and 6 a.m. after Labor Day.
Then Mannheim couldn't be making connections for Washington.
No. Commissioner, I think we should notify the state police and ask them to check on this.
Well, that'd be my first thought, Reed. But we both know that Mannheim's under orders from Washington. But the state or local authorities know nothing about this setup here. I'll call a top man in Washington and learn if there's any truth in Mannheim's being summoned there. If he hasn't been, well...
If he hasn't been, then we're wasting valuable time. Commissioner, you take the car, drive back to the lodge, and place that call, alone. Kato, you have the Green Hornet's mask in that compartment beneath the driver's seat?
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. I've got 2 masks, 1 gas gun, a special key...
Well, get them for me, Kato.
Now, hold it. I know that you're the Green Hornet, Reed. But I'll have no part in any plans you may have in mind.
I realize that, Commissioner. So I'll outline no plans. Kato, take those things and come with me.
Oh, I have them.
Now, Britt Reed has no right to enter the Mannheim house. But the Green Hornet, judging by the circumstances, has good reason to.
I'll see here, Reed.
Don't worry about us, Commissioner. If Axford asks any questions, say we're still in Carleyville. Tell him anything. Now, we'll go up the hill through that grove of pine trees, Kato.
As Commissioner Higgins started back for Reed's lodge, Reed and Kato, adjusting the masks each wore, started upward by a roundabout route to the rear of Professor Mannheim's house. A short while later, using the Green Hornet's special key, they entered a rear door of the house unnoticed.
I'll handle the gun, Kato. You follow me.
Carl and Hagen had been unable to learn anything from Professor Mannheim, though they had used painful means trying to make him talk. Hagen remained with the professor, while Carl and the 2 women crossed the hall into the room where the 2 security agents would be given the Red Agent's special treatment. The professor, moaning, opened his eyes in wonderment as the door behind Hagen opened and a masked man stood in the doorway.
So you have your killers come here now to shoot me. What are you talking about? What are you looking at like that?
Hagen turned and saw the figure in the doorway. He shouted loudly and reached for his gun.
Help! Carl! It's the Green Hornet! I'll shoot you!
The Green Hornet rushed toward him.
You're too slow.
At that moment, Kato rushed in from the hallway.
A man and 2 women come with guns from across hall.
The lights, as shots from the hall crashed over their heads, the Green Hornet and Kato rushed to the wall and turned off the light switch. They sprinted across the room through the darkness to another door that led into a rear hallway.
Those shots are too close. This way, up the stairs.
Oh, too bad we not have guns to return fire.
Yeah, we certainly ran into a hornet's nest.
No, they do that. Run into Green Hornets.
Here comes the fellow who said he was Meredith. His aim is too good.
We go up next flight of stairs.
That leads to the attic. Wait till I try to hold him off. I'll throw this chair down the stairway. I hit him. But he's coming at us again. I see the women now. They have guns, too. Let's get up into the attic. Here we are. Get inside here. Quick. Push this dresser against the door. They can't break in here.
There. Now we put bed and chair against dresser.
Right. Keep crouched low behind that chair until the door's completely barricaded. We can't stay locked up here without doing anything. We must get out fast and do something.
Back at Reed's Lodge, Commissioner Higgins completed his telephone call to Washington.
And it's all right to call the state police in on this, huh? All right, Mr. Secretary. I'll advise them right away.
Commissioner, Jack O'Delley KO'd Joe Jim Johnson in the first round. It was some
Waxford,
fight.
I haven't time to hear about your fight. Reed's car is outside. Get it started, will you, please? I'm in a hurry.
What's all the excitement?
I'll tell you about it when I join you in the car.
Okay, I'll get it started then.
Hello. Hello, operator. Get me the state police in Carleyville, please, and hurry.
An occasional shot from the stairway was proof to the Green Hornet that his pursuers had the door to the attic covered from below. He had been looking out both windows in the turret-like room, one of which faced north and the other south.
There are enough sheets and pillowcases to tie together and lower ourselves, Kato. But there are windows beneath each of the windows in this room. The lights just went on there.
Oh, if we try to lower ourselves down, someone in room below have guns ready to shoot us.
Yeah, that's it. If we could only divert the... Hey, wait, I have it. Kato, let's take that mattress and rip the top of it a bit. Come on.
The Green Hornet and Kato pulled a large mattress from behind a pile of bedding. They tore the mattress cover, and then on the Green Hornet's instructions, hung the mattress partly out of the window facing the road.
What you going to do now?
Set fire to the mattress. You place some papers in the padding so the flames will start at once. Yeah, that's it.
There, it started.
Get back now.
Fire started the mattress. Now what?
Let it burn there and see that none of the flames catch on the house itself. I'll start tying sheets together, and when I've done enough of them, I'll tell you what we'll do next.
One of the state troopers in the car speeding from Carleyville as a result of Commissioner Higgins' call saw the blaze atop the house on the distant hill.
That's in the Mannheim place. Where we heading? Step on it, Charlie. We'll call the fire department from there.
Higgins, at the wheel of Reed's car, was nearer the Mannheim home when he saw the crimson glow in the turret of the moon-bathed house.
Expert, there's a fire at the place. We'll have to step on it.
Glory be! I'm glad Jack O'Delley has a knockout punch, because now maybe I have a story to put on the wire.
The Green Hornet saw Higgins and his car coming up the hill toward the house. He turned to Kato.
Kato, be ready to slide down that length of bedsheet I've tied to the beam. Get over there now. I'll write a note to throw to Higgins.
When the car stopped in front of the Mannheim house, Axford was out of it first.
Say, that's not a real fire. That's something blazing on the sill. Commissioner, look. A masked man standing on something inside the place, behind the blaze. Look, he threw something.
Yes, I see it. I'll get it.
It's a sheet of paper.
Higgins, followed by Axford, ran to where the paper fluttered groundward from the attic. Higgins read the brief note.
Expert, Professor Mannheim's being held captive inside.
Say, isn't that the Green Hornet seal at the bottom of that thing?
Never mind, I have my gun. We're going to shoot our way into that house.
Wait, you don't have to do it alone. Here come some state troopers. They'll help you.
Come on, Charlie.
A few minutes later, state troopers, one with a submachine gun, fired into the front door of the house. And then rushed inside. They found Professor Mannheim bound and gagged, and beside him, the unconscious figure of Duke Hagen. Mannheim, unbound, began to talk.
2 government men are tied up in a room across the hall. They're the ones that...
Look, coming down those stairs out in the rear hallway. A guy with a gun.
Get him. He's one of the agents.
That's getting him fast.
There's another woman behind her, Mrs. Wessel.
Forget spy. I guess her, too.
All right, you women. We'll find out what this is all about in a minute. Drop those guns and come in here.
I'll tell you everything, officer. Oh, Commissioner Higgins, I thought I was a dead one.
Hey, what about the Green Hornet? He's up in the attic room with the fire going.
We saw that. Charlie, I'll take this machine gun, go up after him. Commissioner Higgins will look after these women while you attend to that wounded man in the hallway.
I'll free Agents Meredith and Johnson.
The state trooper who had gone into the attic returned a few minutes later.
I took everything I had to break into that attic. When I got in, there was no sign of the Green Hornet. There were sheets hanging out of the rear window, and he must have escaped down those. I stamped out the mattress fire.
Say, what's going on here?
Oh, Reed, I told Axford you were walking back to the lodge for exercise. You saw the fire in the attic, did you?
Yes, I saw it. What was it all about?
It's about spies that tried to steal some papers from Professor Mannheim. I got the story from him, Reed.
Well, what about the papers? Did they get those?
No, an agent named Meredith has them hidden in the laboratory. He's getting them now, while the other agent who's with him is arresting 2 men and 2 women.
Well, this is going to be news to me. Give me the details, someone.
I'll do that, Reed. But first, let me tell you who was here and got away. Can you guess?
No.
It was the Green Hornet, that's who. He escaped a trap in the attic and...
Pittsburgh, red firing, arrested Professor Secret Safe. Read all about it. Green Hornet escapes as spies are caught. Set the Lex Street,
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles, it makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. ORANGECRUSH. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled The Simple Clue. And now, till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
X-Tree, Senator X-Tree. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet.
He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life